Chapter 1 of Human Toll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsty. Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. Chapter 1. What was this blocking the tallow scoop? Boshy, secretly styled the lag, or one eye, bent to see. Leisurely he thrust down a groping hand and drew up, but not out, a fat clogged basil belt. Hastily his other hand clawed it conferringly, then with both he forced it back again into its greasy hiding place of past long years. Cautiously his one eye went from door to window, then he rolled the fat can with its mouth to the wall, and going out he took a sweeping survey. The sky and plain still drowsed dreamily, and neither the sick boss's home nor Nungi, the half-caste's hut on the other side of the river-split plain, showed sign of smoke. The only gleam of life was a breath-misted string of cows filing leisurely but lovingly to their penned calves. Boshy entered the hut and shut and bolted both door and window, then rolled the precious casket, a rusty nail keg, before the door, and to further ensure his sense of security, sat on it. He made no attempt to examine his treasure. He was certain the contents of that gold-lined belt were old miser Baldy's hoard. For a few moments he sat quivering, gloating greedily. Musingly his one eye roamed over all the hut. Not a splinter in the walls that he and many others had not probed as with a toothpick for this coveted plant. Not a crack or mortised joint in the roof. Not a mouse hole but had been tunnelled to the bitter end for tenant above or below. Nor had the search stopped at the hut, for had not a night-ghouling Chinaman, in his hunt for this hoard, gone the dauntless but fruitless length of disinterring and stripping poor old Baldy, and now, just by a fluke, he had struck it. Could it be true? Was he only dreaming? And again he thrust in a confirming hand. "God Almighty!" burst from him, as his felt certainty electrified him. When Nungi came in the spring cart an hour later to shift him, all his personal and furnishing belongings were in their accustomed places, except the belt. Though this was now round his waist, he sat shivering beside the fire, and one quick glance at his drawn face showed the half-caste the unusual had happened. "Tucked up, Boshy? Got the barcoo?" A sudden sickness. "Boss is going to peg out." "I'm not going to shift today, not till tomorrow." "Why the blazes did you let me harness up then?" asked Nungi resentfully, as he took out the horse, and on it shogged back, leaving the cart to await tomorrow's duty. Boshy watched his every movement from the window. Then, with an effort, he roused himself and went after him, but at the river he turned back. Into the frying pan he hurriedly scraped the fat that earlier he had scooped from the oil can, and when it melted he carefully poured it into the keg, then speedily crossed to the house. There was no moon that night, yet he waited till it was well spent, then almost on all fours crept to the graves beneath the myalls close to his hut. With infinite care he tunnelled into the aforetime desecrated grave till he could feel the end of the coffin. Then with all his strength he drove the pick beneath, and upending it, kept it atilt with the pick. He got up, watched and listened, but though his cautiousness had magnified all sounds, he knew from his distance he was secure. Laboriously he tunnelled for a couple of feet below the coffin. Then, from 2 wallets strapped across his back, he took out several sealed pickle bottles and thrust them well into their gruesome nest. Then, as before, he listened and watched, and as before was assured. He did not shift camp for a week. By then the earth on the disturbed graves, which day and night he had watched, was again normal, and he again outwardly composed. But often during his duties, day or night, his one eye sought anxiously the hiding spot of his treasure, till gradually he realized that it was safe, for from superstitious awe the blacks would not molest the dead, and the whites had long since abandoned hope. Yellow tongues from the slush lamplight had spluttered through the gridiron slabs of the boss's bedroom for several nights. Towards the end of one, Boshy drew the pillow from beneath the head and the cover over the face of the man on the bed, scrutinized the child sleeping on the one opposite, then, for him, noiselessly took the lamp into the outer room. The darkened window was the signal for a prolonged lamentation from an old dog, partially blind and deaf, chained outside. Then from the blacks' camp on the fringe of the scrub, the lean dogs dozing beside the meagre dying fire yelped back a semi-civilized echo, and almost simultaneously the blacks ran about their camp like disturbed, molested ants. Boshy, coming out to harangue the chained dog, heard the tin jangling of their billies and pannikins in their hasty, unorganized flight. The gins, burdened with piccaninnies and camp gear, were whimpering well in the rear, but above all rose the angry, impotent lamentations and execrations of Tumbledown Jimmy. Many wintry moons had almost disabled Jimmy, stiffened his joints and tightened his sinews, bending his body on one side like a boomerang, so his callous kinsmen only too gladly left him as a hostage for the dreaded Debble now among them. Boshy's mouth shaped into an ecstatic circle. "Haw, haw, haw!" he snorted in lonely mirth. He was tempted to give chase, shouting, "Ketch 'em, Debble, ketch 'em, Debble," but for the sleeping child and a heavy task awaiting him inside. Carefully he prized up the table leaf, greasing the nails with the lamp fat to prevent creaking. His back was to the door between the two rooms, as noiselessly opening as the gap in the table. Simultaneously and correspondingly wide grew Jim Queeby's eyes, watching this door through an outside crack, though, in a nightmare of fear, she stood dumb and motionless. Through a few inches of door space the little girl squeezed, and, unseen by Boshy, laid her hand on him. "Gosamighty!" yelled he, voicing his thoughts and dropping the hammer, and instantly the cry of an ill-used child who sees its mother gushed from Queeby. "Lovey, lovey, Queeby want to come to yer, me want to come to yer," waggling her black fingers directly through the cracks. A silencing clod flung by Nungi, hiding between two myall logs, rebounded and struck the chimney, increasing the confusion. "Oh," whispered the child, "you'll all wake me father. Naughty, naughty, bad things, all of yous, and you too, Queeby," catching sight of the hand still at the crack. "Stop you, Queeby, and come in." Queeby rushed in noiselessly, tearful, and caught up the child. "Hish!" with her nightgown wiping Queeby's face. "Don't wake me father, Queeby." Queeby had no fear of doing that, but the name of the dead man calmed her. "Don't wake me father, less I'll beat you, Queeby. Who's been beatin' you?" threatened and inquired the child. "Boshy," said Queeby promptly. "Well," he said, aghast, "if lies would choke you, you're lyin'." But now from her elevation the child looked down on the wrecked table. "Oh, you bad, bad Boshy, to break up the table. Me father'll give it to you." "I didn't break up, lovey. Your daddy told me to make a thingy-macallum out of the top." "To do what with?" "Eh?" he evaded. "What's the time, lovey? Morning time, I think." Walking to the window, he turned his ear to the well out on the plain, hidden by a band of trees that, in seeming boldness, had left the scrub and stood like sentinel outposts. From one, a magpie, partly tamed, flew to the window ledge on Boshy's blind side, startled him with her discordant imitation of cockcrow, then squawked for food. "You bold faggot, a crowin' in me very face like a cock. Go and look for worms." Angrily he attempted to sweep her off, but the magpie flew to the chimney top, from there crowing arrogantly, till an ambitious cockerel, mistaking hers for his sire's dawn heralding, imitated huskily and incipiently. The magpie derisively mocked, then swooped and beaked its legitimate prey, the earlyworm. Reascending, it again raised its head, and from bird throat never issued a more mellifluous grace after meat. Such a requiem should console the worm and justify its maker. It was the youth of a plenteous spring, and from the scrub flanking the back of the house came a concerted twittering of newly awakened birdlings, increasing till the air seemed filled with dewy-throated sky crickets. Listen to the birdies," said the child, raising her radiant face to the roof, and at the supreme moment accompanying them in perfect mimicry. "Sweet pretty little creases, sweet pretty little creases. That's what they says all the time. They's been asleep like me, yawnin', and they's just waked up like me now," explained Lovey. "And they're arstin' for their little breakfastes," supplemented Boshy, taking her in his arms to the window. "And Lovey dear, listen to their poor little lambs a arstin' and a beggin' and a prayin' for theirs too, Lovey. That lazy wretch of a Nungi's gone this long time, and ain't been a next nor a nigh nor a near 'em. Isn't he a lazy wretch of a Nungi, Lovey, eh?" "Where's he?" she asked. "Lord above knows, I don't. Make your dress, you Lovey, and let's go and see." She agreed, looking at distressed Queeby. "Get a clothes and dress, you gapin' fell, garlic yer," said Boshy. Queeby's tears began afresh. "Me father can't see you. He's sleepin' little with the clothes over his face," Lovey said. Then addressing Boshy, "What's he doin' like that way for?" "'Cause he's better, Lovey." "Is this the day when he'll get up then?" "No, tomorrow. Lovey, you get your clothes your own self. This useless animal," shaking a warning fist at Queeby, "is frightened. Only that'll wake him," he added cautiously. The child tiptoed in and returned with her clothes. "Now you bad Boshy too, as well, too. Where's me going to be put when me father's going to lace up me boots?" she asked. The despoiler of the table drew his head from the window. "Poor little lambs, Lovey. That lazy, idle wretch of a Nungi ain't gi' 'em a sup of water. He's been gone this over an hour, and ain't been a next, nor a near, nor a nigh the well. Ain't he a bad, wicked Nungi, Lovey?" Lovey nodded. "Where's he?" "Get your boots and socks on now, Lovey, and let's go and see." Queeby, mindful of the dead man's past duty, would have laced the child's boots. "No, no, not you," Lovey said. "Me father will." "Boshy," she said angrily, noting the boots he was wearing, "you just take my father's boots off of your feet." "He asked me to stretch 'em for him, Lovey." "Poor little lambs, a famishin' and a faintin' and a perishin' for a drink, Lovey. Come on till we find Nungi." He took down the stockwhip hanging on the wall, and taking the dressed child's hand, went first into the kitchen. "Make a kinnel of fire." "Not kinnel, light," corrected the little girl. "Light," he said humbly. He pushed Queeby towards the fireplace, but she followed him out. "Go Lovey dear, and I'll see can I find Nungi be myself," he said, shaking the stockwhip. There was no need to search, for Nungi, anticipating a betrayal from Queeby, instantly revealed himself, standing between the logs, his arms encircling tumble-down Jimmy eagle fashion, who, to fit the simile, drooped lamb-like. "Somethin' gone wrong of the well wim. Water won't come up, Boshy, and this lazy old grub chorer, and on'y waterer, as you call him, won't come and give me a 'and. The old black feller say Debble sit down in the bottom of the well water. Damn old fool!" Nungi laughed mirthlessly and kicked the prey he had dropped, who lay with his face on the ground. Untwirling, thereby entangling the stockwhip, Boshy advanced, but Nungi speedily increased the distance between them. "There's Gord's me jedge, Nungi," declared Boshy, advancing, "if you don't go this instant minute," both hands fumbling longingly to twirl the whip. Nungi danced in simulated excitement, and, pointing to the raised platform of the house, said, "Big fella goanna crawling under there, eat all their 'en eggs. Me go in after 'em, rip him open, take out their eggs." Boshy still advanced. "Black fella snake too. Pretty quick me catch 'em. That fella be, wheroo!" grabbing an imaginary snake and twirling it round as Boshy would have liked to have handled the stockwhip. "You lie, you lyin' dog. You see no snakes and no goannas in under the 'ouse," said Boshy, weakening his assertiveness by going on his knees and looking under. "Urgh!" grunted Nungi, now at a safe distance from whip or even missile. "Fellow, you can see ole Bungy Blinky Eye, ole One Eye. Couldn't see a butterfly nor anythin' else, you ole blubber skite."
Who cares for you? Not me."
This sudden outburst shocked and surprised Boshy into fatal weakening, and he stood for parley.
"Nungi," he stammered, "what's come over you to go on like that?"
"Nungi," coaxingly.
"Look here now, old man, you know well what I got to do today. Go on now and get you to work and water them ewes and lambs, like the white man what you are."
"Not be meself," said Nungi, but less aggressively, till, turning to take a look at the well and catching sight of the rising sun, he grew at once savagely and cunningly courageous. Boshy's discomfiture increased.
"Go on now, Nungi, don't be a slinker on a day like this." "Nut for you nor no one like yer, be old blinky Boshy, old splayfoot. Last night I collared a bag of your wool, and this mornin' I take it into Tambo, sell it, and get on the plurry spree. Sneak back tonight, plenty matches me," drawing one from his trouser pocket and striking it along the bare sole of his foot. "Budgeree fire that feller, cobbin fire that feller," pointing to the house. "See old plurry one-eyed Boshy burnin' like blazes. See old splayfoot runnin' hell for leather." With an aboriginal yell he bounded into the air, and coming down on his feet, reproduced to perfection the stiffened run and general gait of Boshy. Nungi's noisy revolt had a reviving effect on Tumbledown Jimmy. From his perch, now on the logs, he ceased food importuning to burst into appreciative laughter. Boshy made a rush for him. "You'd laugh at me, would yer? Lemme only catch you doin' of it again, and I'll kick your beggin' belly out of yer." Jimmy, who had instantly ceased, began to beg and count the moons that had whitened his head. Then, as Boshy advanced, he slid from the logs, and burrowing a hip into the ground, resolved into a rapidly revolving four-spoked wheel, his hands and feet actively protecting his threatened hub. "Blanky old one-eye, just tetch him!" shouted Nungi, seizing a shank bone and taking steady aim at Boshy. "Just lay a finger on him, that's all."
"Nungi," pleaded Boshy.
"What's wrong with you? You're a goin' on like as if you've been pea-eatin' or a swankin' over the kerosene or the painkiller. What's cranked yer?"
Nungi's reply was another aboriginal bound and yell that brought out the child and Queeby.
"What's the matter?"
asked the child. "Oh, Lovey, just you hear what he says, that yaller and white savage. See what he's goin' to do, set fire to the house and burn me and you and your helpless dead daddy alive. Me and you too," repeated Boshy, individually classifying the relative importance of Nungi's threats.
"Would you, Nungi?"
shouted the disbelieving child, going across to him. "No, Lovey," retracted Nungi.
"Can't believe a word that old cursed old liar says, old splayfoot." "Nungi wouldn't," she said. "You see?" turning resentfully to Boshy.
"I see I'm mistook," thankfully agreed Boshy. "But he says he won't water the poor little lambs, Lovey, and them a dyin' of—"
"You will water the ewes and lambs, won't you, Nungi?"
"Not by me own self, Lovey, can't. No one to watch what comes up in the bucket," said Nungi, determined not to assist the debble to land even in daylight. "No one to talk to," he added, to disguise his cowardice.
"I'll come, Nungi."
"Gian diddlywong!" delightedly yelled he, bounding high and coming down on old fours. "Get on me back and I'll carry you all the ways, Lovey. And arter, gi' you a ride on Billy all round the well. And arter, we'll shin into the scrub and git wattle gum. I know where there's a lump as big as thet," a shut fist, "and geebungs and five corners. Come on, Lovey," coaxed he, continuing to buck progressively.
"Tell me father I'm gone to water the ewes and the lambs when he wakes up for his breakfast," she importantly commanded Boshy.
"Get your bonnet fast, Lovey," stipulated Boshy. "Nungi," he said inducively, "come back wi' her soon as you water 'em." "Ugh!" snorted Nungi. "What'll you give me?" "I'll nut say black's the white of your eye." "Ugh!" unappeased. "What'll you give me to eat?" "A box of sardines."
"To me own cheek, and out here nigh old Jimmy?"
"In hell if you like," curtly agreed the vanquished new master. He watched the half-caste hoist the child on his shoulder and trot briskly away to the well. To govern his kingdom did not appear so easy, and a half-defeated sense irritated him. He shook a clenched fist at the oblivious half-caste. Tumbledown Jimmy immediately raised his black hand toward his half-caste brother and did the same. "Plurry rogue that feller, Nungi. Good feller, Boshy. Goblin budgery feller, Boshy. Poor feller me. Hungry poor feller, old Jimmy. Plurry long time now. Boss baal gibbet black feller baccy. Lie down, yer black dog, yer. Lie down, or I'll send me foot through yer black beggin' paunch." Jimmy again spun around till Boshy disappeared. Queeby had returned to the kitchen, where, beside the fireplace, partly shrouded in a cloud of breath-blown ashes and smoke, he found her. Her now vigorous eye service was obvious and stung him, but his recent defeat disinclined him even for an easy victory. In silence he lifted a nail keg improvised into a bucket and slung it onto the lowest crook in the chain over the fire, now blazing through Queeby's lusty efforts. She rose and made way for him. His eye travelled from her black curly hair, powdered white with the myall ashes, to her equally disguised boots, his recent gift. He had intended to ask, "Comfortable?" as a spurring reminder. Instead burst from him, "Goss, what an infernal mess to get them into already!" Queeby grabbed the kitchen towel and dusted them vigorously, then stood anxiously watching Boshy, her twitching toes showing through their leather environments, sharing her uneasiness. "Better to wear 'em and to sling 'em on to the roof for spiders to lay eggs in 'em, isn't it?" he said, suddenly peaceful. "Sling on the kettle and set the breakfast 'fore all 'an's out 'ere, and let me know when this boils," pointing to the bucket. "We must gi' 'im," indicating the dead, "a wash. I ain't be 'alf done a rootin' and a runtin' about in there yet. Tobacco be the barrel load, and an old keg of rum up in the loft, in under the bed," he substituted to lessen detection. "On'y let's get our work done, then us'll 'ave a bust up. So fust, Queeby, put on the kettle for breakfast," he repeated. He carried the leaves of the tabletop to his tool house and workshop. Reappearing, tape measure in hand, he went into the bedroom and took slow and accurate measurements, whistling delightedly to find that his pre-mortem theoretical calculations and post-mortem practical measurements hardly varied. In the workshop he took off his hat, knotted the four corners of his red handkerchief, and sized it to his head. Then, utterly oblivious to all but his work, he lifted up his voice to the accompaniment of either saw or plane, and sang in tone outside all emotion, "Oh, say, did yer ever know sorrer like this?" Queeby had finished all her appointed tasks, save the information Boshy wanted about the water in the bucket. Remembering its feared purpose, she ignored his orders, and when, by boiling over, it threatened to put out the fire, she raised it to a crook higher in the chain, then squatted outside by the old dog. She selected the dog, for the brute, though appreciative of her company, would be undemonstrative, save for quivering body and wagging tail, but old Jimmy's begging mania would soon betray her. Close to the dog she watched for the coming of the child and Nungi, for she knew that by now their labour must have ceased. The little girl's eye service had been thorough and earnest. Long before he could sight the filled bucket, she, either sitting or leaning over the dark cavernous well, would strain her eyes, then announce, "No, nothin' in it, Nungi," which statement, though inaccurate, comforted Nungi. Moreover, should Debble be in the bucket, cowardly though it might be, her outpost proximity gave him a sense of security. Now, in gratitude, he, with her, was hunting among the wattle scrub for the promised abnormal lump of gum, atoning for its deficiency with handfuls of geebungs and 5 corner berries, and from this unexpected quarter, with the flower-decked child on his shoulder, her teeth tightly locked with the gluey wattle gum, and her arms full of its chenille tassels, he bore down on old Jimmy. Still lockjawed, the little girl, motioning back Queeby, poured the contents of her pinafore into Jimmy's eager palms, then, with her flowers, went softly in to her father. Child trouble widened her brown eyes as she turned them on the shrouded figure, stiffly outlined by the sheet, now partly screened by the mosquito net. Noiselessly she laid the clematis and wattle on her bed, then stood near the covered face, and, looking down at her untied bootlaces, sighed an impatient sigh, always well known and understood by this now unresponsive father. She waited till she worked her teeth free,
Then, from there, listen to Boshy's vocalising, with intermission for change of tools or to tap the shavings from the plane. "Wonder Boshy's noise doesn't wake father," she thought. "Father," softly, for she was hardly justified in wakening him to lace and tie her boots. "Father," louder. "I've been watering the ewes and lambs, and one ewe won't have she's little lamb, and she's lamb's crying like anything. Poor little lamb," she added in Boshy's diction and tones. Neither sound nor movement from the bed. Behind compressed lips she groaned disappointedly. "It's a long time," she sighed, moving her restless feet. "You've been a to—" "Lovey," said hunger-driven Nungi, putting his iron mouth to a crack near her. "What about me box of sardines? I feel like's if me throat was cut from ear to ear for a month o' Sundays. Asked him," taking his hand from his stomach and waving towards the workshop. "Boshy, is this the day when me father gets up?" "Why, Lovey dear, you comes a sneakin' in and a crawlin' in and a creepin' in, and I never see yer, and frightens 10 years' growth out of me. What you got on your head?" looking at Boshy's improvised cap, the flap from one corner overhanging his eyeless socket. "This is a kep, a carpenter's kep, Lovey." "It's a long time," she complained, looking towards the bedroom. "Where you been this long, long time, Lovey?" said Boshy, alert to distract her. "You know," picking gum from her teeth. "Ah, wattle gum huntin'." "Yes, and what else?" "Geebuns." "Geebungs," corrected she. "And 5 corners." "5 corners," counting her fingers. "Look at your dear little hands. There's not a meal for a mosquito." He stroked them admiringly. "Mosquitoes been biting my father, Boshy." He knew from this she had been in the dead man's room. He nodded affirmatively, then lowered his voice. "Gosh me, what a morning you've had!" Then suddenly earnest. "Where's Nungi?" he asked. "Outside, and wants his tin of sardines." "Where Jimmy is he?" She nodded. "Let's all go and get breakfast in the kitchen." "What's me father going to have for his breakfast?" asked Lovey, looking at the table set for 4. Boshy readjusted his cap divertingly, but the child re-asked. "Lovey dear, is at his breakfast." "When?" "When you was gone." "What did he have?"
"Eggs and—"
"Boiled?"
"No, fried," said Boshy, suspecting a pitfall and supplying one. Looking round the fireplace.
"Oh," she sniffed incredulously. "Where's the eggshells then?"
"What house eggs?" transposed Boshy in his agitation, and looking both sides of the fireplace also. "Now look 'ere, Lovey dear, me and a God won't love you if you keep on a ketchin' and a snarin' and a trippin' of poor old Boshy up so." The child's eyes were fastened on his face.
"Why am I?"
"By allus and continually astin' of questions. Ask no questions, Lovey, and I'll tell you no lies," he bargained, looking at her contritely. "Up with you now, Lovey, into your little cheer, and at your breakfast you goes like 1 o'clock. You know that old yellow belly goanna what's always a pokin' and a prowlin' and a poachin' after the eggs?" She nodded, the light of new interest in her eyes. "Well, when indicating Queeby, who ceased pouring the tea wonderingly to listen to incidents new to her, "or gettin' your sop ready, if 'e didn't waller right in 'ere, and as I try to snatch the tot out of 'er 'ands, your tin tot of sop."
"My tot!"
from Lovey indignantly. "Yes, your very tot, but me and 'er," frenziedly trying to lessen Queeby's surprise by including her, "grabs 'im be the scruff of the neck and the tip of the tail, makes a whistlin' stockwhip outer 'im, and slings 'im fair into the middle of next week. Cheek of 'im to want your breakfast." "An'," Lovey agreed, guarding against a recurrence by quickly gobbling the disliked bread and milk sop.
"But," she said, wiping her mouth, "it's the last time I'll have nasty sop, then he won't come after it."
After breakfast, astride the piebald pony, his long legs nearly touching the ground, Nungi, well fed and docile as a pet cat, rode off to tell and bring help from Cameron, their nearest neighbour. Boshy went back to his work, and despite Queeby's pleading eyes, the child, yielding to his tempting inducements, went with him. He sat her on the corner of the carpenter's bench, and parried or diverted her questions about her father, and the desirability of wakening him by handing her the long curled shavings. And when these palled, he wiled her on by the impossible task of teaching him her version of the 3 golden balls, a blank verse poem but rhythmically intoned, which he had taught her. There was 3 girls what was always a kiddin' and a coaxin' their fathers to buy them 3 golden balls, and any of the 3 of them what lost those golden balls was to be young. Like the mangy pup was an explanatory interruption that cost the narrator her grip. And then what they do? Begin at the startment over again afore they was 'ung, advised Boshy, unintentionally furnishing the thread she seized. So one of 'em lost a golden ball, so she was to be 'ung. Oh, 'angman, stop the rope! I think I see me dear mother comin'. A comin', corrected Boshy. A comin', with me golden ball. What she's mother says. No, I haven't got, supplied Boshy, incautiously interested. No, I haven't got your golden ball, nor I haven't come to set you free, but I have come to see you hung upon this iron gallows tree. It was a long list, and should have been a lasting lesson on the futility of expecting anything from relations or connections, for all came in Indian file, and sometimes announced by the reciter in the wrong order, but all from morbidity, though of each girl with the rope round her neck asked the same question. "Oh, dear brother," or other, "have you got me golden ball?" and promptly received the answer, facile from much repetition, therefore delivered with a steep incline. "No, I haven't got your golden ball, nor I haven't come to set you free, but I have come to see you hung upon this iron gallows tree." However, it was a splendid and seized opportunity for the true lover who turns up at the end of the list. Familiar and oft repeated as was the legend, the little girl broke it to ask, "What's a true lover?" Boshy's one eye grew reminiscent with unbidden, long-slumbering sentiment. "True lover? Well, lovey," he explained, gruffly reluctant, "he idn't a feller what goes a smellin' and a sniffin' and a sneezin' round after every rag on every bush, and a pickin' and a pluckin' and a choosin' of none." And by the way of more lucidity, he added, "Nor one what goes all through the woods and then comes out with a crooked stick, and," contritely, "only one eye. Leastways, one long-sided eye." For to no one did Boshy admit that he could not see with both. The child was looking at the empty socket. "Come here and bend down." She stood, and covering his seeing eye with one hand, held the other before the quivering muscle. "Count now. How many fingers I got?" "5," promptly from Boshy. "They's all story lies, 'cause you can see, Boshy, right enough. But," she said, slowly shaking a puzzled head at the withered eye, "you can see my 2 eyes, Boshy, but I can only see your only one eye." Boshy looked at the perturbed brow, then chanted, "I think I see me Taroo lover a-comin' wi' me a golden ball," with planning accompaniment. "What's a true lover?" re-asked Lovey, ignoring past explanations. "Taroo lover, Lovey? Well, it's this ways. An 'andsome young feller fancies some good-lookin' young woman. Well then, Lovey, God nor the devil nor no one won't keep 'em apart, and they never rests till they gets spliced. That's they ties a knot with their tongues what they can't undo with their teeth. Married, that is, and then they is a little girl like you." "Boshy, was my father and my mother, what's gone up to Mr. Gord's house, married?" "Dunno, Lovey," slowly, "and not knowin' can't say." Then gravely, "Lovey, did your daddy never tell yer? You his own flesh and blood, whether he was married or not?" "No," said she, shaking her head solemnly. "Not yet, but when me father wakes—" "That's all right, Lovey, but if he wouldn't tell yer, Lovey, 'tain't likely he'd a told me. I really can't say, as neither of 'em ever said word of mouth to me as they was. I only know he picked her up in some towen when he went down with some sheep.
and when they come 'ere I ask no questions, so's they tell me no lies. For she 'ad an eye in 'er 'ead that 'ud coax a duck, an ole duck, off of the water. I see nothin' wrong with 'er from the day I come to the day she died, and I made a coffin, same as is tappin' the boards.' 'Whose?' said the child sharply. 'Oh, Lovey dear,' entreated perturbed Boshy, unprepared with a substitute. 'Don't be always a ketchin' and a snarin' and a trippin' of me up wi' yer little staggerin' questions when I'm a thinkin' for yer good.' 'What d'yer say?' 'Just this. God in 'eaven 'elp you if they wasn't married, for nut 1 acre nur 1 'oof on this 'ere place can you claim or touch.' 'What place can't I touch?' 'This place, Merrigulandri.' 'Huh!' She sniffed incredulously. 'And even supposin' they was married, and you a gal, blest if I think you could touch it.' 'Huh!' She sniffed again, but Boshy was deep in the issues of entail, early English, all he had known. The child with both hands demonstrated her sense and power to touch, while listening to him in silence. He raised his foot on a stool, and leaning his elbow on his knee, held his head with his palm. 'Why can't I touch it?' asked the child, still working her pliant fingers. ''Cause bein' a gal. Who can stop me? The Crown of England, where I come from, or maybe the Government 'ere'll step in and claim as they's the next in kin, and swaller their 'ole damn lot in one gulp, the greedy, guzzlin', plunderin' crew.' He was greatly excited. 'That it may bust 'em if they do.' 'They've busted poor old Strawberry,' interposed Lovey. As excited Boshy ignored this one glint of comprehension, she added, 'I can touch everything I want to,' rousing Boshy by verifying this on him. 'They's the smallest and the loveliest little 'ands on this 'ere earth,' kissing them. 'And you're the innocentest little lamb too,' stroking her tousled, wattle-perfumed hair. 'I'm a big girl, Boshy.' 'Yes' sorrowfully as to the sex, 'and for once I wish to Christ you wasn't a girl, Lovey.' It was too dark a mood to hold the child. 'Oh, you make your box, Boshy. I,' shaking her head, 'don't want no more golden balls. I want me father. He's a long time wakin' up,' fretfully shaping her face for tears and twisting her body impatiently. 'You're gettin' sleepy tired, Lovey of mine. You've been up long agen daybreak. Come' sitting swaying on his knees like a cradle, 'till I sing you to bye-bye.' 'And when I go to bye-bye, where'll you put me to sleep?' 'Side of your daddy,' promised Boshy, not looking at her. She came to his arms and instantly shut both eyes. He, looking down at her tightly closed lids and mouth, was not deceived, as tensely still in his arms she lay. 'Don't shut your eyes a puppets, Lovey. Keep 'em open' he pleaded, 'and wait till I sing you to bye-bye, really.' 'Sing quick then, less I will.' Yielding to the sentimental, he began. Oh, it was all in the month of May, when green buds was swellin'. A young man on his deathbed lay, for the love of Barbary Allen, for the love— No, not that one, she interrupted impatiently. 'What now, Lovey?' She was thoughtful. 'Little more cider?' Boshy prompted. She nodded, and he broke out jauntily. 'A little more cider for Miss Dinah, a little more cider to-a-hoo, a little more cider for Miss Dinah, a little more cider to-a-hoo.' She suffered this for a time because the motion of his rapidly jerking footbeats interfered with her speech. However, she stopped him with her hand on his mouth. Boshy looked into her sleepless eyes with their strange, lonely expression, and began another with equally vigorous foot movement. 'Blow, bellers, blow, blow, bellers, blow. Knock away, boys, for an hour or so. And it's double shuffle on with the re-roll radio. And it's double shuffle on with the re-roll ray. And it's double shuffle on with the re-roll radio. And it's double shuffle on with the re-roll ray. Wide open eyes looked up at him when he paused for breath, and again he returned to the sentimental.
Oh, me pretty, pretty bird, and me well-feathered bird, don't crow until it be day, and your comb it shall be of the yellow beaten gold, and your wings of the silver so grey. But the bird it was false, and very, very false, and it crowed an hour too soon, and she thought it was day, and she sent her love away, and 'twas only the light of the moon. She seemed too deeply interested for sleep. "Sing more again." So, changing his programme, behind closed teeth, he crooned with insinuating dreaminess his unfailing cat slumber song. Crowing a goggy's gone to sleepy to marry a wife of Donald McGibby. Goody lover, goody giver, everything to chicken liver. Blow high ye winds that live together, blow low ye winds that live forever. From chimney tops you'll shift 'em never. Zoom Oregon, Sam Oregon, Sam Sam see. She yawned, and with renewed hope and earnestness Boshy went on, till she suddenly requested, "Sing Pretty Pretty Bird again." "No, no, crow, Boshy," suddenly. "Oh, Lovey," reproachfully, "nut crow, Lovey," disapprovingly, for no sleep that way. "Jim crow, Lovey, do you mean?" hopefully. "No, no," but stroking his face coaxingly. "Crow like nice, good cock-a-doo. What made she's love wake up and go away?" "Ah, Lovey, can't go to sleep along of me a-crowin', that a cock-a-doo oughtn't to have crowed." "Well, you crow and I'll go to sleep then," she promised. Boshy gave an incipient crow. "That's only like a little cock-a-doo. Stand up," she said, slipping down between his knees, "and clap your wings like what they do and crow, big, big, like big cock-a-doo," she said breathlessly. Boshy's best efforts failed to stimulate the roosters, which seemed to him to be the child's desire, for she listened intently for outside sound. "Laugh like laughin' jackasses," she commanded abruptly, changing her tactics, a grim intent about her mouth. "What, oh, you bold jackasses are laughin' so loud," chanted Boshy, uncertain about laughing mimicry. "That right, Lovey?" "Laugh like what they do." Boshy did, nobly. "Laugh louder 'n what they do," she exacted. Boshy tiptoed, raised his head towards the roof, and made a supreme effort. The old dog growled disapprovingly, and dozing Jimmy laughed unintelligently. Boshy grinned at both tributes. "Laugh more again, Boshy. Go on," said the child, tiptoeing in her eagerness. Boshy, elated, improvised a series of unbirdlike notes, startlingly loud, and new to all feathered folk. "What about that lot, Lovey?" he asked, hungry for her approval, and disappointed, for she had turned towards the door. She looked back at him, a look on her face new to him. "Now let's see, didn't that wake me father?" Boshy raised his hands. "Oh, Lovey, oh, Gord A'mighty, Lovey, you to play a trick like that on poor me!" gasped he, aghast, undone by her ruse. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 50 miles parted the dead man's property and Cameron, and it was not till the afternoon of the next day that he with his daughter Margaret drove up. Boshy, with Lovey beside him, was watching for them. Margaret held out her arms for the little orphan, but she shrank from them closer to Boshy, who gripped her hand. Cameron bared his head, and noiselessly they entered the house. Boshy, leading Lovey, came out a little later to the kitchen and bade Queeby "take Lovey for a tartar in the scrub", while he, Cameron, and Margaret discussed things inside. Queeby instead went to Jimmy, still lying or squatting between the myall logs, and greedily begging from an uninterested horse grazing near, for as a food beggar Jimmy was ceaseless. Even in his sleep his hands went out. "Cobbin master (God) spillum flour bag" (frost) "last night on poor Jimmy. Plurry cold," he complained to the child. "White fella frost last night." She understood and covered him with a bag. Laying his hands on his moon-whitened head, he continued, "Yorgin" (hungry). "Poor fella me, tumble down Jimmy, poor fella me," was a further demand for food. Then angrily, "That fella," pointing out on the plain to Nungi, "been eatin' big fella breakfast. Bug give it poor fella Jimmy any breakfast." He squeaked harshly in self-pity, pointing from his mouth to his stomach, whining, "Yorgin, Yorgin." His hungry importunity was no more to the child than the magpie's, for in that respect the magpie was his superior. The methods of both were strangely alike, and had long since palled on her, and this afternoon she hardly saw him. Leaving Queeby with him, she went noiselessly round to the widest crack in the bedroom and looked through. Still that silent, sleeping father. She put her mouth to a crack and directed a deep sigh to his ear. The net and sheet fluttered, and the child's heart beat audibly. "Father," she whispered, tremulous with hope, but neither motion nor sound answered her. Child though she was, the sense of the mysterious fell upon her, and her mouth set maturely as she turned away. "Sweet, pretty little creature," the birds, her old friends, twittered to her. She turned from them and the scrub with its lurking shadows, and looked across the plain. The ewes and lambs were again round the empty troughs surrounding the well. She climbed on the butcher's block near the meat room. From this coign she could see the graves. One end of the palisading was down, and she saw the dirt being flung up under the myall clump by two of Cameron's men. Since the coming of Margaret Cameron and her father, Lovey had ceased to ask questions, but had followed their every movement with widely questioning eyes. She went now to the chimney corner and applied her eye to a well-known crack. Margaret sat beside her father on a stool, and Boshy stood facing them and herself, his left arm extended, his thumb holding down the two middle fingers. His whole hand shook whenever he spoke, but too impartially for emphasis. "Her father wrote to me just before he died about taking her, and the child must be schooled," said Cameron. "Give me the books, I'll school her." "Town," sniffed Boshy. "Town's no place for a child like her. Nothin' in 'em but a lyin' and a swearin' and a Sabbath breakin', a drinkin' and a forgin' and a—" Boshy looked at Margaret and ceased abruptly. "I don't say such a awful thing 'ud 'appen to Lovey as that, but I see—" Boshy's jaw set. "No good in towns, ner schoolin' neither," he said sullenly. Cameron began, but Boshy stopped him. "Mr. Cameron, sir, I knows to the full you means well to Lovey all right. They," giving a backward jerk towards the bedroom and uniting it by a hand wave with the grave now being lengthened under the myalls, "may have been married or they may not have been." "Of course they were, Boshy. I've got their marriage lines here with these papers," said Cameron. "Oh, you've a-snavelled his papers then?" said Boshy suspiciously, who had been too distressfully absorbed watching Margaret pack the child's clothes to notice this. Boshy paused, and after a visible struggle went on with a matter even nearer to his heart. "Well, married or not, it'll be all the same to Lovey in the long run, you understand." Neither did. "Well, it's this way. I've been 'ere, young man and ole, leastways middle age, for though me 'ead may be a bit greyish outside, it's no ways greyish inside. Suppose you don't think I've been 'ere for the love of it, just stuck 'ere in this one-eyed country where no one comes, so the dogs don't have to bark at strangers, just for the run of me knife and pannikin." "No?" remarked Cameron, in tones inviting further confidences.
You're right there. There's been bad seasons, and there's been good, but I've been asleep with one eye open, good or bad." Boshy paused, but his hearers were again bushed as to his drift. He saw this, and in an effort to enlighten them, said slowly, "Her all want for nothin'." He put both hands in his pockets and looked from the nubbly carbuncles there outlined to the two. Still both failed to understand, or no one appeared to. Withdrawing his hands impatiently, he reluctantly said slowly, dropping his voice, "Perhaps you have noticed there's not many ole empty pickle bottles knockin' about." Then, considering this alarmingly explicit, he changed the subject hastily. "I says nothin' about 'er a-goin' with this 'ere young woman for a day or so, till we gets 'im laid by. Same time she'd be jest as well, if not better, in the scrub 'ere with Queeby, a berry hunting, as she is now. An' at the time, when all's ready, when 'er comes back an' 'er sees 'im gone, I can easily chalk 'er off by tellin' 'er 'e's gone up to Mr. Gord's 'ouse, as 'er calls it, to see 'er mammy." "Trust me for that," said Boshy, grinning egotistically. But the hearts of his hearers were still cold in his cause. Cameron was for closing the discussion as useless and ununderstandable. Boshy, mistaking the silence, winked, and looked insinuatingly from one to the other, and in gratitude further entrenched on his secretiveness. "And I may say, furthermore, seein' that I'm a talkin' to white people, that them ole empty pickle bottles is where no ole crows with colds on their chests will mistake them bottles insides for yeller cough lozenges," he went on, without pausing to elucidate to him the obviousness of his meaning. "Now what do you suppose I make out of a damn one-eyed 'ole like this? That is, annally or yearly, take season with season all round." He paused to look for commercial freemasonry from Cameron. "I couldn't say, Boshy. What do you make now?" "You wouldn't believe me. No, not if I took me oath." "Try me now," induced Cameron. Boshy looked round the room, then under the safe and sofa. Beside them only the cat by the fire. He opened the back door wide enough for the cat's exit, then, taking his cap from his head, he beat her out with it, and closed the door carefully. Backing into a corner furthest from Margaret, he beckoned to Cameron, who bent, while Boshy, tiptoeing, whispered in his ear. "No, it couldn't be done in the time," incredulously pretended Cameron. "I told you you'd doubt me word, but Gord may strike me dead if I lie," challenged and confirmed the testator. He added immediately, "But that confession has never been mouthed be me afore, not even 'im," pointing to the bedroom with one hand, and letting in the importuning cat with the other. All Boshy's past history was pure conjecture. From himself nothing had ever been gleaned, though many had pumped. "How did you come out here, Boshy?" insinuated Cameron, intent on more confidences. "That's neither 'ere nor there, and you got no business to try to get me on the raw, Mr. Cameron," said Boshy resentfully. There was an audible breathing space between the two men. Then Margaret said, "Father meant out here, Boshy, Murragullandri." "Oh," he said, relieved. "Well, I'd 'ad me belly full of towns, so I took a look round for a careful sort of mate, and be 'eavens! I got more than I wanted, for I struck one as mean as cat's meat, Pat the Jew as he was called, soon give the bush best, and I 'ear now that he is the landed proprietor of the Court 'Ouse Hotel, and quite the juicy cockroach." He paused and allowed a smile to form and slowly fade at his mental picture of his old mate as a Boniface, and reminiscence hazed his one eye and relaxed his mouth. "We camped one evening at Narrangidgery Creek, close be a Cocky's 'umstead. We was clean dead beat, and 'adn't tasted a bite of fresh meat for some time, and when we sees a couple of women a roundin' up and a runnin' in some cattle, tired as we was, we bucks up and gives 'em an 'and. Well, in less'n no time, the ole woman she brings out 'er gun and pops one off fust go. After that, me and Pat rolls in and skins and dresses it, but be 'eavens, the ole woman was a standin' by, and not even so much as a lick at the blood would 'er let 'er two dogs sneak, and them as dead beat as we was. By and by the two women starts a runnin' off the," looking at Margaret, "the entrails, but the two of 'em was at the same time a beatin' and a beltin' and a bashin' of both dogs' back. We tried to coax the skirts and liver out of her. "I gie away nothin'," she said, and be 'eavens, that was all we did get, so we christened the place "Gie away nothin' at all." "Now," said Cameron, "we must buck up, it's getting late. Now about the child, Boshy. She must come with us, you see." "I see nothin' of the sort," replied Boshy, surprised. "Who's got the best right to her, strangers or them as weaned her? Yes, s'elp me Gord, weaned her," he added fiercely, looking from one to the other. Then suddenly softening, "Mr. Cameron and you, young woman," his pleading mouth worked tremulously, "'twas I as weaned her from her mother, almost, and—" red spots glowing on his cheekbones. "Gord's me judge, to kid her even from playin' with the fowls, I used to take her into me workshop and turn meself into a blasted old rooster, a curlin' of, and a crowin' of, and a clappin' of me wings like babaggery." Boshy had turned his one eye on Cameron during this confession. Its cost, though it might have missed the man, drew toll from the woman. "Kind, kind Boshy, but you see it's for the child's good. She could not stay now." "She must be schooled, can't grow up like a wild animal," interposed Cameron. "There's not much wild animal about, Lovey, and if all comes to all, isn't the bush the proper place for a wild animal? Town's all very well for a ornery child, but Mr. Cameron, and this young woman 'ere, Lovey ain't be no means an ornery child. She's got ways be no ways ornery. In fact, they were born wi' 'em, and that's why 'er's got the 'ole of them under 'er thumb, Nungi and Queeby and old Jimmy and," after a bashful pause, "the 'ole damn lot of us." This avowal begot another. "S'elp me Gord, sir, to tell you the truth, if 'er were took away, I'd feel no better ner a ole," after a pause, "rooster what's lost a one chick." Then again brick red spots glowed on the old man's high cheekbones, and his one eye glistened. He cleared his throat shamefacedly, then proceeded, solely addressing Cameron. "Mr. Cameron, sir, 'twere I as poddied (spoon-fed) that child when 'er mammy fust weaned 'er. Why, when I was little, and they was a tryin' to wean 'er, not bite nor sup could they get into 'er little inside till I tackles 'er like this." Looking round, then, for lack of illustrative matter, improvising with his hands, "I grabs up a lot of bread and milksop and makes outside wi' it. 'Come along, cock-a-doodle-doo! Come along, chooky hen and chicks, eat up all Lovey's sop,' says I. 'What?' says I, 'you greedy chooks, not leave none for poor little baby Lovey?' says I, a spillin' of it out, and a gamminin' as they had gobbled of it all up out of me hands. Lord Gord, to see that little child, the spirit of 'er, the pluck of 'er, a fightin' wi' 'er little hands with them fowls. Game 'er is, and always was, and always will be, game as a little ant." Boshy wiped the admiring moisture from his eye with the red ear of his handkerchief cap hanging conveniently near it, then ventured on further memories connected with the child, that he, like Mary, had "pondered in his heart." "'Oly Ghost!" said he, inadvertently but appropriately invoking the Pentecostal bestower of tongues. "'Oly Ghost! 'Er could talk long before 'er could walk, and plain as you and me too. I'll allow as 'er was slow about walkin', and 'er is to this day if 'er could be carried. Now, so 'elp me God, this is as true as gospel. This is the dodge 'er got up me to try and wake up a dead daddy." He told of the crowing in his workshop, and he seemed to be gaining his cause, for Cameron's bush-worn face had grown fatherly, and Margaret wept. But he suddenly cut him short with, "Boshy, we know you have been good and kind to the child, but she must come with us for the time, then go to town to my sister to be educated. Why, my boy Andrew is there," he added, to reassure Boshy. "I've more rights to the child than any of you strangers," said Boshy determinedly. "A nice time 'er'll give you strangers, or anyone else who wants to try 'er little boots even. Not me, even if I was to put me 2 eyes out on sticks, will 'er let touch 'em. Me father will lace them,' 'er says continerally, and there 'er is, a waitin' as 'er is, for 'im as'll wake no more, to wake and lace 'em up." He paused dramatically. but soon's her nosie's dead and gone it'll be, 'Boshy, you can lace 'em up,' and 'Boshy, you can do this and do that and the other thing.' To tell 'er the real truth, I was a-thinkin', as I was a-makin' of 'is coffin, that I wouldn't be surprised if 'er didn't take to 'er daddy of me, poor little motherless, fatherless lamb that 'er is." Cameron moved towards the door. "We must take the child," he said. "She must be schooled. Suppose you could do everything else for her. You'll allow you couldn't school her, Boshy?" "Boshy'll allow nothin' at all of the sort. Wait," he earnestly commanded, as Cameron's hand went to the door, and something in his tones caused the man to obey. In the pregnant pause the cat rose from the fireplace and stretched in a strained, listening attitude, with its eyes on Boshy. "Get out of this, you listenin' tinker, yer!" He aimed a kick at her, and, again opening the door, drove her out. "There's not one in the 'ole of this district but what thinks I came out to this country for the good of me delicate constitution." Everyone in that district thought differently. "Also, as well, that I can't write." He went slowly to the topless table, and along its dusty frame laboriously traced with his forefinger, "Hugh Palmer." He raised his suddenly shrunken, withered face to Margaret's, that had as suddenly crimsoned. "If so be as I was sent out, and altered my name, you may know, young woman, I'm not the only one. Yahoo Palmer, that young blade calls hisself, but Hug Palmer his true name is, for I see a letter as a come to 'im from 'ome. In fact, the mail boy left it wi' me to give it to 'im. 'This for you,' says I. 'E takes a look at it. 'Yahoo Palmer,' 'e says, thinkin' I couldn't read. 'Hug Palmer,' I says to him, and if that young man 'ad a owned it to there and then, and why 'e was sent out to me, I'd a told 'im why I come, and said no more to one on yearth. There's more'n me in the same boat, you see, Mr. Cameron and young woman, and my name is no more Boshy 'en what that young man is Yahoo Palmer. Good of me 'ealth is my name for the cause of my voyage. Colonial experience is Mr. Yahoo Palmer's." Boshy's attempts at the English drawl of Margaret's lover, together with his wrongly bracketing him with himself as a convict, caused a burst of laughter from her father. "My word, plenty worse than you out of jail, Boshy, old man," he said, slapping him on the back. "And you know where to find 'em," said Boshy, stung by his noisy mirth, for it was to him a bitter confession, justifiable only by the greatness of the occasion, one that had induced him to uncover his two most hidden secrets. Cameron jerked his head at his daughter, and again went to the door. "I've no wish to put atween you and that young man, miss. Gord knows a conspiracy sent me here, and maybe 'e was sent out for very little. Yes, no doubt, so were 'e, and I'd rather you didn't name it to 'im, for I never be word of mouth spoke about it afore," he said in agitated uncertainty, following close after Margaret. "I won't, Boshy," she promised, too tender for Boshy's coming trial to enlighten him, even if she could. To his further dismay, the child met them outside, her eyes unnaturally open, her mouth unusually indrawn, and unnaturally and unusually silent. Cameron's man harnessed the horses and brought the buggy round to the front door. Old Jimmy immediately sidled up to the horses' heads, and in his disability to attract the bipeds, importuned the quadrupeds for bacca and tucker. Margaret Cameron, with Lovey in her arms, went into the bedroom, turned back the sheet from the brow, and held the child's immovable lips to it, then pressed her own and went to the buggy. All the household were now round it, as she placed the girl on the seat and got in. Boshy stood near, palsied, speechless. The child drew away from Margaret's sheltering arms, and shuffled to the seat's edge near Boshy. She placed one foot over the side and moved it meaningly towards him. He rushed, and with trembling fingers laced it, then the other. "Lovey," he said brokenly, holding both feet firmly. "Lovey, this is a conspiracy, a put-up thing to part us. Just you wait, Lovey of mine, just wait and see it can be done. Wait, Lovey." His lips were disobedient, but his jaw worked strenuously for the love of his heart. "Long ago A conspiracy parted me from me mother. This is another conspiracy to part us." He mouthed silently for some moments. "Wait, lovey o' mine, and see can it be done. Just wait, love." "Poor feller me!" importuned Jimmy as they drove off. "Poor feller me! Poor Tumbledown Jimmy!" as ever his hand rose and fell. Chapter 3
of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All week long the puffing and panting throat of the flour mill belched vapour-columned arches which, telescoping airily, spanned the river from bank to bank, as if purposefully linking the mill with Fireman Foreman's dwelling on the opposite side. Fireman Foreman, a godly member of the Methodist chapel, shrouded by dawn or by vapour, on his way to the mill to get up steam, was therefore seldom seen to cross. Some little ones, superstitiously awed by the mill's funnel belchings, credited him with crossing this waterway by the aerial arches, but now, in the unillusioned light and broody quiet of a Sabbath morn, the cold silent mill, shorn of its nebulous halo, looked old and worn, an aged actor off the stage. The same unsparing realism foreshortened the river's width, and directed those sentimental children's eyes to the mundane stepping stones from Foreman's to the mill. On the flat behind the mill, dawn-rising Chinamen shogged with nimble bare feet under their yoke-linked watering cans. These busy brethren, meeting sometimes on the same narrow track, would pause, ant-like, seemingly to dumbly regard one another and their burdens, then, still ant-like, pass silently to their work. No schoolboys lingered round Bob Robertson's, yclept Robertson's, blacksmith shop. For this sleepy day no lusty throat bellowed attention to the flaming tongues fanned from its bloodily blazing teeth. No luminous stars flinted from the clanking anvil. The lips of its wide-mouthed door were closed, and a cruelly prosaic touch were the Scotch twill shirt and moleskin trousers hanging across the fence. Their owner, George, the blacksmith's apprentice, always wore his Sunday suit on Saturday night, while Granny Foreman as regularly sluiced through his weekday gear. The front doors of Pat the Jew's Courthouse Hotel and its less successful rival, the Royal, were closed. Old Moore the pound keeper, Dinny Donohoe the shoemaker, Tambaroora Phil the chemist, Fry the tailor, and other thirsty backdoor compatriots viewed this inhospitable restriction with equanimity. Inside the National School, the dusty emptiness surrounding the ink-stained, knife-mutilated forms was eloquent of relaxation. Dicky, the schoolmaster's old pony, roamed in solitary dejection all round the bare schoolground. The untrodden nibblings under the fence were dry and dusty, and from the quest of these he would raise his head, and thrusting it over the bars, eye up and down the empty street, then whinny gregariously, whether for the schoolboys who had surreptitiously plucked every hair from his mane and tail, or for his workday acquaintances, the butcher and the baker's old horses, was not clear, even perhaps to him. As she entered the main street, still empty but for her, Eliza Hickson, commonly called Liz Rickson, milk girl from "up the river," crossed her leg and sat genteelly sideways on her milk saddle-bags, flour sacks ingeniously partitioned into pint or half-pint receptacles. When she passed the schoolhouse, Dicky raised his head over the rails and dropped some of his dry gleanings in his whinnied greeting to Liza's old horse. But neither Liza nor her mount responded. Unguided, he turned round the corner of the school enclosure to Sergeant Toohey, their first customer, across the river. The hollow resonance of her horse's hoofs crossing the bridge filled the vacuous morning unduly, rousing old Granny Foreman, whose night-capped head appeared through the small bedroom window. "Liza dear, do 'ee like a good girl, and I in George's clothes? 'Twill save our goin' out." But Granny bought no milk, so her double sentiment of hiding the limited extent of her grandson's wardrobe and observing the sanctity of the Sabbath appearance did not appeal to Liza. She turned her expressionless eyes on the old woman, and with "Who was your servant last year?" went undelayed up the hillside to the gaol. She meant to finish her milk delivery in time to attend morning Sunday school, for, notwithstanding her double milk duties on the Sabbath, she topped the list for regular and punctual attendance. Her next service would be the home of Widow Irvine, the well-to-do sister of Cameron Cameron. The house was on the flank of the gravelly hill, and as Liza topped this, she saw with surprise that apparently all there still slept. And as Granny McGrath's river-going geese waddled their way through the paddock next to this house, they too paused to joyfully comment on the unusual spectacle of an old and relentless dog foe still on the chain. They were not of the order that take their pleasures silently, so shrill laughter was in their gladsome-beaked communings. But it was even more galling to the vetted dog when rank and file came in a united line, and through the space between the lower rail slowly and steadily regarded him. It was a relief when a chorus of triumphant "Queg, queg, quegs" burst from them. Now only the fence and the chained dog divided them and the long-coveted grass in the home paddock. An old mother goose was for immediate action, but her less martial spouse hung back for a further futile exhibition from the dog to burst his bonds. Then, as became a cautious general, he waddled under and led the way, prescribing a safe limit. Among the dewy grass they zigzagged their destructive bills, and after each swallowing pause they craned their long necks towards the impotent dog, and the aggressive, arrogant mocking of their "queg, queg, quegs" in varied keys under his very nose was maddening. To add to his humiliation, old mare Kushla on the other side of the fence ceased licking her newly foaled offspring to gallop up from the flat. She stretched over the fence her head with extended pricked ears and questioning eyes. Then she, with equine eloquence, whinnied for an explanation from the dog of his lack of hostility to these despoilers of her foal's domain. Tightening every sinew and muscle, he gave a silent but violent exhibition of his inability to reach or disconcert these invaders. Yet unappeased, she still demanded the same duty. Her want of an ordinary horse sense to grasp the situation almost scattered his extraordinary dog sense of Sabbath sanctity. He rose and, inflating his sides, panted with mortified rage. Yet again he slackened his chain to the last loop. Then, with concentrated, soundless energy, he bounded with an impetus that turned him tail end to them. When he reversed, he found that Kushla's eyes had added contempt to complaint, and that Daddy Gander was leading a whole orchestra of amused queg quegs. He turned his eyes to his dilatory master's room, and raising his head to the heavens, sent up a prolonged howl that was utterly free from secularism. The startled geese flew incontinently, a change of expression in their quegs, and their falling feathers showed their imaginations were anticipating. Neither parsonage nor rectory kept the sanctity of the Sabbath more sacredly than this household, for Mrs. Irvine was a strict Wesleyan. Her home on weekdays was often honoured by the presence of the parson, and every Sunday at dinner. Indeed, it seemed to the culprit dog that he and his canine companions had to take on the subdued Sabbath atmosphere with the silence of the mill on Saturday afternoons. His fault now was therefore the more heinous, and guiltily he sent sidelong looks to the room of his master, Jim, man of all work, but thankfully he saw the still closed door. It was not the contented sense of a week well spent that had prolonged Jim's sleep, but the fact that the night before had been his monthly pay night. There was no variety in Jim's personal mode of celebrating these occasions, but much in his gifts to Fanny, maid of all work, his fellow servant, for in the first hour of their meeting Jim's eyes had eagerly sought the third finger on both her work-wheeled hands. From their unadorned simplicity he instantly made up his mind to wed her some day, and although passing years, chiefly of an autumnal tend, demanded an undue deciduous toll from Fanny's meagre locks and ample gums, Jim, to his credit, remained faithful. It was to this home Cameron Cameron's daughter, now Margaret Palmer, had some weeks back sent the child Lovey to be educated. There was little need for Margaret, tender soul, to write to her brother Andrew to bespeak his care for the orphaned girl. Instinctively, from the first, this silent lad took the brown-eyed bush girl at his charge. Otherwise it was a cold home for her, for there was little love in the barren widow's buxom body for any child save Andrew, whose silence was his strength, radiating security even to the inexperienced Lovey. Quickly she learned to know that a word from Andree meant more than a speech from the others. The night before, under his tuition, his own savings had been supplemented by Jim, who had pared down his gift to Fanny to assist Andrew in the purchase of a doll, much coveted by the unsophisticated child, despite its fearful and wonderful shape. There would be a heavy reckoning when Fanny found that instead of 4 yards of flannel for a petticoat, Jim had purchased only 2. Andrew knew this, and dreading her discovery, slept lightly, and consequently was awakened by the dog's howl. Hastily freeing the now repentant brute and impatiently noisy fowls, he took the milk jug from the kitchen window ledge and placed it on the gate-post. Liz Erickson, ambling downhill to fill the waiting jug, was almost shocked into a standstill by the dog's howl, but later, catching sight of Andrew, she prodded her old Neddy into a hasty jog trot. Quite unconsciously, this youth had impressed her maiden fancy, and she had a little plan ready for delivery at Sunday school this very afternoon. Liza filled the milk jug, rather ostensibly draining the quart bottle. "Good measure, Andree," she said to him, demonstrating that not one drop dripped from the inverted bottle. Most customers had accused her of a tendency to short measure by retention. "Yes," he said hurriedly, taking the jug and turning away. "Andree," she called. "Want me?" he asked, looking at her foolishly grinning mouth, but she only prodded her heels into her horse's ribs. She had meant her plan to mature at Sunday school that afternoon, but though she realized that this was a more favourable opportunity, it took time for her slow, determined brain to make the transference. "Know your lessons, Andree?" He nodded. "Find the text?" "Nah." "It's in the 4th." "Mustn't tell," from him checked her. "I'm always the first at mornin' and evenin' Sunday school, and the most regularest," said Liza, making this announcement as an offset to his display of righteousness. "Better be goin' on now, or you'll be late this mornin'," he advised, turning away. "Andree," decidedly. "What?" impatiently. She took from the saddle pocket a soiled pink wad. "Catch," she said, but it hit him on the chest. He picked it up. "Thanks," he grunted, unrolling and pocketing the acid drop, and allowing the sentiment on its kiss paper covering to flutter away unread until her strategic "Oh, ain't you going to read what's on the kiss paper? It's about you," appealed to his egotism, and he took up the paper and read, "If I see thy head on another's knee, then I'll knock saucepans out of thee." Then ungallantly he put the lolly and its love proxy on the gate-post. "I didn't give it to yer, I throwed it at yer. Know why?" "No." "'Cause I throwed me rubbish where I throwed me love," simpered sex-sophisticated Liza, her sunburnt face flooded with a mulberry hue. "Don't be a fool," and he turned away his disgusted face. "I ain't." As a guarantee she called, "Andree, you be my sweetheart and I'll be yours." "Ugh, you get on with your milk bags," he snorted, hastening into the haven of Jim's room. Ignoring Jim's hazy invitation to "give it a name", he sobered Jim's shouting hospitality by drenching him with the contents of the tin jug. Jim sat up and tried to moisten his palate with his dry tongue. "What's the time?" he asked. As if in answer, the cracked bell of the little Scotch church, first to begin and last to cease, clanged its first bell announcement. "That's the last bell, and Aunt's up this hour." Both were immorally effective statements. "'Oly Ghost, why didn't you wake me afore?" reproachfully asked Jim, staggering up. The bells of the rival churches were swift to follow the despised leader, and the combined clamour awoke the little girl. "Look," said Fanny to Andrew, as he, with studied diplomacy, went to get the first, therefore the brunt, of her anger. "Look at them potatoes." In this Sabbath-keeping household all Sunday duties possible were performed on the preceding day, Therefore Andrew, in consideration for Fanny, curling the child's hair, had overnight pared the potatoes for Sunday's dinner. Fanny's observation was very limited, and not till this morning did she find that the whole dish of potatoes, so thickly shorn by Andrew in record time, now lay in the bottom of a small dipper. Then, in addition, she enlarged on her real grievance, her just share expended on Ursie's doll. But her tirade was cut short by an unearthly wail from the child's room. Ursula felt her curl-carbuncled head. The papers were all in. She got up to look for her doll. Finding, in her sleep contortions, she had broken off a leg, she gave Rachel's cry, which the boy never forgot. Its poignancy startled even Fanny, who went speedily to the room, but her resentment rekindled when she found the cause to be the maimed doll. "Serves the both of yous right," snarled she. But Andrew soon partially assuaged the tearful child's maternal grief. He could easily mend this doll, and later he and Jim would get her better. And now the longed-for Sunday had come. Washed, uncurled, and dressed in a grotesquely long black frock and gloves, which, to keep on, she had to shut her hands, Ursie was ready for church service at 9 o'clock, all but her hat. Her first hat lay in a bandbox in her aunt's room, under the widow's new black bonnet, and the little girl's impatient feet many times went to and from the shut door. Andrew ventured at last to knock, then to intrude his head, and, discreetly augmenting the time, made a demand for the hat. The bandbox was produced, and Ursie was called, and joyfully elevated her eager little face for this large hat, mushroom in shape. Wide strings tied under the chin drew it down till the back brim grazed on the child's shoulders. It was the style of hat worn when the aunt was a child, and though 40 years stood between their ages, she saw nothing incongruous about it. And the wilderness had stood between the child and all hats, so she was ignorantly content. Andrew was sent to invite a visiting minister to dinner, and Ursie commanded to wait on the veranda. The bells had started anew, apparently refreshed by breakfast. Sunday church, new dress, gloves and hat. Ursula's heart bounded. She would be good on Sunday. A buzzing hornet plied mud-laden between the river and his nest in the chimney corner above the honeysuckle. Working at his nest on Sunday! She was shocked. Wicked twittering swallows were likewise disregarding and desecrating this holy day. She rather feared the hornet, but she vigorously shooed the naughty swallows till both her gloves fell off, but persisted in her devout efforts till the hornet, apparently disapproving of her interference, circled above her head, buzzing ominously. Despite the righteousness of her cause, she was vanquished. Retreating, she watched these uninfluenced sinners fly riverward for more mud, and as the result of the past few weeks' teaching, meditated on the judgment sure to overtake them. In their garden, just beneath her, and separated from her aunt's paddock only by a gully, the Chinamen still laboured. They were bigger than the hornets or birds, therefore wickeder. Her little heart beat faster at the sight of these grown-up Sabbath desecrators, till their offence was absorbed by a greater. Her aunt's fence ran along the river bank, and on the top rail of this several boys laboriously but adroitly balanced their progress up the river. Towels round their necks made clear their purpose. In varied ways all were intent on attracting the Chinamen for the purpose of demonstrating the superiority of the white over the coloured races. Some shouted offensive orders, others variegated chinky chows or ching-chongs. The watching child got her first lesson in the gesticulative boy language of contempt, supplied by thrust-out tongues, "Bacon that fat," and other indications of scornful disgust, but for her mercifully confined to sight, not sound. However, it seemed all in the day's work to the apparently oblivious gardeners, but the limit to the horrified child's endurance was reached when she saw these boys make a hasty raid on the unripe peaches of a laden tree growing in the corner between and overhanging both gardens. With a bursting heart she ran to Fanny. "Fanny," she gasped, "naughty, wicked boys, goin' to bogey (bathe) on Sunday are stealin' Aunt's peaches." Fanny, after making good the quantity of potatoes that Andrew's prodigality of paring necessitated, was now ungraciously preparing a salad, an extra order for the visitor parson. "Let them bogey till they bust." "But Fanny, they're stealing, and it's Sunday." The child was tensely pallid. "Sunday me eye and Betty Martin," retorted Fanny, blinking her eyes, and in tones harmonizing with her radish scraping. "What Betty Martin?" asked the chilled child, looking at both Fanny's eyes, and hoping for a more sympathetic guide and counsellor in historical Betty Martin. "Any fool knows," said equally puzzled Fanny. And at the moment Jim came hastily in with the day's wood, a duty ignored in the excitement of the night before. The sight of him recalled to Ursula her maimed doll. "Jim," she said, her lips twitching tremulously, "my doll's leg fall off in the bed last night, and naughty wicked boys are stealin' and goin' to go bogeying on Sunday." Sharp and not short was Fanny's lecture to Jim about the shortage in her flannel length, and emphatic her disbelief in Jim's assertion that old Brooks, the draper, had took him in. The price of the doll was the true explanation, and at the child's reference to it, Jim agitatedly buried his head in the dipper, and, blind to the potatoes at the bottom, rapidly drained them, then went quickly out. Disconcerted, Ursie went back to the veranda. Below the front of the house, in the hollow that the boundary fence separated from the Chinese gardens, numberless crickets filed their saws, with impartial, unsectarian opposition to the again clanging bells. Jim had told her it was sure to rain when these earth-hiding creatures cricked. No church for her then, and, as if in answer to their spiteful request, goose-coloured clouds began to gather in the west. However, across one cloud the end of a rainbow trailed fadingly. Ursula eyed it with a meaning born of the day. A little bit of Mrs. God's sash, but the grey soon covered it. The child's heart was leaden, for it might rain before church. Vague discontent with this holy home stirred her, and indefinitely she longed for some place where there was neither God to offend nor devil to fear. When Andree joined her, she was wiping her eyes with her gloves. "What's up, Ursie?" "Andree," she said in reverent tones, "just now, up in the sky, I saw a little bit of Mrs. God's sash, but she's gone now." He looked down at her, as she thought, in disbelief, so she described it. "That was a rainbow, Ursie. There's no Mrs. God." "Is she dead too, Andree, like my father?" The boy looked at her wonderingly. It was her father's death that had brought her to this loveless home, but she had not spoken of it before. He led her to the end of the veranda and pointed to the Sunday-decked folk. Then she brightened instantly, putting on her gloves in a fever to be off that moment. However, they had not long to wait, for the widow was never late for church. She took a coldly critical survey of the orphan in her clothes, a replica, save for bonnet and gloves, of herself. And for all her Sabbath emotion, the heart of this child of inexperienced bush years noted enviously the dangling beads from the bonnet and the tight kid gloves of her aunt. The last bell was still clanging as they went in. Mr. Civil, the local parson, was a listener today, and sat in the widow's pew next to her. He rose to receive them, and Andrew engineered and followed Ursie to a seat near the end. The moment the bell ceased, a fair, thick-set man adorned the pulpit, sent a pair of calculating eyes all over the building, then gave out a hymn. By the strenuous medium of Bella Watson's feet and fingers, the inharmonious harmonium's preliminary was a challenge to cracked bell and saw-filing crickets. Andrew found the place, and Ursie, standing on the seat, felt a due sense of importance in holding half his hymn book. If there was individuality in the time and tune of many of the brothers and sisters, none were too critical, church being no place for the critical. The long prayer following the singing, despite its originality and brogue, was very trying to the kneeling, restless child. More singing followed, and then came an opportunity of studying the preacher, as he, with suggestive unctuousness and double meaning, read a selection from the various Gospels of Christ's healing the blind, the sick, the lame, every miracle performed by the Saviour but that of raising the dead. There was a deep and double significance in the finishing passage, in which Jesus endows certain of his disciples with the power to likewise heal, a significance accentuated by the preacher's solemn, slow repetition of it as a text to his sermon. According to a custom instituted by Mr. Civil, the collection should precede the sermon, as many often made the length of his a pretext for leaving, and so dodging the plate. Anticipatory, Andree slipped his usual small coin into Ursie's palm, that she might experience the blessedness of giving. Plate bearers, brothers Foreman and Weldon, conscious of the dignity of their high office, stiffened into willing readiness. But today this visiting brother parson, though duly apprised, ignored the rule in favour of one of his own. Vainly the true shepherd sought to guide the collectors by directing impatient eyes, for he of the pulpit had been swift of action and had begun his sermon. Both brothers thereupon relaxed into flabby ordinariness, till the unorthodoxy of the parson held even them. The preacher was rapidly becoming notorious for his compound of soul and body curing, with the emphasis on the body. He was ever most careful to explain that he had been studying for a physician when he received his call to go and labour in the Lord's vineyard. And if the pay for the soul services was generally in the smaller coin, there were whispers in his many and unduly changed circuits that his body ministrations were much more profitable. This circumstance quickly awoke virtuous resentment in the ranks of the many orthodox and therefore impecunious labourers. Complaining reports had been made to headquarters, but though remonstrances had been made, the parson, wherever he got the chance, continued to work his double cure. His sermons were mainly anecdotes of his experiences in this dual capacity, differing only from the advertised quack cures by suppressed signature and locality. Nothing more definite than, "I remember when I was on the diggins," or "I was sent for once to visit a supposed to be dying brother or sister that all the doctors had given up. Well, after riding day and night for 48 hours, I came to the place." A graphic description would follow of the body and soul conditions of the patient, the ever-varying complaints breaking the monotony of the never-varying happy endings. Accidents and diseases had no separate place in Ursie's mind. Her mother she could not remember, neither had she any fixed idea of her father's death. "He stayed in bed a lot of days, and then Margaret says he died, and then we come away and left Boshy and stayed a long time till I came here." She found it impossible to localize, or indeed realize, any of these graphic anecdotes, with their miraculous cures by the impassioned preacher. Suddenly she remembered poor old tumble-down Jimmy, who could walk only a few yards and then fall down, and who was always hungry. Now if he could be cured! Eagerly she wanted to tell Andrew all about it, but he gave a sidelong look at the aunt and grimaced Ursie into silence. Her hat limited her view to the pulpit and its immediate surroundings. She sighed heavily and drew up her dangling feet, for even Andrew's hymn book she was not allowed to play with, not to take off her strange hat, and while nursing it, give it closer examination. She speculated uninterestedly as to the purpose of that little fence round the pulpit, till she suddenly saw the widespread communion table, then swiftly took in the outline of the cloth-crowned cruet stand. Rather a small table for such a lot of people, but they, so near the front, would be certain to get some dinner. Her gratified heart shone in her eyes and flushed face as, sidling up to Andrew, she whispered softly, "When's dinner going to be, Andree?" He took a hasty look at the other end of the pew. "It's not dinner, Urs," he whispered. She would have climbed up to her knees on the seat to be able to show him the convincing cruet, but for his restraint. He explained, "It's not for us, Urs, only for big people." She made doubly sure. "Won't we get any?" He shook his head. She immediately divined the purpose of that yard round the little table, to keep poor hungry little children, who ate only a mouthful of breakfast, from getting anything to eat. She was on her knees with her arms round Andrew's neck before he could prevent her. Her eyes were tearfully agleam as, audibly reckless, she sobbed, "Why don't all the people go home, Andree? Tell 'em not to talk to 'em any more." Andrew got up to take out the child clinging to him, but the aunt placed a firm hand on her and drew her between the frowning parson and herself. Subdued and magnetized into submission, Ursula sat turning her tearful eyes from one uncompromising face to the other, but their attention was soon diverted to another weeper. The parson was recounting a most wonderful cure of a cancer that had eaten half the face, and the complete restoration of the affected part by a bottle of medicine, the properties known only to the narrator. Old Granny Foreman's husband, long past the biblical limit of 70, had died lately of this disease. "He could have been saved. He were cut off in his prime," sobbed Granny, her grief an eloquent testimony to the harmony of their half-century of wedlock and to the moving ability of the parson. Fireman Foreman's loose-lipped mouth widened in a filial grin, dentally interesting. Grabbing his hat, he nudged his weeping and likewise preparing parent. But the reverend story-teller anticipated him. "Sit still, brother and sister. You'll not disturb me. The tears must flow, the tears must flow. Jesus wept," he added brokenly, as a precedent for shrouding his own twinkling dry orbs. Like other lawful emotions, licensed grief is generally short-lived. Beside, Granny fully expected and wanted the distinction of being led out. In the critical interval following she was resentfully silent. The wary waresman in the pulpit saw her, as she wiped her eyes, thrust in her consolatory peppermint, passed it from one cheek to the other, then glare at him. Unbaulked, the alert showman instantly shifted scene and subject, and though these he varied often, the qualities of his brother in the Lord, sitting directly under him, had no place in the discourse. Neither had church debt nor stipend fund. According to every known precedent, the text of a visiting parson should be the great virtue of the leader of the loaned flock, until, in modest self-deprecation, the recipient of these clerical posters would be forced to shake his bowed head divers times and oft. It was beyond the local parson to remain passive while this spiritual cuckoo pulled to pieces this little nest of his victim's weary upbuilding. He passed his hand several times over his bald head, cleared his throat, intimating so his disapproval of the unorthodoxy of this sermon. But his palpable restlessness and disapproval had no effect on the flush-faced orator. The majority were with him, for he knew his book of life, and was adroitly shifting the responsibility of their spiritual shortcomings and bodily ailments to the shoulders of their shepherd. Suddenly the victim filled the accusatory pause with a violent cough. The preacher waited in sympathetic silence till his reverend sufferer ceased, then asked with heavy emphasis, "But how can a poor mistaken mortal think of your immortal soul when his own poor body is racked and tormented with disease?" The widow turned her usually unemotional face to the cougher, and the concern on her countenance showed that the innuendo of the reverend alarmist had reached even her. But the organist's pretty eyes had forestalled her, and the glance she sent to the cougher said plainly, "You want my care and attention." Dimly, even the child knew. She sat near the object of attention and upturned her wondering eyes to the sympathized one. He glared back at her. But as she had wasted no sympathy, she looked away unaffected, and clicked her heels to break the monotony. The aunt, now limiting her attention to the pew, laid a reproving hand on her. She sat motionless for, to her, a fearfully long time, with her feet extended stiffly, not daring to allow them to fall in relaxation. The preacher was nearing the close, and intimating to those sick in body or mind that he might be consulted on both matters at the end of this service. A stealthy glance before and to right and left revealed to Mr. Civil that to sit tight was legible on the faces of many who throughout had audibly demonstrated their faith in the cures of the orator by their "Praise God," "Bless God." The rightful shepherd's countenance grew a grey green, realizing that the concluding sentence of this spiritual physician's exhortation, "Ho, every one that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, without money and without price," though only scripturally figurative, would have a disastrous effect upon the collection surely now to follow. The word money reminded Ursie of her possession, and she took a hasty peep at the coin in her palm, which did not escape the notice of Mr. Civil. But now, for the first time in church history, the collection seemed to have no place in the program, for the preacher introduced a closing innovation. Before sitting down, and without mentioning that "the usual collection will now be taken up," he gave out the hymn. Both the brother plate bearers had been thrown out of routine by the postponement. Collector Brother Weldon's big feet stirred nervously as he looked behind for a cue from Brother Foreman, but he was no leader. It was an agonizing few moments for Mr. Civil, and he spent them in locking and unlocking his fingers. However, the widow, clear-headed and practical, came to the rescue. She drew from her gloved palm her offering and extended it towards Brother Weldon, who with unclerical haste and noise took the office. The little girl looked round at the brothers, working their way right and left, upward, and very quickly she took in the fact that the object of these plates was for giving, not getting, and her hand closed over her coin determinedly. The plate came to their pew, and the parson, with his eyes turned upwards, held it under her hat. The widow gave her fat mite, then passed it to Andrew, who made pretence of a donation. Eagerly Mr. Civil again took the plate and held it down for Ursie's church money. This time he looked at her, and she at him, and her mouth tightened in sympathetic tension with her hand. He placed the plate between them on the seat, and seizing the child's hand, forced it open. Then into the plate went her only hope and solace for a cruelly long and disappointing morning. There was a momentary pause, filled with strenuous silence, as with wide, mutinous eyes she looked up at this leader of lambs, looking down at her with the insolence of victory. She raised her face till her hat fell back, then venomously thrust her tongue at him, till her sharp lower teeth sawed the under sinews. Given time, she would not have failed to reproduce accurately the long nose bacon that fat antics of those naughty boys that very morning, albeit it was her first lesson. Savagely the parson knocked up her chin, and with a snarl akin to Jim's dog she fastened her teeth in his coat sleeve. But Andrew managed to distract his aunt with his schoolboy trick of nose bleeding at critical exam moments, and with handkerchief to nose passed the furious child. This immediately bespoke her sympathy. Imagining him to have been the victim of their aunt, she flashed her defiant face on her, and taking his free hand unopposed went out. "Andree, Andree, what'll you do to him as soon as you grow up a big man?" In silence the boy looked into her eyes, blazing at him. He hated tears, but for choice he would have seen her weeping rather than this passionate distortion. "Tell me what you'll do to him." He went through a list of injuries. "And will that kill him up and dead like anything?" savagely asked the bloodthirsty maiden. He thought there could be no doubt. She laughed exultingly, and the boy felt cold and strangely troubled. "Won't that serve him right?" she gloated. "Won't it, Andree?" "Let's run home," said he, to lessen the tension of her fingers round his, and to get away from an indefinite sensation. "What'd you say you done?" asked incredulous Fanny. "Poked me tongue out at nasty old Civil, didn't I, Andree?" He confirmed her without enthusiasm, remembering the reckoning. Fanny grinned slow approval. "Good on yer," she said admiringly. Even Jim nodded satisfaction, and so encouraged the child gave an illustration. "And look where he made me bite meself," showing her bitten tongue. "Knocked yer chin, chopper?" inquired Fanny. The new expression appealed to Ursie, and she nodded. "Chin chopper." "The cruel crawling cur,"
said Jim. "Might tackle someone his own size." "I'll tell him what I think of him," promised Fanny, who had never been known to even answer back. "Get her something to eat," said the boy. "I will, for if she done a thing like that she deserves a real good cockroach," said Fanny, groping in the sugar basin for a lump. Ursula had barely finished when the click of the gate foretold the coming of the judgment. "Ursula!" called her aunt. Led by Andree, she went to her trial. The parson cited his case: making a noise in God's house, keeping back his fee, and yet more heinous, her tongue thrust out at him. But the child, held by the unusual hue of the widow's stolid face, did not even look at him. "Did you poke out your tongue at Mr. Civil?" demanded the purple-faced woman. The child nodded her head. "Answer me, miss," she replied, vigorously nodding her head, influenced by the widow's vibrating with anger. "You wicked bold girl! You limb of the devil!" added the minister. In the momentous pause the child drew the back of her hand across her forehead, puzzled and perplexed over the different views held by the two women of this house. Remembering Fanny's indignation over her bitten tongue, she opened her mouth and again thrust it out. "And he made me go chin chopper till I bite me tongue till it bleeded," she defended. "Hold your tongue," said the widow. "I don't know what to do with her," she said feebly, almost appealingly to the parson. "Punish her severely, then shut her up fasting for the day," said the shepherd. "Flog her severely," he repeated, noting the effect on Andrew. "She won't be flogged. No one will touch her," vowed Andrew, moving nearer Ursula. The widow's surprised eyes had gone mechanically to his face as he spoke. "Don't you interfere," snarled the parson. "What's it got to do with you?" For answer the boy's bravely challenging eyes met his, blinking vindictively. "I think to shut her up for the afternoon alone, and not allow her to go to Sunday school, will punish her," the widow said to him. "Fasting," he stipulated eagerly. She hesitated, for to her fasting would have been the heavier penalty, but her adviser pressed the point. "Fasting," she pronounced, cowardly looking away from the child, whose eyes had not wandered from her face. The gratified shepherd sat back, made a Gothic arch of his long fingers, and over it looked for distress from the sentenced sinner, yet unmoved, still watching her aunt. "No dinner, to be shut up all by yourself, no Sunday school, and no nice tickets," he added. But she would not look at him, nor did her face show any emotion. She had enough service for one day. Andrew would hit anyone who hit her. He also would get her doll for her, so she would not be alone. And thanks to Fanny, she did not want any dinner. "Will I go now, aunt?" "At once. Go at once," said the widow sternly, for the parson was now appeased. "Lock her in, Andrew," she commanded. "And bring the key to your aunt, young impudence," ordered the parson, shaking the right side of the severed Gothic arch at him. Her prison was the enclosed end of the veranda, and the boy shut and locked the glass door on the child, who, according to his whispered orders, stood in the centre watching the skylight above the door till the dinner bell rang. But the watchful parson, intent on the carrying out of the solitary confinement clause of the sentence, had shadowed the surly Andrew, and made him repeat his Sunday school lessons while dinner awaited the much overdue visiting parson, evidently doing a brisk business. Consequently, it was a weary wait for the impatient doll mother, and at last it was hastily instructed Jim's towering length that darkened the window, and his long arm dropped the promised doll through the skylight into the waiting hands, then vanished. The troubled time of the true shepherd of this wayward flock did not end with the morning, though he was now in his stronghold, fortified by an unspoken engagement with its owner. Even here this visiting brother in the Lord was tactful and steady to his purpose of disposing of his stock of medicine, charging, he said, only for the best drugs, bottles and corks. Such moderate terms appealed to the widow, who, womanlike, loved a bargain.
If she could get a few bottles of medicine that would ensure her safety in eating and drinking as much of what she liked at every meal without fear of gouty rheumatism, she would, despite the sniffing, snarling irritability of her customary shepherd. Ordering a good supply, she then demonstrated both frailty and belief by partaking with her comfortable adviser of an equal share of the second quart of porter. In righteous wrath, Mr. Civil left the dinner table to walk off his bottled anger on the front veranda. Down in the swamps of Widgewa, bye bye baby, awesomely. All the big bitey black snakes are, bye bye baby, reassuringly. But I'll tumble it off their heads, revengefully. And old Civil's too, and Andree. The parson had sneaked to the door and looked through. On a box with her back to the light sat the swaying singer, with her doll held tightly to her breast. But though he made no sound and stood back to trap her into a finish of Andree's onslaught, her quick senses had felt his shadow, and she turned quickly round. She quite understood his vehement finger movements were for her to drop the doll. Instead, her hold tightened. He thrust his jaundiced face round the corner of the dining room. "Bring the key and follow me. Only you, please." With solemn portent he commanded the well-fed widow, guiding her to the prison. "This is her repentance," he said, "playing with idols and singing songs on the Sabbath." "Where did you get that from?" pointing to the doll, asked the surprised aunt. "Out of church money. She, like another not very far away, would rob the church," supplied the clergyman, from his many injustices anxious to kick the nearest dog. "Take it from her, pull it from her, make her put it down," he gasped. The childless woman, who had been a doll-less child, took this one from the now unresisting girl. Under the widow's loose hold, its sole garment, a towel swaddling it, fell off. "A nice play toy that for a respectable girl," said the shocked parson, his lean fingers indicating the naked, maimed doll and its unabashed mother. "You'll have trouble with her, mark me," he prophesied, and as he went out his hostess followed and closed the door. The child stood, when they left her, unnaturally still, her mind skirting mature ideas, unwieldy from her immaturity. Footsteps along the veranda passed her prison, and the click of the little gate at the side brought her mind to externals. They were going to Sunday school, Andrew too, and she shut up here. A hornet had entered with the other despoilers of her peace and pleasure, and, as though it recognized it had been trapped, it buzzed distressfully from skylight to window. She looked round, and with a sense of comradeship saw it bunting and bruising itself in futile efforts for freedom. Much as she had feared it that morning, she was fearless now. Evidently the hornet had regarded her as some inanimate object, and her movements in watching it dispelled this illusion, and brought it in a threatening circle over her head. She welcomed without emotion the hostility of this foe, for with its dreadful sting it was one worthy of her mood. Her lower lip relaxed, and the sense of coming battle radiated grimly from her set face as she picked up the towel that a little before she had draped with loving maternity round her doll. "Shut up!" she commanded, twirling the towel preparatory to making a bring-down onslaught. Majestically showing the advantage of wings, it rose above her reach, and from, for her, an unattainable height, it seemed to buzz a taunt at her diminutiveness. Its noise attracted its outside mate, and the child gloried in its buzzing butts to get in. "Swizz, swizz!" she hissed in mad mockery at both. Making a ball of the towel, she flung with an effect that increased with practice, scornfully rejoicing at the cowardly discomfiture of a drowsing blowfly that one of her towel flights had disturbed. Its clumsy attempts to escape seemed to inculcate the same desire in many of the lesser species which swarmed round it, satellite-wise. She hailed any opposing force warmly, but concentrated her fight for the time on the again descending hornet, suffering it to come quite near, then making a vicious, well-calculated slap at it with the towel that sent it partially stunned to the side of the room. For swift victory she could have ended the conflict then, but she allowed it to revive and fly for a breathing spell to the dried bush, acting as a fly refuge in the centre, rousing it to another attack, destined from its monotony to end the battle. Pinioning its extremities with the edge of the towel, she crushed off its offensive and defensive weapons with a splinter from the wall. The blowfly was her next victim, but an unexciting one. Pulling off its legs, she placed it with the hornet, and both lay side by side, unprotestingly. She brushed back her hair and went from door to window. The insistent "kerr, kerr, kerr" of the crickets seemed to be the only sound of life outside, and inside the little flies had settled again, so the room was quiet. Both hornet and fly she had considered completely disabled, but when she turned to them they had disappeared. The hornet had flown to a dark corner, but the fly had unwisely soared again to the light. She captured both, and sitting down, slowly pulled off their wings. "Ah, what you do that for, Ursie?" was a protest from Andree, looking through the skylight. "'Cause now I know where they are." Defiantly, "I'll make them stay." "Poor brutes!" "I'll kill 'em all up," she snapped savagely at him. There was silence till the boy asked, "Where's your doll, Ursie?" She softened in a moment. "Oh, Andree, that nasty old Sybil made her take it from me." "Wonder where she put it?" She shook her head, intimating that she also wondered. "Where are they?" "Still in Sunday school. My nose bled again and I had to come out. Look out, Urs, and I'll jump down." He opened the skylight and, swinging with one hand on the ledge, dropped into the room. Hornet and fly, alive but feigning death, were still in her lap. He took them to the fireplace and killed them outright with his boot. "Put them out of their misery," he explained. Ursie's eyes widened and mouth tightened, but she was silent. Later, when the boy's brow was moist with his earnest efforts to make a satisfactory doll out of a bottle by filing a groove around its neck, she, from a sense of her own shortcomings, began to talk of the failings of others. With a preliminary sobbing sigh, peculiar to childhood, she began, her hand on his knee. "Andree, you know what that Gus Stein done?" "No, Urs." "Pelted a stone at a poor cat and headed it. Like anything." Andrew expressed a contempt for boys generally, albeit it was he who, just before the advent of this little girl, had been to a boys' party. "Was there any girls there?" asked Jim, an avowed admirer of the sex. "Girls? Girls, Jim? At a respectable place like that?" "And Mina too. Know what she done too, as well?" For Ursie did not choose to be the sole representative of a cruel sex. "She took Mary Wood's poor little doll and swinged it round and round be the legs till the sawdust all come out. Andree," with a quavering sigh, "that was worse'n doing that to them," jerking her head, but not looking at the murdered insects in the fireplace. Andrew agreed, and contrition was the outcome. "Did it hurt 'em, Andree?" "Same as to pull off your arms and legs, Ursie." She put her arms tightly round his neck. "Andree," she said brokenly, "I won't do it any more," shaking her head, burrowing deeply into his neck in emphasis. Shortly after there was the signalling click of the gate, and the boy was up and out of the skylight instantly. The aunt had both clergymen with her. These were the days of the sovereignty of Moody and Sankey's hymns, and presently the vigorous voice of the stranger parson sounded meaningly in scatter seeds of kindness. Mr. Civil was acrimoniously disputing the orthodoxy of this visiting brother's intention to sing this from the pulpit at the close of the evening sermon. In all matters of theological discussion the widow took no part. Being a worker, she had little to say, but she listened to both impartially. Then there was a call for Andrew, and the boy, self-briefed to obtain Ursie's release, was prompt to appear. He was to go to the visitors' quarters for Moody and Sankey's hymn book. He first made his request in an undertone to his aunt, and it was granted in the same key. While he, fleet of foot, sped on his message, the child wandered in search of Fanny or Jim. The kitchen looked coldly deserted, for on the Sabbath afternoon Fanny, according to immemorial custom, was out walking with lady friends of like occupation, whose relaxation on their Sundays out was a weekly synopsis of the shortcomings of the various "shes" they served. Ursula found Jim, fully dressed in his Sunday best, sound asleep in his little room near the brick oven at the back of the kitchen. His red necktie had slipped above his collar, and its knot, twisted under the left ear, looked like a halter that had crimsoned in doing its work. Jim's sleep contortions had left a wide skin margin between the bottom of his trousers and the top of his elastic-sided boots, so the little girl credited his tight-fitting Sunday boots with the feat of having swallowed his socks, after the manner of her own shoes. She left him and wandered disconsolately about. Frogs from the river now seemed to croak bass to the cricket's shrill orchestra, but otherwise there was a stagnant atmospheric stillness that boded well for the sky's leaden greyness. But as though they anticipated nothing from the overcast heavens, the Chinese gardeners still laboured. Ursie supposed the boys, on their return from bathing, and she in church, had stripped the peach tree, and, hidden by the gully, she went down to see. A limb covered with unripe fruit bridged the gully over her head. Digging her hands and feet into the crumbling bank, then gripping the branch, she hung on to it with one hand and stripped off a shower of peaches with the other. From the rosy side of most she took a bite. Then, from a sense of mischievous revenge, she repeated the stripping till the limb snapped in her struggles to reach those on the highest parts. She came down under it, and then the shock begot by her fall increased to terror at the sight of a Chinaman on the bank of the gully jabbering threats at her and brandishing a pitchfork. The fruit overhung their ground, and mock them at a safe distance the boys might, yet not one of them had dared openly to touch this limb. "Oh, Mr. Man, don't kill me," she pleaded, but he thrust at her with the pitchfork, then made as if to jump down. The gully tunnelled through to the river, and she ran in frenzy that way till she came to the mill. Creeping behind a pile of firewood, she crouched, almost paralysed, draining in her terror the cruellest of nature's cruelties, unreasoning child fear. The river zigzagged through the little town, and from where she lay presently she heard a woman's voice raised in weird lament. Rising cautiously, she stood on a billet of wood and saw old Granny McGrath running along the river bank. Her feet and head were bare, and her grey hair was straggling in unusual disorder. "Aroo, Andree! Aroo! Aroo!" she shrieked piercingly as she flung up her arms to the leaden sky, then breathlessly beat her breasts, and the weird cry she seemed to strike from them awed the child indefinitely. 2 other women with a sympathetic bond of race and creed were with her, and when their efforts to comfort her failed, they joined her in their national cry, "Aroo, Andree! Aroo! Aroo!" The child, for protection, ran to them. "Poor Granny," she said, catching her skirt. "What's the matter, poor Granny?" "Oh, me bye, me darlint drownded, Andree, aroo, aroo," beating her breasts. "Oh, Mother Mary o' Christ, pity me!" A tongue of forked lightning illumined the sullen heavens, and after a swift interval the rumbling thunder followed. As they turned along a bend of the river, men, 2 abreast, parted from those in the rear by a burden borne on their shoulders, came in view. At the sight of them, the women's cries increased. The men stopped, and placing the door on the ground, allowed old Granny to take into her arms the dead body of her grandson, Henry, the light and love of her lonely life. His eyes were wide open, and the tensely strung child quickly recognized him as one of the boys foremost in trespassing on God and man that morning, trespasses all of which she had committed, but in this boy's case so quickly followed by a righteous revenge. As if to assert omnipotent omnipresence, a flash of lightning splintered a tree on the flat near, and the noise of the thunder terrified the child into immediate flight, but this time she ran homeward. White and recklessly wild with fear, she ran into the parlour, and with starting eyes looked from the surprise of her aunt to Mr. Civil's unrelenting countenance. "Oh, aunt, what's that?" she gasped, for the vibration of a sudden clap of thunder had rattled the crystal pendants of the lustre vases decorating the mantelpiece. "The voice of an angry God," said God's servant, extending his forefinger at her, apparently as an index to his master. She was not safe here. Frantically she rushed out. "Andree! Andree!" she screamed, catching sight of the boy who had been seeking her. "Andree! Andree! Plant me! Plant me! God's after me! He's after me! Plant me in the brick oven!" He ran with her in his arms, and to comfort her let her creep into this refuge, then putting up the lid, stood there till the violence of the deluging rain silenced heaven's flash and fire. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ursula's church experience tempered her expectation of pleasure from school. The aristocratic master and mistress had failed in every other exploit in life, and sad and sour to the childless mistress must have been the elementary teaching of these often ill-kept little ones. Favouritism was so well understood that it provoked no protest. No matter how flagrant the offence, an excuse from the favourites cancelled the penalty, as even the most natural request had to be preferred through them. These were selected ever from the girl ranks of the prosperous, and therefore better dressed. Personal qualities or ability were with the mistress unconsidered ciphers, unless accompanied by the numerals of outward prosperity. Ursie, weird of face, her diminutive body dressed in misfitting clothes, was from the onset a target. An unconscious smile would be styled an insolent grimace, and as such chastised. The following soberly ordered countenance was a sullenness equally punished by inexhaustible quince sticks, as an example to the school. Justice or injustice grew into the impotent routine of daily life. But despite the teacher's inefficiency, omnipotent knowledge sent illuminating shafts through the child's active brain, and rapidly she ripened into a reader. On Saturday nights Andree usually read to the kitchen audience the Multum in Parvo column of the local paper, which, but for this column, might have been called Cuttings and Clippings, but instead it blossomed once a week as the worldwide advertiser. Trained so by the vivid personal atmosphere of the Multum in Parvo column, even the most elementary school fiction took on locality and individuality for Ursula. Can it be Pat or Sam? Laboriously spelled by Mary Woods from the primary reading tablet on the wall, referred to the difficulty the short-sighted master felt in knowing which was which of Pat or Sam Toohey, though when Mina Stein, who had been in the same class for months, glibly droned to an apathetic audience, "Ned's as broke as his arm," Ursula was puzzled. The only Ned she knew sat near her, industriously designing and drawing a horse, freaked generally and with figure 4s for hoofs. Gradually soaring above the limit of the weekly paper, she examined the few books on the parlour table. From familiarity, Pilgrim's Progress she disdained to inspect. Fanny, who could not read a word of it, had been given one for a Sunday school prize. The History of Jerusalem, though in red covers, was heavy and unenticing. The volumes of the Old and New Testaments, standing one on the other in the centre, were uninteresting because of their titles. Shakespeare, coverless and shabby, though not from much reading, had pictures certainly, but one illustrating Lear as a man convinced her that it was not worth perusal. Lear was a girl's name, for didn't she know Lear Cohen? Such a glaring mistake was the book's condemnation, and she tore out the leaf picture to show it to Lear. The list closed with hymn books and another little book, Maria Monk. Maria! Her aunt's name was Maria, and even the preface of this wieldy little book owned that Maria was a girl. Lying on the sloping river bank, hidden from the household, she spent hours daily absorbing the to her absorbable in Maria's ugly story. Summing up her facts and fancies, finally she was convinced that her aunt had been poor Maria, and earnestly she hoped that those in search of her very visible and incautious aunt would never succeed in kidnapping her. Lest they should, from that moment she constituted herself her aunt's bodyguard, and she went home instantly to duty. She found her in the dining room with Anne Foster, the little dressmaker, who was endeavouring to scissors through the right side of her underlip with her teeth, as proof that the compiling of a list of requisites was no tax to her. Ursula noticed that her aunt was standing when she might have sat, and that her eyes were wider open than usual. Also she breathed quickly, and kept picking up and laying down various of Anne's craft on the table. The child's face grew grave, but with wonderful patience she stood watching the widow. "You're to go a message," said her aunt, embarrassed by her steadfast scrutiny, and handing her the list. It was the first time she had been so trusted, and she felt the importance as she walked swiftly with the commission held securely to the little store styled the Commercial Exchange. She stood undecided in the middle of the entrance, then advanced and handed the order to the grocer, and he gave it his amused attention, then took it across to the drapery side. After steady perusal, the draper remarked to the grocer, "Things are rather hot for this time of the weather." "Bit sultry," agreed the grocer. "Pleasant morn this," the draper remarked to the girl to lessen her keen attention. "Think it will be wet if it rains?" asked the grocer. She was silent. Intuition told her they were mocking because she was little, and their frivolity flattened her sense of importance. Her eyes darkened, but, controlling the will of her lips to tremble, she said, "Oh, tell me, aunt, you won't give me the message that I came for. Give me that message," she excitedly demanded, reaching up her tiny hand to grasp the paper. "Sit down, miss," said the grocer, hastily bringing forward a chair, "and in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail you'll be served. Presto! Past quick and be gone, sir," he commanded the draper, who, so adjured, double-vaulted the counters hastily, in his flight striking the grocer across the back with the feather duster. Again he consulted the list, and producing a box of silk reels, remarked, "Nice looking young lady that you've got in the kitchen over there, miss." The child knew he was talking to lessen his previous offence, so she only glared at him till his next remark. "Fine head of hair she must have, to be sure." "Who?" she inquired, wonder costing her silent dignity, for Fanny was nearly bald. "Miss Fanny," supplied the grocer. "It's me she comes to see, isn't it, miss? Not him." "Yah," snorted the draper. "You're no Wesleyan. Was it your book she looked on with the other night? She's a fine scholar, miss, isn't she? Why, she can read my book upside down. Did she write this?" tapping the order. "No," said Ursie shortly. "No, not Mrs. Irvine?" Ursie shook her head. "Not aunt?" "You did then," he guessed, bending his head condescendingly down. She hesitated, then, not having seen the writing, truth conquered. "Andrew?" was another wrong venture. "Not me, and not Andrew, and not Jim wrote it, so there now," she said, triumphant in his assumed curious distress, till he, being no artist, overdid it by pretending to faint with bewilderment. "Give me my message." "Don't be trifled with, miss," advised the grocer. "Go on, you," ordered the draper, pointing to another customer. "Give that young gentleman his ha'porth of specked fruit, and not too many watermelons." Not one melon could the little girl see, though she stood on her chair the better to inspect. In angry silence she waited till the parcel and order was handed to her, then she, much disconcerted, went home. But Fanny's interest in her description of the contents of her first commission was most soothing and gratifying. "Noticed everything was white," Fanny remarked, winking vigorously. Ursula promptly assented that it had struck her, then waited for further enlightenment, which, however, came that Saturday night from the Multum in Parvo columns, which Andrew as usual read.
They say a certain buxom widow will not be so much longer.' Without pause or comment, Andrew united it to its suggestive follower. 'They say a certain lean shepherd is about to take unto himself a long-haired mate.' Fanny instantly called a halt. 'I know who they mean. See it, you?' she asked Jim exultingly. 'See what?' 'Certainly not. Catch you see anything you can't eat.' 'Well, I'd better eat you then,' with cannibalistic gallantry offered Jim. 'Can't you see it?' turning to Andrew, 'and it's sticking out a foot?' 'I can see that you are a fool.' He was suddenly violently angry. Fanny looked at Ursula. 'Of course you're too young and senserless to see it, though you done the shopping for it this morning.' Ursula flared into precocity under her scorn. 'I'm not young, and I can see it,' she declared. 'I dessay you can' agreed Fanny. 'The babe unborn could see it. A suckin' dove could. I see it myself from the very first jump.' 'So did I as well too' declared the child, her face crimsoning in her efforts to maintain her perspicuity. 'That'll do for another lie. You wasn't 'ere at first' grunted Fanny. 'I wasn't I, Andree?' 'Was she 'ere when Mr. Civil first come after your aunt?' appealed Fanny, enlightening Jim. Andrew crushed the paper noisily, his face white with disgust and anger. 'Fanny, shut up. Go to bed, Ursie,' he said curtly, a curtness that for once the child, anxious to escape from her bewildering surroundings, did not resent. The world-wide advertiser's bald statements were soon verified, but the installation of Mr. Civil as a member of the family made no great change. One night, soon as Andrew had gone out, Jim hinted to Fanny that he and some others were going to Tin Kettle some pair, whose identity puzzled Ursula. When next morning she said her aunt did not want 2 cups and saucers on her breakfast tray, Fanny turned to Andrew with a slow grin. 'Remember her gammonin' she knew all along.' 'One good thing, you'll soon get your walking ticket,' said he in a white heat. He pointedly avoided his aunt for days, and when Ursie, who watched both, would have told him what she saw, 'Don't, Ursie,' he pleaded so earnestly that she ceased, and touched by some subtlety, she refrained from talking about them, even to Fanny. But Maria Monk lay neglected on Fanny's bedroom table, for old Civil was aunt's guard now, and Ursie regretted her violent sympathy. And the parson, true to the shepherding instincts, soon began to extend his vigilance to every member of his domestic fold. It seemed to Ursie that his mission was to either catch her bootlaces untied, or a not untiable knot in them. She, Fanny, Jim, all but Andrew, submitted and bent under the yoke of his economical reform. Even his wife, tuned to obedience, ate her cold dinner on Sunday without porter. 'It is not seemly for Andrew and Ursula to be continuously together.' 'Why?' challenged the boy in tones that surprised Ursie and startled her aunt. 'Nor for James to be in the kitchen with Fanny,' piped the parson, ignoring Andrew. 'Who are you to preach propriety?' came like a blast from the boy's throat, and defiant glints of fire sparkled from his clear eyes, flashing scornfully on the parson's shifty orbs. Ursie observed too that now Andrew was taller than this guardian of morality. Yes, how tall and strong Andrew had suddenly grown. She felt a sense of security when she looked at him, as he, in open disgust, stood towering over the perturbed ex-parson. Then a strange thought troubled her. Was Andrew growing away from her? For she assuredly was very little. That afternoon, when, with Mina Stein, they were coming from school through Stein's paddock, she stood on a log to gauge their heights. But even tiptoeing did not equalize Andrew and her. She lay on the grass, vaguely troubled, for when Mina stood on the log to measure, her head was level with Andrew's. 'Sit down, get off!' said Ursula, suddenly storm-swept. Mina laughed, and in pretence of falling, put her fat arms round Andrew's neck. But her watching mother called her harshly, and in wonder Ursie got up. 'Ursie, oh you there? It's all right,' said Mrs. Stein, 'but I want Mina to stir the pig's blood.' 'We're going to kill our pig, and she wants me to stir the blood for the black puddings. Come and see' invited Mina. 'I can't go, and don't you, Ursie. You'd better not' advised Andrew. 'I will. I want to.' And in her perversity she went. Mr. Stein's foot, pressed into the pig's flank, was levering the last blood and breath through its gashed throat into a dish held under it by Mrs. Stein. Gus was attending to the boiler of scalding water. 'Run, get a spoon, Mina' said her mother. As she returned with it, 'Take this' handing the dish, 'and mind you don't let it thicken, lazy pawns.' The pig to be scalded had to be raised to the trestles, and Ursula was terrified that it might not be dead. 'Come, Mina!' all called. 'You stir while I go' said Mina, handing Ursie the spoon. Involuntarily Ursie drew back. 'I couldn't' she said, with white lips. Mina let the spoon fall into the dish and ran to help. When she returned, she dived for the disappeared spoon, and went on with her work, alternating the movement from right hand to left, taking the same occasion to slip a lolly into her mouth from her apron pocket. In sullen discontent Ursie stood, for why should Mina be taller and stronger than she? Her brown eyes darkened, and her bloodless lips, though trembling, wheeled into a determined line. 'Now I'll stir' she offered. 'Sit here then, and mind always to keep it goin' the one way. See, this way.' 'I see' said Ursula, and looking away, took the spoon. Round and round it went, and when it clicked against the tin dish, Ursie felt an electric shock. Her brows, eyelashes and eyes showed definitely hard on her colourless face. Her nostrils, filled with a steaming odour, dilated ominously. Soon her movements became spasmodic, and a few splashes stood out like crimson beauty spots on her bleached face. Still round, though slower, went the spoon. Suddenly it dropped, but her hand stirred space, till blindly, lurching forward with an inward heave, she plunged both hands into the warm blood. Partially conscious, she knew someone laid her on her back, and she, a willing sacrifice, turned so that, like the pig, the blood might be pumped thoroughly from her side. Quite reasonably she considered the cold water thrown over her useless for scalding her. Ah, but someone was raising her, so they were going to lay her on the trestles, and she not dead. She opened her eyes, took a deep breath, then limply and contritely placed both arms round Andrew's neck. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the autumn, that melancholy avenue to the dreaded winter, the subtle shadow of the infinite enthralled this bush girl. For the south was in her blood, and she loved the sun, and sighed regretfully as daily it sank earlier to lighten God's fireside. Bravely she did battle against the deciduous fate of her fuchsia, sheltering it in a warm corner where no wind could come. But inexorably the season demanded its toll, till the plant was leafless and bare. Then she, with an inward shiver, laid it aside for its frozen, sapless sleep. In solitary mood she would wander to the gloomy hills. At this season the dismantling wind, in its greedy intent to disrobe the bush, seemed to have designs even on the impregnable evergreens. She would watch this bluff, invisible shepherd winnow a variegated leaf flock, garner it assiduously, then drive it on before, whither she in sympathy would almost as speedily follow, only to see it, by this capricious captor, cruelly scattered. Ah, but she knew the wind's master, those hill-set rocks. Let it blow and beat against them as it might, there they stood, unaffected, unafraid. But how she feared them! One, the flat rock, lay like a vault, and under it, buried in its sudden fall, was said to be a mob of blacks. Suppose they were not killed, and were merely hiding, waiting to catch some unprotected one, preferably a little girl.
With ears straining and starting eyes she would hover near it. Her fear peopled and animated even the steep upright rocks, and from their pinnacles and turrets and towers faces with shaggy brows hiding malignant eyes looked down frowningly at hers, turned in magnetic awe up to them. At such times a falling leaf, for the wind in league now was still, meant a lurking human danger to her. A bird's sudden flight signified such discovery, its silence being akin to hers, for since the Sunday of the storm she had met all dangers silently. Even the waving grass betokened the stealthy steal of a snake. Yet often, very often, she braved them, all but one. The noiseless creeping of the cold shadows of winter sunset. Never must that lifeless shroud fall on her. Seeing her fleeing wildly from it, her face, white with fear, turned over her shoulder, watching the pursuing shadow, one galloped swiftly after her, calling reassuringly. She saw and heard, but undeterred she fled the faster, as though from double danger in double fear. "God, to see her run, and from nothing that I could see," he said. These wintry nights, if she turned from the fire and the beguilement of Jim's songs, to shudderingly look outside at the frosty moonlit world, Andrew's prediction that their waiting pints of water would be all ice in the morning was often a little consolation. But there were other nights, wild and stormy, when the moon had gone to another town, and every star was dark side down, and when the wind, while she slept, had left the she-oaks by the river to moan forebodingly round the house. Waking, she would for comfort light her candle, but it was only a feeble flame, wind-driven in the blustering darkness, nor could covering her head keep out the sound of the humanly howling tempest. Andree she wanted, and he, though uncalled, almost as often came, lessening by his presence her fear of the outer violence, and comforting her with the assurance that the deluging rain meant an earlier spring, which prematurely she watched for. "Spring'll soon be here now, Ursie," one day said Jim, after the consolatory manner of Andrew. "I see a cat and dog flower upon the hills to-day." "Where? What hill, Jim?" she demanded eagerly. He gave a comprehensive sweep that took in the world's circle, but she, of great faith, sought earnestly, and none were more surprised than he when, after many days' search, she returned with a precocious specimen of those tiny orchids. Joyfully, yet tenderly, she had gathered this solitary harbinger of spring, well knowing that the cold hillside would in a few weeks be carpeted with them. With the spring she had brighter moods that carried her to the side of some flower-flecked slope. Among the blossoms she would lie content, but for vying with them for the honey kiss of the transitory butterfly, busy garnering the wildflower seeds for God. Then the distant rock-garrisoned hills became castles, homes for angels. From their breath, the clouds, she peopled the sky, for to hold her there must be a human strain. The bluebell's mission was to summon the flower folk to church. Gently swaying it, she would assemble her perfumed flock, and in whispers, soft as the breezes, tell them of duty divine. So, imbued and resolute for righteousness, she would go homeward. One afternoon, passing Granny Foreman's cottage, she stopped to watch her thriftily gathering seed from balsam, stock and 4 o'clock. "The butterflies gather the wildflower seeds for God, Granny." "Deeds they doesn't. They fills their bellies with the 'oney," bleated Granny blastingly. Partially disillusioned, Ursula stood regarding the prosaic old woman thoughtfully, till the intermittent blare of Ashton's circus, rumbling down the hilly roads, caught her ear. She ran and joined the mob who had turned out to honour its coming. The tinkling cymbal and sounding brass of its itinerant band stirred her strangely. Heedless of everything, she followed with the barefooted, bareheaded children of the street, till it disappeared into the capacious backyard of Pat the Jew's livery stable. "Wait," said Nellie Lewis, the shoemaker's big-mouthed daughter, points of light blinking from her porcine eyes. "Wait, and you'll all see 'em pitchin' their tent over on the flat." Obediently Ursie waited, and a gratified thrill widened her eyes and warmed her heart when, Among the great actors about to pitch the tent, she recognized Jim. An exalted flush tingled over her body as he, no way puffed up by his artistic employment, recognized and beckoned her with one long dirty finger to come within whispering distance. "See Fanny, Ursie, and tell her to come and 'ang around about 'ere tonight, and I'll get her in." "Me too, Jim?" "Yes," promised he. Never would the girl forget that night, with its tinselled and spangled glories. She had never danced a step in her life, but that experienced girl capering with circus grace in the Highland fling would, she knew, be as nothing to her given such inspiriting music. Was she but the daring equestrian jumping through the flaming hoops, little would it matter to her if her gauzy skirts did catch. Death before the wonder-held eyes of such a throng would be painlessly sweet. She had been astride old Cushla led by Jim, and a mild trot had been an ideal, but she felt that the maddest freaks of those circling horses could not unseat her now, if the band played while she dared. She sighed heavily, for alas, her wonderful potentialities were known only to herself. Lucky, lucky Kate Ashton to enjoy this triumph, and she so big and tall, yet as the bill-posters said, only 7. But of course, living always with such clever people, how could she help being big and clever for 7? Never for a moment could she be sad with the clown continually saying such funny things, or cutting such curious capers. Her mind tragically focussed the cruel contrast between the morrow Sabbath program for the bespangled circus girl and herself. She, seated between her aunt and Mr. Civil, now retired from the ministry on a pension, listening to the wind, for it was autumn, howling vengefully round the porch, while this envied, bedight girl, eating her manifold chocolate gifts, would merrily go forth to further triumphs, laughing at the clown so philosophically funny, despite the cruel ringmaster's whip cuts. Ah, to be one of them! Tears shrouded her sleepless eyes, and her introspection made her oblivious to the fact that the circus arena was emptying of the actors. Jim, seeing and misinterpreting her evident sorrow, remarked that "the old circus company is a roguin' lot of robbers. It's only a little after 10, and here's the beers pullin' down the tent about our ears, cuttin' it short because of it bein' on'y their one night." It was even so, for with indecent haste and indifference to the vehemently disapproving, waiting audience, the circus men began to untie the ropes, and amongst the last Ursie went out sorrowfully in the rear of Fanny. But not the circumstances of the unduly ended performance, dismantled pole, nor Jim's loud assertion, "'Cept me Gord, I've seen better circus among the blacks on the Warrego," could take the ambitious taste from Ursie's unsatiated mouth. Oh, to be one of them, with the clown, merry, smiling, and whip, oblivious for an uncle instead of Mr. Civil. She sighed hopelessly, for difficulties great and unconquerable stood between her and these light-hearted folk of the tinsel and spangles. At dawn next morning she climbed on her bedroom roof to verify that the glory she saw on the night before had not been dreamed. Like dutiful Lot, unremembered but for his daring wife, she saw a cloudy mist going up to heaven, nothing else. Her mighty had flown, but they had taken her heart with them to that great world beyond these hills and near the sea. Soon as the opportunity was hers, she took from the sitting-room shelf a shell, and placing it against her ear, she listened to its sea call to her. The river suited best this mood, for it led to the sea, and thither she went, nor could she be found that morn for church. Fasting, she crouched, in hiding even from Andree, beneath the she-oaks bordering the bottomless hole that had trapped Henry McGrath. But the oak's dirging melody no longer moaned for him. Today she caught her own sad reflex in their shivering lament. Gratefully she crooned with them, so inimitably that old Christine Inglis, on her way to early mass, vowed the girl was fey. Hopelessly her eyes flitted from point to point that in brighter days and moods had given her distraction, if not pleasure. Today, in accord with her, they were suitably, sombrely shrouded. They, of course, would change, but not again could she.
Henceforth no music for her in the bush bird's minstrelsy, no pleasure in rivalry with buttercups for the butterfly's kiss. They and the flowers might all go, die, anything, even before their mutually hated winter came. All seasons would now be alike to her widowed heart. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pat the Jew, Boshy's first mate, stood with his broad back supported by the bottle shelf. He was smiling, and the satisfaction stretching his thin lips and twinkling from his squinny eyes seemed to illumine the complacency overspreading his broad face. The quarter sessions were now on, and His Honour the Judge, the Jidge, to and from Pat, had, for the first time, put up at the Courthouse Hotel, thereby justifying its name, and discrediting its older and more select rival, the Royal. Pat, after parting with Boshy, had drifted back to town possessed of 2 horses. These and himself he hired to the improvident landlady of the Courthouse Hotel, and gradually, steadily, he worked upward. A driver so careful of beast and vehicle is always to be trusted and tipped, even in his own way. "I'll pay for a drink for you, Pat." "If 'tis all the same to yer, sir, I'll take the dry sixpence," begot him Pat the dry sixpence. Slowly but surely he drove his feckless landlady into an inescapable corner, then made a hard loan bargain. Prosperous Paddy's thoughts then turned to matrimony, but not towards the much curled and beribboned maids of the Courthouse Hotel. In all his wanderings he had met but one woman whose thrift matched his own. That was the widow mistress of Gilway Nothin' All. With a load of merchandise suitable for the bush folk, Pat started a wooing, and it was while on this quest his keen business propensities begot his first cognomen, Pat the Jew. Pat found subject and scene of his wooing unaltered, but all his specious blandishments could not induce the matured matron of Gilway Nothin' All to join fortunes, though his perseverance would have delighted Bruce's spider. But in the end, Pat, acting on the mother's suggestion, had sorrowfully to shift his affections to the red-haired, speckle-faced daughter. With her he came again to the town and opened a livery stable. Shortly after, a business announcement came out in a local paper with surprising suddenness. The Courthouse Hotel was for sale. For a thin cracker of horsehair, a boy chalked on the door of Pat the Jew's livery stable, from his dictation, "Back after the sale", and when Pat came back he was the proud proprietor of the Courthouse Hotel. The townsfolk dwelt long and seriously on the moral aspect of the dry sixpence dodge, but fortunately for its author, the dryness of the subject was its refutation. Jim, now styled the Swigger, for the run of his knife and fork and tips from customers, was, he said, groom at the Courthouse Hotel, but Fanny called him "Wooden Water Joey for Pat the Jew and his crew". Jim, dressed in his other clothes, had just driven the well-lunched judge back uphill to the courthouse. "E", jerking thumb and head toward the courthouse, "e says to gimme a wet." "Is Honour the Jidge?" "Yes." "Then I'd 'ave yer mind yer manners, sir, and be after the namin' 'im so," snarled the landlord, taking up a smeary glass, holding it at long range from the tap, and filling it partially with beer but brimful of froth. Jim would have allowed it visibly to settle, but for the "Now thin" of the landlord, and in 2 gulps it was down Jim's throat. While he went back to duty, the landlord, in lettering and figuring absolutely his own, proceeded to chalk up another item to the judge's score. Then again he smiled, till a dusty swagsman dumped down his heavy swag beside the bar, and fixed his seeing eye steadfastly on the rotund proprietor, then greeted, "Day, mate." Pat's squinny eyes rested for an unwelcome moment on the wanderer, then he turned his back on him. "Don't you recognise me?" inquired Boshy, as his salutation was not returned. "You got the advantage of me," distantly replied Boniface, still with his back turned and industriously intent on polishing Jim's tumbler. "Well, I know you at once,"
said Boshy, but still Pat was not affected. "Recollect Andree Creek, and me and you a campin', and us a doin' a lot of perish there opposite Gilway Nothin' Hall?" "No," said Pat harshly, and noisily rearranging the bottles on the shelf. "Look at me," almost pleaded Boshy the lonely. "Do you mean to tell me that you can't recognize me?" "No," decidedly, but without looking. "And you don't recollect me and you 'umptin' our blueys and Redmonds out of this very town, nur our campin' at Pinchgut Creek, opposite Gilway Nothin' Hall?" Only angry silence from the landlord. "Nur the old woman and the girl with the magenta 'air and the turkey egg complexion?" inquired Boshy, eager for comradeship. But the landlord only rattled the bottles on the shelf, till the door behind him swung back. For a moment Boshy thought his senses were playing up with him, for there in the door entrance stood the identical girl, the same turkey egg complexion, stubby nose, and her red hair only changed from unkempt to kempt. "Squinny eyes must be catchin'," thought Boshy, for with increasing wonder he saw that now she possessed a pair like Pat's. "Pa," she said complainingly. "Yes, dear," replied Pat. "That Jim won't saddle me pony till 'e eats 'is dinner, 'e says." "Sen' 'im to me, and it's me that'll dale wid 'im," promised Pa. Then to Boshy, mouthing in silent wonder, "Would yerself be after shiftin' yerself in yer swag? The gintleman from the court will be comin' in just now this minute." "The Land Court?" asked Boshy, in hopeful adaptation. "Sure, what's the differ to you anyway, what court, or the likes of yer?" "My Gord, that from you to me!" said Boshy tragically. "You that till I took up wi' you was too slow to trap maggots." In white heat the publican stood glaring with his cross eyes and tasting a dry mouth. "Git out of this, or—" A waving bottle finished the sentence, but as a customer entered he put it down hastily and stood glaring through his misleading cross eyes. "May the Lord look down on me cross-eyed if I can tell which of us you're a lookin' at," shouted Boshy, covered by the newcomer and comforted by his grin, dodging out. The run of Jim's knife and fork was often strategically delayed till 2 meals ran into one. He came round to the front entrance with the saddled pony, and from him Boshy inquired the whereabouts of Mrs. Irvine, keeper of "me liddle Lovey". Jim's last glass, however small, had risen from his empty stomach into his head, thereby loosening the hinges of his usually rusty tongue. "He'll get nothin' there," advised he. "She's spliced to a parson chap. If he'd pay me what's owed to me I could stand me ground, 'stead of bein' wood and water Joey in this 'ungry 'ole," he growled. "I'm a wantin' and waitin' and a wishin' for nothin' from man or mortal, thanks be to God Almighty," explained Boshy proudly. "I come for the child Lovey." Jim, with a customary side look, took in the abnormal size of Boshy's bulging swag. "Been graftin' long?" "47 years," informed Boshy. "Never been lambed down, nor run through, nor dosed?" "Never," said Boshy, "and ain't likely to so be." "Big oath, if ole yaller lugs the parson gets wind that yer got a sprat, 'e'll try and work yer," cautioned Jim. "You think so?" said Boshy, with offensive security. "No so," from Jim curtly. "Thet's why I've got such a 'ell of a down on 'im, the way 'e razzle dazzled me for all I was worth for 'is blasted church." "You don't mean yer bits er savin's?" inquired Boshy sympathetically. "Yes, me bits er savin's for 47 years, 47 years 'ard graft. Thet's why I can't ast yer to 'ave a wet, an' no one 'ere won't ast me the way to me mouth, though I'm damn well as dry as a empty bottle." "Fine cheek 'e mus' 'ave, but 'ow did 'e git 'em out ov yer?" said Boshy, anxiously ignoring Jim's hint. "Oh, ast me somethin' easy while you're about it," said Jim irritably, having nothing ready. The resentment and injury in Jim's tone made Boshy uncomfortable. He listened respectfully, and Jim went on. "'Ow did 'e get it out ov me? Why, I know for a real fact the little chap swallered a thrippence. All the doctors went a fishin' after it, but 'ad to give it up. 'Send for Mr. Civil,' says the boy, 'he'll soon get it out ov me.'
Jim's laugh brought the landlord to the door, but he drew in his head when he saw Boshy. "Mick," he called to a brother in blue. Michael came at his bidding and stood in solemn, speechless wonder at the spectacle of the landlord about to shout. He took the gratuitous glass of swanky, but suspicion conquered. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Down with it, man," said Pat, swallowing a small dose himself, in token of safety and fellowship. "D'ye see thon?" he asked, coming straight to the point, as the policeman put down his empty glass. "Is't they swaggy beyont?" "Yes, that same." "I do. What of him?" "Thin, Mickey. Do be afther givin' him the right about." "I'll do that same." But when Bobby came out, Boshy, ignoring the footbridge across the river, was making a beeline for Lovey's home. But now Lovey was indeed lonely, for under the new regime Jim and Fanny had gone, and Andree was at school in a distant town. All this afternoon Ursula was down by the river, feeding her discontent with stories supplied by the new maid. On that same bank Maria Monk first told stumblingly her tragic tale to Ursie. She knew better now, for Fanny's successor was an up-to-date maid, who nightly burned low her tallow candle, reading of lovely Muriels, Daphnes, and Gladyses, with their titled but snubbed suitors. When she came to the scene where the haughty and pedantic Princess Machuski bids the coachman to repair to the equine establishment, dismissing him with an imperious wave of her snowy, shapely hand, Ursie closed the book. The contrast was too cruel, the matter hopeless. Her aunt's hand, if she ever did wave it, was but a blob of red fat. Nor ever, Ursie felt sure, could her aunt be got to call their little stable the equine establishment, and if she did, lame Tommy, Jim's successor, would not understand. Sighing sadly, Ursie came up the gully leading from the river to the house, as unlike the coveted castle of the princess as everything else. As she neared it, she saw a swagsman making for the side gate, and the multicoloured patches on his faded clothes reminded her instantly of the clown in Ashton's circus. Nestling close to the screening grapevine, she waited. Mr. Civil was reclining on the veranda, waiting to ensure good measure from Lizarixin, for, like himself, Liza did not allow religion to interfere with profitable business. The little gate, ensuring that privacy indicative of a front entrance, swung back noisily. Boshy stood as he sighted Mr. Civil, and, to use his own description, "Me 'eart began to kick the wind out of me when I see 'im a cross between a crow and a Chinyman." The minister's well-trained eyes soon sized the swagsman. "What are you seeking?" he asked coldly. Mrs. in?" asked Boshy throatily. "There will be a meeting next week at the schoolroom respecting the relief of the poor. Call there if you are in need of clothes." "Me in want?" said Boshy indignantly. "I like that. Why, man alive," tapping his swag, "there's all clothes 'cept a few 100 kangaroo and dingo scalps, and a couple of bottles of goanna oil for boots. I've saved over 14 shillings in carriage alone, a luggin' and a lumpin' of 'em down me own self." He looked, but there was no surprise from the parson. "Maybe meself will gi' 'em 1 or 2 little things for the poor," yielded Boshy coaxingly. "Don't trouble," said the parson distantly, unmoved by the bepatched swagsman's splendid offer. "Money perhaps more suitabler," Boshy faltered, and had his reward in a darting gleam of interest from Mr. Civil's close-set eyes. "Where have you come from?" he asked. "Merrigulandri," promptly replied Boshy, relieved that his terrible expedient had not been instantly snapped at. "Merrigulandri," repeated Mrs. Civil, emboldened by the familiar name to join the interview. "Are you Mrs. Irvine?" "I was," she said. "Cameron's sister?" asked Boshy eagerly. "Yes." "I'm Boshy, just come from there," extending his hand. "I've come for Lovey, Mrs. Irvine," he said, relaxing his intense grip.
For Ursula? She asked incredulously. Lovey, the little un as you got from Cameron's 6 years come next November. What's all this? What's all this? Broke in the parson impatiently. Ursula, suggested Mrs. Civil to Boshy. Lovey to me, he said grimly, the light of battle on his face. Come, come, stop this fooling, my good man, and get about your business. That's my business, Mr. What's your name? That's what I've patted the 'oof and 'umped me swag for last week for the child Lovey. Unprecedentedly, Mrs. Civil's curiosity conquered her lord and master's attempts to silence her with an acrimonious "Maria, go inside." Then the appearance of Ursie aided her distraction to his commands. Listening, Ursie's attuned senses saw but one solution. A clown, not the familiar one, nevertheless welcome, had come for her. "You've come for me?" she asked eagerly, revealing herself, her eyes excitedly blazing, her face crimson. Her fearlessness struck the parson dumb. "Nut you," replied Boshy, slowly swallowing and regarding this big girl with his troubled, uncertain eye, the empty socket quivering sympathetically. "You never seen me afore. You can't recognize me?" he broke a long silence to ask. She nodded affirmation diffidently but determinedly. Then with trembling lips, "What's me name?" "Boshy," she answered glibly. "You're not my little Lovey, surely not. You can't be." "I'm Ursie," sorrowfully admitted the girl. Boshy's eyes, staring into hers, seemed set. "Show me your 'ands." She held out the left. She had the book under her right arm. His eye went from it again to her eyes. Suddenly his face grew ghastly, then shrivelled, and his swag seemed voluntarily to slide from his shrunken body. Weakly his aimless hands went to his bewildered head, but did not reach it, while his eye never left hers, nor hers his. At the bidding of his beating throat, his mouth opened helplessly, but for a time his tongue clicked inarticulately against his dry palate. "Christ Gord, you got your mother's eyes!" he gasped, as he fell with his hands outstretched to reach her. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hugh Palmer, now husband of Margaret Cameron, came into the town on business soon after the advent of Boshy. In maudlin confidence, brewed at the Courthouse Hotel, he told Mr. Civil that Boshy, in addition to his 47 years' 'ard scrapin's, was credited in the bush with having discovered the dead shepherd's hidden hoard. Thenceforth the tender, patient attention of the ex-parson was at least interesting, and stay with them Boshy must. So Boshy did, and accepted these attentions and all others, paying only by diplomacy. To Ursula he explained that he knew for a real fact that Cameron had paid enough for her keep to feed them both. He effectively dodged all forms of present contributions with hints of big bequests. Neither would he borrow nor lend. However narrow the rule, the close study he had made of the borrowing devices of the few men met in the bush served him in good stead for those in town. "As fur as money's concerned, I wouldn't trust me right 'and wi' what belongs to me left," was his advice to Ursula. But to Mr. Civil, "On'y wait till I'm safe in the arms of Jesus." "But God bless my soul, Boshy, you are hale and hearty, you may see us all out," was Mr. Civil's remonstrance. "Ah, that's all you know, you or any of you. It'll not be long now. I'll never scratch a grey 'ead, shaking it in a manner suggesting a sinister foreknowledge. Only a few more trials, only a few more tears," he disconcertingly bellowed into the keen face, indecently searching his for indications of coming dissolution. There was no way for the ex-parson but to wait, patiently or otherwise. Therefrom, Boshy's saving propensities, being but the idiosyncrasies of the rich,
were mercifully endured and spoken of by Mr. Civil. Even his amazing miserliness was passed over acceptedly, for of such are the kingdom of shepherd millionaires. But one, alone in that town, stood apart from Boshy's coveted acquaintance. The prosperous landlord of the Court House Hotel would have nather thruck nor dale wid him at all, and Boshy, after the manner of all victors, unsatiated with homage, troubled incessantly how to make Pat the Jew, Pat the dry sixpence, bow the knee. "Kerry cows have long 'orns and far off fields do be green," Pat would remark when talk of Boshy's wealth went round the barroom. Pat, who knew his bush, would demand, "Sure now, and where 'ud you get it? Say now, for argument's sake, that Boshy found and grabbed old Baldy's plant. I'd ask yez, 'ow much 'ud it be, all himself and Baldy could put together the 'ole of their nat'ral lives, graftin' in the bush? Sure, the Lord help yez and your great fortunes. Sure, wouldn't some of yez get him to tell yez what bank 'olds it? Faith, I'm thinkin' 'tis the river bank." And Pat's squinny eyes would twinkle time to his harsh laugh. That was also the ex-parson's perplexity. Where did Boshy keep it? Or was it safe in such keeping? In solemn anxiety Mr. Civil sought for this information, likewise by pressing into his service the lawless element among them to instil fear into Boshy. But Boshy's one eye winked security to friend and foe. "Don't fret, Mr. Civil. Me bits of savin's is where no crows won't be a takin' me yeller boys for cough lozenges, nor me 50-pun notes for pocket 'ankerchers," was the nearest location or clue he could get from Boshy. Vainly the ex-parson preached eloquently on the hidden talents, and spoke of profitable interest to be obtained under various speculations. Beside, to keep money hidden in a napkin, Boshy would smile, was sinful, wilful waste, and instead, many and varied alluring investments were suggested. "I tell you what," said Boshy one day, after another lengthy investment sermon, "I tell you what, I'll buy the Court House Hotel if you'll run it for me." Incongruous it might be, nevertheless the ex-parson took a week to come to a decision. Even then Boshy considered that he owed his escape to Bella Watson. Bella's disappointed resentment against the union of the parson and widow Irvine had gradually disappeared. She was now a very frequent visitor at the Civils, though Boshy soon discovered, and said, that she received "only a lopsided welcome."
Before you came, she used always to come here to dinner on Sundays. Then after dinner they'd go into the parlour, and Bella played the harmonium, but Aunt went into her room and shut herself up," informed Ursie.
"To be a snoozin' or a sulkin'?" questioned Boshy.
"No, it was the porter. She drinks 2 big bottles on Sunday, and it makes her sleepy. Haven't you noticed?"
"Yes, her drinks be half too much porter. You could crack a flea in her face, for she's just a breakin' and a bustin' and a bulgin' with nourishment," he said in sudden heat. "Get her to knock it off, or I'll crack her up. Tell her so, Lovey. Her ain't a bad sort for a female."
Boshy was thoughtful for a few moments.
"Yes, sure scored by little apples, or crack up, and seems to me that would suit some people to a nicety. Get her to knock it off, be gin in the Band of Hope."
"Oh, I couldn't. I daren't speak of it to her. It's Mr. Civil's fault. At first when he came, he would not let her have any, and now he makes her take more than she wants sometimes," said Ursula.
"I see," said Boshy, knocking the ashes out of his pipe, "and the Lord help her, for her doesn't want much makin'." It was Sunday night, but neither Boshy nor Ursie stayed for the prayer meeting, for Mrs. Civil was sick. Both were sitting outside on a stool in a shadow cast by the house, near the sick woman's bedroom. "Rum yarn that at church tonight about them couple or more knowin' o' virgins, Lovey." Boshy's remark referred to the parable of the wise and foolish virgins.
"Don't you think now, Boshy, that the wise ones might have either wakened or given a little of their oil to the other poor late things?" asked Ursie.
Boshy sent a disparaging grunt through his nose. "Not only that, Lovey, but the way the greedy beggars crowed over 'em," was his comment. In silence his mind went away to Gilway Nothin' As a similar case he told Ursie the story. "But Lord, Lovey, 'ow in the name of God them fools over there,
indicating the chapel, "can be kidded to fill up that money plate reg'lar, beats me. They must get it easy, that's all I get to say. Seems you've only to get up in the box and make out that only for you a bein' sech a sheep dog, a bus-snackin' and a blatherin' and a barkin' round 'urdles day and night, without meat and drink and sleep, that Gord A'mighty 'ud be a snoozin'. Then, like a dingo, the devil 'ud be over the 'urdles a woolin' and a worritin' and a woundin' of the ewes and lambs, an'," with a laugh, "s'ep me Gord, the damned old ewes and wethers seem to be the worstest and the frightenest. Right enough to have a go at their songs, same as I do. I enjoy their songs and tunes."
Then to his own tune and time he sang some as an example. For though Boshy was a regular attendant at church services and prayer meetings, his soul offering was discordantly vocal. Moody and Sankey had sung their way into every dissentient chapel, and Boshy appreciated their words thoroughly, and sang them to a wrong tune incessantly. "There's no mistake them songs and tunes of them coves has got me by the wool proper," was his excuse for bawling them day and night. "Why doesn't aunt tell Bella Watson she doesn't—" "Listen, Lovey," Boshy interrupted her. "What's that they're a singin' of now? Safe in the arms of Jesus?" "No." "Dare to be Daniel," Ursie informed him. "Dare to be a Daniel," intoned he softly, mindful of the sick woman. "Not much goin' in among 'em over there without me," he broke in to remark. "And music seems to gimme twice the wind. I tell you what, Lovey, you must begin to learn tunes on the memoriam. It's a been on my mind for some time, but the expense pulled me up. Learn you must, then us'll 'oist me Lady Bella out of both inside 'ere and out of the church over there. You'll play the hymns, and I'll start the singin' myself." "Here they come," said Lovey, indicating two figures descending the hill. Boshy looked. "I'm a crook too, a thinkin' that in the dark all cats is grey. Sit still till us sees 'ow they says there, 'God be with yer till us meets again,'" advised he. But there was no leave taking between the parson and Bella. Mr. Civil came hastily to the house, leaving her in the shadow of the tree. He would have passed without seeing the pair on the stool, but for Boshy solemnly chanting his best attempt at "Sound the loud timbrel". "Oh, Paro is dead, but I'll never, never, no, never go back to Egypt again", to the tune of St. Patrick's Day in the morning. "Oh, you Boshy", blustered Mr. Civil, "looking at the moon?" "No, a lookin' at Miss Wetson. Seems to have lost somethin'." "Oh no, she's waiting for me to bring out her music book." "Jes' so," said Boshy, much implied in his tones. The parson went hurriedly inside, and Bella, who had seen the meeting, came down to Boshy and Ursie. "I was thirsty, so Mr. Civil said he would bring me out a drink," explained Bella. Neither Ursula nor Boshy commented. "Peculiar how thirsty singing makes you." "Very pecurial," agreed Boshy. Mr. Civil appeared with, Ursie perceived, the wrong book. "I found your book," he said, tapping it. "I told Boshy and Ursie," bleated Bella confusedly, "I wanted a drink." "Of porter, a couple of bottles?" Boshy inquired. "No, water," said Bella lamely. "Certainly, certainly, I forgot." Mr. Civil went in hurriedly to make good his forgetfulness. "Ho, everyone what are thirstieth, come to the water," chanted Boshy to encourage Bella to take more than sacramental sips. "When Lovey 'ere was a little girl, I cured 'er completely of artsin' for a drink when 'er didn't want it. Be a makin' of 'er drink it all up, poor child, whether or no. It's pretty 'ard to drink when you're nut dry, ain't it, Miss Wetson?" Bella heroically gulped several mouthfuls, then, handing back the glass to the silent shepherd, began fumbling for her handkerchief. "Strange, you always want to wipe your mouth after drinking anything, but being so thirsty, I must isn't it peculiar?" "Very pecooliar," assented Boshy, "and you've come a long step out of your way 'ome for a drink." "Yes, indeed, and I must be getting back," she agreed, including Mr. Civil in her farewells.
"That was not Bella's music book Mr. Civil had, Boshy. It was Aunt Sunday at home."
"Well, it's gone abroad now, lovey."
"Well, why did he say it was Bella's book, and why did she say she wanted a drink when she didn't?"
asked Ursie. Boshy's pipe had been out for some time, but he slowly and carefully tested it, then put it into his pocket.
"Why does she?" repeated Ursula.
"It seems to me, lovey, that these lambs of God in this town must play putty well the same games as the lambs in the bush." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Lovey, no mistake. You must learn to play the memoriam," gravely Boshy repeated next morning. "Be 'ook or be crook, you must learn to play. If I could but find out what Cameron is a payin' for yer ear, I'd know 'ow to ack. But if I 'ints to either of 'em any sich question, both of 'em buttons their lips that instant minute. I must get out of this, for I'm beginnin' to get full up of bluffin' ole yeller lugs about a leavin' 'im me money, and it's time I was earnin' more. So oncet more again I'll be bumpin' my bluey, but afore I go I must get on to Andree when he comes 'ome, to root in among the parson's papers and find out what they gut from Cameron fer yer. Me and you keepin' of 'em on the string while he does of it."
"Oh, Andree wouldn't touch their papers," said Ursula.
"Not if you was to ast 'im." She shook her head decisively, and Boshy mumbled disparagingly about Andrew and youth generally, then suddenly broke out: "But Lord God, you can't expect to put an ole 'ead on young shoulders. Why, lovey, when I think of the chance I 'ad to root and a rummage among yer dead daddy's papers afore Cameron come that time, why, I 'ad all one night and best part of next day. 'Cept me Gord, I was so honest that I never so much as laid a finger on 'em, for I never give it a thought till I see Cameron 'ad a snaffled of 'em." The muscles in his maimed eye quivered regretfully. "When I'm abed and begins to think over it, I turns quick on me other side to distract me 'eart away from sich thoughts, to think what a fool I was. Bought sense is the best sense if you don't pay too dear, as the sayin' is, and don't lose your receipt. I allus paid putty dear for mine." He was smiling silent, then added slowly and softly, "'Cep oncet." And again he paused and pondered, then suddenly, "Tetch wood, lovey, tetch wood, to stop bad luck," he said excitedly, jumping up and tapping and making her touch the seat. "Me a boastin' and a blatherin' like that, a knowin' pride goes afore a fall." And he grew strangely disturbed and troubled. Then, under pretence of being reassured by this touchwood charm, he spoke of a subject that continually appeared to be in his mind, the doings of Pat the Jew. For though Boshy did not again enter the Courthouse Hotel, some magnetic influence continually caused him to pass the bar. His mood was always indicative of Pat's trade, for if the rapacious publican happened to be in the bar alone, Boshy's one eye would take a steady, disconcerting inside survey. To Lovey he would joyfully prophesy that Pat the Jew's day was done. "Not a soul a next, nor a nigh nor a near the place. Everyone's a droppin' down to 'is tobacco juice. I've cooked 'is goose." In justice to Boshy's prediction, this was a culinary kindness that he lost no opportunity of attempting. Several times Boshy passed and repassed one afternoon, gloatingly noting that only the discomfited landlord loomed gloomily with his back to the empty fireplace, gnawing his thin moustache, or, as Boshy said, to as many as he could intercept, "a champin' and a chawin' and a chewin' of the tobacco, us knows what for." But next time the insatiable Boshy saw that Pat's daughter, named by her admiring parents Violet, but nicknamed by the Philistines the Fuchsia, had joined Pa. They stood each end of the mantelpiece, and between them on it rested a large canvas labelled "Tropical Birds at Home", the lack in etymology being equalled by the ornithology of the subjects, these being several large tropical parrots "at home" on a spray of asparagus. Boshy needed no index to the artist, for the knowledge that the Fuchsia was learning to paint pictures was common to the whole town. "It's a puttygrap, I'll take me oath that's what it is," he declared to Ursula. Nor was he comforted by her assurance that it could not be a photograph, because of the fragile impossibility of the perch of those gaudy, well-fed perchers. "Could you paint one then, with 'em a roostin' on a rose bush, Lovey?" sentimentally he inquired with eagerness. She, sorrowful for his apparent disappointment, admitted that even the fuchsia's achievement was beyond her. "Then don't be jealous, Lovey," he snapped irritably. "But s'ep me God, if I got to go barefoot, you'll go to learn," he said as he disappeared. Nothing the ex-parson could say against the expense could dissuade him from this decision. Even the girl's own opposition he beat back, resolutely meeting her unwillingness to part from him with the news that he was about to return to the bush on important business. Andrew also, by his father's command, was going back to the station. "I wouldn't leave you 'ere, Lovey, without Andrer," waving away the suggestion. "No, you can't come with me this trip, Lovey of mine," whispering, "but please God you will next time, and us'll take a memoriam with us. But Lord, us'll stay no time up there." Perhaps it was the overzealous opposition of Mr. Civil that strengthened Boshy's rash resolve, for even when the initial expenses multiplied from pence into shillings and progressed into pounds, he would neither waver nor retreat. Certainly, to enforce the shopkeeper's respectful wonder, he paid all silver outlays in copper, and pounds in silver, and all with a painfully slow reluctance. Yet in the end the girl was, all circumstances considered, fairly equipped for this venture. The memorable morning found Boshy and Andrew and her beside her boxes on the veranda, awaiting the preliminary hornblast of Jimmy Nancarron's night journeying coach. If Boshy's mind had dwelt on the parting, the strenuousness of many other ordeals had suppressed mention. But now, as Jimmy's team topped the gravelly hill, he raised his horn and proudly blew his enunciatory "Too tooly oo too, too tooly oo too, too tooly too tooly too too too." Then he noisily tooled his team to the gate. It shook the girl distressingly, but she made no sign. Only she took one swift look at Andrew and noted that he had suddenly changed from a boy into a man, with a brave, grave face. Boshy began to tremble violently. "Me ole mother called the ship as I sailed in out 'ere the Urse, and now all of a instant minute I begin to feel the same," he said, turning to silent Andrew. "Boshy, I won't go," said Ursula earnestly. "My Gord, and them expensive boxes, and more expensive duds what's in 'em, a lyin' all around. Up with yer, Lovey, into yer grand box seat," he said, in the coaxing tones of her childhood. "A box seat's extra expense, but I want all in the town to see yer. I'm all right, Lovey, so's Andrer," he encouraged, looking at a movable Andrew. "Us is both all right when us thinks on the pictures you'll paint and the tunes you'll play when us all meets again." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Even in the first little school, every lesson subject but reading baffled Ursula, and it was so in this more pretentious establishment. Arithmetic, geography, grammar, strive as ardently as she could, the girl could not get an enlightening glimmer even into their elementary principles. With music, unless she knew the tune, the teacher's efforts were wasted. But on wet days, when the attendance of day scholars was few, and the lessons were confined to poetry and history, save for dates, then Ursula shone, and though aided by the ruler she could not draw a straight line, her colour sense was wonderful. Teachers are never students of the scholars, and none of Ursula's gifts were calculated to score in that absolute, but unfortunately not obsolete institution, examinations. Disheartened by continual failure, gradually she made no effort to improve, consoling herself when she reflected on the peculiar protégés that nature selected, for from the mistress downward these learned spinsters had little of what was lovely to the girl. But when Boshy's ill-spelt, hopeful letters came, her heart charged her unsparingly, though her carefully school-dictated replies to him were destined to contain no hint of failure. Then, one day, came her first letter from Andrew, telling his aunt was very sick. He thought Ursula should come to her. Where, wondered Ursula, had he got all the money he enclosed for her fare, as she excitedly began her preparations for her return journey by train, for during these school years trains had usurped the place of Jimmy Nancarron's coach. In the early dawn, as the train slackened speed, she saw Andrew waiting for her on the platform. Despite his added height, she knew him instantly, for his steadfast, unchanged eyes shone, and had also sighted her. Eagerly Ursula thrust her hand through the window in greeting to him, but his was by then busy opening the carriage door. Her heart shrank and her face crimsoned as she stepped past him onto the platform. His whitened, and almost in silence they went homeward. That afternoon they stood at the foot of Mrs. Civil's bed. She was propped up by pillows, and through the little window, looking westward, the afternoon sun blazed unsparingly on the discoloured face of the sick woman, speechlessly rigid. Ursie stood, her eyes going from her aunt's bloated face to her swollen body, outlined and augmented by the white covering. Andrew, intently watching the girl, saw no understood sign of sorrow. Her mouth had set into a straight line, but her eyes were dry and staring. So she had left them all years ago, Boshy, he, all she knew, dry-eyed and almost silent. A sullen, laboured grief against her seized him, and as he stood there he felt without analysing that not years but the world had rolled between him and her. "Sit in the light," said the patient to Ursie that night. The girl moved, and Andrew raised the lamp to the shelf, so that its rays fell on Ursie's face. "You have your father's brow and chin, and your mother's mouth and eyes, but your grandmother's hands, they were painted by... she had fine hands." Ursie's eyes, intent on the gravely shaking head, gleamed expectantly, but the woman's face turned to Andrew. "Andrew." "Yes, aunt." "Mary Goolandry." "Now, now," stormed Mr. Civil, noisily pushing in the door. "Is this keeping quiet? Out of this, both of you." "I want to talk to them," said Mrs. Civil, raising her hand imploringly. "Another time, when you are better, my dear. Plenty of time. Come out, Andrew. Come out, you miss." Mrs. Civil's hand fell back heavily, and she closed her eyes. "Another time, Andrew," she panted. "I hear that before I came," Andrew told Ursula, "if Civil went out, that Bella Watson would come on guard, till one night aunt threw the lamp at her, then took a fit. Bella has not been near her since I came, but he is always upsetting her by taking her death for granted, so I am constantly on the watch." "Listen," whispered Andrew. "What's he reading now?" Both moved close to the patient's window. "For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive." Solemnly the ex-parson read some verses from St. Paul's mournful masterpiece, then, kneeling by the bed, prayed for the soul of one surely in the valley of the shadow of death. And like a muffled drum, the stertorous breathing of the woman on the bed beat time to the service. Looking through the window, they saw him rise from his knees, raise the lamp, and holding it close to his wife, peer keenly into her face. She lay with her eyes half closed, taking short laboured breaths through her open mouth. He put down the lamp, then harshly, partly chanted and intoned: "If thou shouldst call me to resign what most I prize, it ne'er was mine. I only yield thee what was thine. Thy will be done, thy—" Andrew's broad hand closed over the vocalist's mouth, the other had him by the neck. Ursie held the door wide open, and before the startled man could openly protest, Andrew had flung him into a corner of Ursula's one-time prison and shot the outside bolt. From some cause the ex-parson accepted this violence in silence. Waiting his opportunity, he tapped at the window as the servant passed, and she, in unquestioning surprise, freed him. His shadow fell across the window only once during Andrew's and Ursie's night watch by the aunt's bed. Baffled by the blind, he crept softly to the closed bedroom door, but hastily as he opened it, Andrew's angry countenance went more than half-way to meet his livid visage. Towards midnight the mill, now working overtime, ceased. After this it seemed to Ursula that the sick woman's pants grew more feeble and irregular. Unblinkingly the girl kept her first vigil. Andrew, looking into those sleepless eyes, thought they alone, through the wonderful change, transfiguring her from gawky girlhood into supple womanhood, had not changed. The woman on the bed gave no sign of their presence. Her mouth had fallen apart. Round it a white wheal threw into high relief the stagnant purple hue of the lips and cheeks. Her eyes were partially closed. If only she would wake and close her mouth, mentally prayed the outwardly unflinching girl. Later the doctor came, and sheltered by his presence, the sick woman's husband stood in the doorway. Nothing must be done to close that open mouth, but Ursie might, at set times, moisten the breath-dried tongue and throat. Soon after the doctor's departure, a woman, who laid out, came and stood at the bed foot in steady contemplation. "About dawn," she said to them, and went out. They heard her rouse the sleeping servant, and with her enter the kitchen. Then the noise of a fire being lighted and the fountain being filled came to the watchers. The sick woman's breathing became more fitful, her head fell aside, and the liquid Ursie would have poured down her throat oozed back. "No more," whispered Andrew, taking the spoon from Ursie. They were each side the bed, watching the sick woman. Gradually the power of the lamplight appeared to be limited to a blurred circle. There was a long, unbroken quiet, seemingly blank from its intensity, till with horrible suddenness a cock crew. The girl and youth had risen, and their hands simultaneously outstretched met across the body, now limp and motionless. Dissolution did not beautify Mrs. Civil. Her great body lay shrouded in stiffly bulging out lines, and in deference to an old custom, a plate of salt, to arrest swelling, lay with significant immovability on the stomach. Anne Foster's scissors had perforated elaborately a linen face spread, which rested as still as the salt. The white curtains and blind screening the window hung lifelessly. White drapes and covers and flowers were everywhere, and a stifling scented stillness filled the room with an intolerable odorous heaviness. As ever, an unreality girt and governed the girl's normal senses. Surely this bed scene must be familiar. An indefinable impulse seized her to go outside, find, then softly sigh through a crack, but low down. She wanted it almost level with the bed. Dazed, deathly white, but dry-eyed, she followed Andrew outside. There they parted without a word, he going swiftly up the hill, anywhere away to lose sight of her, she purposely watching him. She felt that he had failed her. Why and how was not clear, nor how much it mattered. How tall and strong he had grown, but she would not think about him, so mentally she fell apart from her old mate. Thank God she was sure of Boshy. From the kitchen came the smell and clatter of food being prepared for breakfast. Mercy, how could anyone eat? She went to her room. In the afternoon the maid came saying somebody wanted her. Outside, partly screened by the paling fence, Ursula found Fanny, who anxiously inquired the whereabouts of Mr. Civil. Ursula assured her that he was in his room, and it was quite safe for her to come in. But another purpose also kept her outside, waiting for Jim, who had promised to bring her some flowers to decorate the dead woman. Jim came downhill hastily to them, a few flowers of many hues in one hand, the other holding something under his coat. Fanny instantly complained of the colour and paucity of the blossoms displayed, whereupon Jim produced from beneath his coat a dilapidated porcelain wreath, which Fanny scorned, declaring that she knew it well, that it was off old Shiel's grave. But Jim swore that he had bought them at great expense. Then they bandied. "Grave robber! Pat the Jew's loplolly boy! Oh, rattle cheeks, hoppy go fetch it!" Till the grotesquely angry scene was interrupted by the arrival of Mina, who came asking for Andrew. With her, from a sense of duty, Ursie went again into the silence with its sickening scents. "Can I see her?" asked Mina, with orthodox interest and intent, groping for her handkerchief. Anne Foster was in charge, and ostentatiously withdrew her work of art face cover. Mina bent and kissed the partly open mouth. "Poor Mrs. Civil, don't she look peaceful and nice?" she whimpered, dabbing her dry eyes. "Very," agreed Anne, replacing the face cover, then resuming her seat with an ordered, solemn countenance. Andrew continually disappeared on pretext of duty, and Mr. Civil, as became a disconsolate mourner, kept himself and his grief in his room. Mina stayed for tea, and with disconcerting wonder Ursula watched the food pass through the lips that had so lately kissed the dead woman's, for to Ursula, even here, the cold presence of death seemed to penetrate. "Why don't you eat? Isn't Andrew gone?" asked Mina suspiciously. "Come outside," ordered Ursula, with scant ceremony, rising and forcing out her unsatisfied guest. There in the twilight they sat on a seat that Boshy had built in the recess facing the hill. From the trees crowning it, magnified, pinnacled shadows fell towards them. Below in the river valley a belated bird called plaintively to its mate. Ursula listened to it for a moment, then her eyes again sought the impelling shadows. Down the hillside came two men bearing the last solemn symbol on their shoulders. Ursula rose, then stood in line with the bearers, motionless as though waiting for inexorable fate. She suffered the grotesquely and inhumanly lengthened shadow from the men and their burden to fall on her. "Mina, Mina, oh God!" Ursula's arms went round her irresponsive friend, and her surprised tears deluged and embarrassed her. "Lord, Urs, what's the matter with you?" "Mina, Mina!" She sank on her knees, then she fell face downward, blind with tears and grief for an undefinable sorrow. It was nothing to her that in the ghastly details of the following days Mina seemed to have usurped her place. A waiting quiet possessed her, but she felt alone, though even this was, or appeared to be, of her choice. Lessons in life are seldom as moral as they should be, and Mrs. Civil's will left all her personal and real estate to her dear husband. Her beloved nephew, Andrew Cameron of Cameron, and her ward, Ursula Ewart, were unnamed in it. Boshy had hoped otherwise, but Ursula had given it no thought, even when she wrote to him, her only friend. After due delay, Boshy wrote saying he was a-comin' down at once, and for Andrew to wait till he came. With veiled hostility to Andrew, the widower suffered him to await Boshy's coming. Ursula saw that now Bella Watson's chance meetings with him had to be strategically and singly planned by Bella, whose wifely attentions to the bereaved man were markedly meaning. But those prophets of the past were surprised by the coldness and palpable annoyance of the recipient. Even in the first week his manner to Ursula, without being fatherly, had changed to the tender solicitude of a watchful guardian. He consulted her continuously on all subjects, not even accepting the indelicacy of Bella's unwelcome visits, discountenanced by him now because of Ursula's and his adored dead wife's dislike to her. Ursula felt like a trapped animal forced to feed from her hated captor's hand, but till Boshy came she would keep her mind in abeyance. Again and again the girl wrote, earnestly importuning his speedy return, but unaccountably he was still tarried. Andrew, manlike, only saw Ursula's discontent from being with them, and a moody constraint was always upon and between them. Mina, after the manner of her sex, saw much, but, unlike them, said nothing. She came very often, considering that her parents had now added accommodation to their wine business. Weeks, leaden for Ursula, went by, bringing only messages from Boshy, still on his way down. Mr. Civil's kindness daily increased to her, and but for Andrew's open hostilities would have reached him. Then widower Hugh Palmer came down from Merrigulandri, his wife Margaret having paid the toll of motherhood, and from him Ursula heard that Boshy had been camped on a faraway creek, waiting for the season of the birdling galahs.
He told me to tell you that he is up to his eyes a catchin' and a snarin' and a takin' of 'em into Coolabadarin, and a sellin' of 'em, but that he would soon be down now." Andrew was going to go back in Hugh Palmer's place, and Mina began to crochet a red and purple necktie as a parting gift. Hugh Palmer commented privately to Ursula on the harmonious blend, but said openly, with mimic tragedy, that it would cause bloodshed between Andrew and him. The outward and visible signs of moral ethics likewise were strong points with this learned Englishman. To him, despite the housekeeper, there was an impropriety in Ursula, the elderly ex-parson, and Andrew living under the one roof, a matter that, for all his aforetime vigilance, had escaped Mr. Civil. Mina's mother agreed emphatically with Palmer, too emphatically for her English. "She can go with you, Mr. Palmer. There is room in Mina's room for 2 beds." "For 2 beds, plenty room," was emphasis to an inaudible objection from Mr. Stein, who, as Palmer disappeared, added, "But what about Mina? Keep off the grass then, for Mina and Palmer." Mrs. Stein's mouth pursed scornfully. "Oh, and so is tomorrow," she said with an air of finality. "Ved, den, and we shall see," prophesied Mr. Stein. "Always you growl, or yap yap, ved, I go do my work," she said meaningly, pinning up her skirts and taking up a broom. "Oh, a damned lot you do, don't you? You want your work. When somebody's—" "Oh, somebody's will dare is shed," sneered Mrs. Stein. "Ursula's not so green as her's cabbage looking. It will be all up for Mina mit Palmer. Then you mit a long mouth." "Shust you get work," said Mina's mother, slamming the door. But Ursula would make no movement without Boshy, though she longed earnestly to lose the attention of her self-constituted guardian. On her solitary bush wanderings one afternoon, she had come to a felled wild apple tree. There it lay, denuded by time of leaf and branch and even bark. Yet still clinging with parasitical tenacity was the bunch of mistletoe that had brought about its downfall years ago, because its impregnable fruit and height had taunted her. Jim, importuned, had come with his axe and at her wish had felled it with the fruited but unripe mistletoe. She recalled everything as she stood there. Mr. Civil, warned and guided by distant axe-wangs, had found them, and had been unsparing in his condemnation of Jim's stupid waste of time in coming an unnecessary mile to chop down a tree uselessly far away. "She kidded me to," was Jim's defence, and she recollected that then she had none, nor could she now define her motive. Thoughtfully she went over all old haunts that had tempted and terrified her childhood, but they begot little of the old emotion, even when, from the coign of a precipitous rock, she surveyed the whole of this little town that, to her, bush-born, had once seemed so boundlessly vast. It had been the arena for all she read, from Maria Monk to Jesus of Nazareth. On the hill to her left was the convent, and above it, topping its fellows, stood Mount Murillo, the exceedingly high mountain where Satan had led Christ to tempt him with the kingdoms of the earth, such surely for Christ and Satan as for her then had been this great town, though now so cruelly shrunken and changed. The river flat, facing the principal street, still kept an encircled space for the crude glories of the passing circus show, but not for a moment, even now, could she dwell upon that mocking epoch, and she came down hastily. In a fertile hollow between river and hills were the remains of an aforetime vine garden, full of old-world fruit and flowers. In its centre still flourished, in native independence, a gigantic tree. Near it a forgotten family vault, gaping and mouldering, as if to hide its neglect, a tangle of rank creepers climbed over and about it. This had been her childhood's Garden of Gethsemane, and this the tree branch beneath which Christ, lonely, had wept. Today, through the fullness of years, she stood possessed with the right time and place, still she hallowed the old memories. From the garden a track led along the river to the 2 graveyards, creeds separated, but only by a stone's throw. She followed it to them. Every turn and twist, every she-oak and shrub she passed,
was reminiscent of some callow illusion that touched her even now. The snaggy hole that had been the death trap of Granny McGrath's darling, and of many others, was as treacherously quiet and still. Seemingly its only duty was to reflect the heavens. As unchanged were the Chinamen too, and as mechanically labouring, but their gardens, dotted along the river flats, had surely shrunken, and all landmarks, even the hills, had come nearer town. Her aunt was now numbered among these silent sleepers, and in the misty twilight her white headstone gleamed with ghostly effect. Here, on the tomb of one who had been done to death, and lay still unavenged, was a verse that to her had always read as a threat. Before the morning light I'll come, with Magdalen to find, with tears and sighs to Jesus' tomb, and there refresh my mind. Leavened by the old influence, she saw, in the grey dawn of a long dead day, the tomb from which Christ had risen, and Mary, that picturesque sinner, coming with spices and sweet perfume to the tomb, empty, for Christ had gone. In the ages that had passed there had been no sympathy for Mary. Mary, not his mother, but another Mary, who had waited through the long night, then, very early, while yet it was dark, had come, and he, though knowing, was gone. "Ursula!" came like an echo to her, then a well-known "Coo-ee!" Instinctively she fled back into the garden across the river, and from it again to the hills. And not till the darkness governed her mood did she suffer Andrew and Mina to find her. "Oh, what a one you are for sulkin'! We've been 'untin' for you all over the place," complained Mina. "Let's sit down. I'm knocked up." "Andrew's goin' next week, and you're to come and stay with us till Boshy comes. Then what are you going to do, Ursie?" "Write a book," she said shortly. It was a statement that took her by surprise, for till she spoke her future plans had not been within her mental focus. Andrew was silent. Mina laughed mockingly. "I'm sure. I suppose just because you've been down the country to school you've got that in your 'ead. Bah! Boshy's got no money to keep you writing books." This also was a new aspect for Ursula. "Ursula has money of her own, or will have," said Andrew. I know," said Mina, resuming her old manner. "Yeah, whoa, what's biting me? Aunts, we're sitting on an aunt's bed," she yelled, grabbing her thighs. Both she and Andrew had an active few minutes, but Ursula stood, apparently unmolested. "None on you?" inquired Mina, after much crushing defeat of her invisible foes. "No." "Not one?" Mina re-asked in surprise. "No," again stormed Ursula, fiercely and unreasonably angry. "Well, don't bite me 'ead off. They must be sugar aunts, Andrew, to tackle only me and you. Yah, there's another. Grab him, Andrew, and squeeze him. He's down me back." As they came down the hillside they met the full moon rising. By its light, Andrew, who had been keenly watching Ursula, saw among many ants one crawl towards her ear. He tore it off hastily. "Let's run downhill," he said, and taking her hand, they speedily outdistanced Mina. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Ursula woke next morning, the once familiar sound of someone's personal washing, outside on Jim's old stool, caused her to peep through the window. For many minutes she stood silently watching Boshy making his morning toilet. He, with everything else, was cruelly altered. The sparse grey locks he combed were fewer and greyer, and though the accustomed mouth circle was as obdurately set of old, his head waggled purposelessly, and his hands fumbled stiffly as he folded and replaced his pocket comb. As of old, he took down his portable glass, hanging on a nail, and carefully wiping it, replaced it in its case. But instead of sending the water from the basin with a broad, well-directed swirl over the grass, he now poured it carefully into the drain. The girl, only half dressed,
rushed out to him. "Lovey!" He looked at her steadily. "Either you growed up, or I've growed down. Which is it?" With his eye set on her face, his trembling hand sought hers. "Your dear little 'ands. Thank God, your little 'ands and feet's as same as ever. Oh, Lovey, but I'm glad to see yer, and we'll part no more. We meet to part no more," he sang joyfully. Now, at the wrong time, she could have wept with the violence of a winter sudden storm. She drove her tongue to the roof of her mouth, and set her teeth and trembling lips as she helped the bowed old man put on his coat. "Learn plenty at school, Lovey? S'pose you can make the Noel Memoriam in there all but talk?" "Boshy," she said, eager to divert him, "everyone says I can't stay here now Aunt's dead. Everyone but Mr. Civil." "Where to go to then, Lovey, do they say?" "To Mina's. Mrs. Stein says I'll be quite welcome." "Lovey, there's an ole sayin' and a terue one, that fish and friendship stinks in 24 hours. The ole man in there's ole enough to be yer grandfather, and it 'ud be all right to you if he wasn't. It's the cracked crockery you must take keer on, not the sound, and there's a good many in this yer same town is so busy a lookin' after other people's characters that they let their own goes to blazes. I can understand because of 'em, that young as you are, and ole as what 'e is, you couldn't stay 'ere on your lonesome, but now I'm 'ere." "My good Boshy, when did you come? What an unexpected pleasure!" "Last night," said Boshy, smiling grimly, and taking the widower's outstretched hand. "Sorry to 'ear of your trouble, but we've all got to face the same moosic. Funny though, but I s'pose it's because it's such a dead certain that we don't waste no time a thinkin' about it." The widower wiped his little eyes with a black bordered perfumed handkerchief, and shook his head as one impressed. "You're about goin' to go to Steins's?" asked Boshy at the breakfast table. Mr. Civil's side jerked. "No, I did not," he answered. "There's no necessity for Ursula to leave here. Mrs. Stein is a deep, designing woman." "For onct I agree with yer, parson. There is not the slightest necessity," said Boshy with blunt honesty. "Ole Mother Stein didn't come down in the last shower." He shook his head impressively. "Though 'er's got a 'ard inside, 'er knows what side ter bite a bun. Why, when they kep' their wine shanty at Widgiewa, there was a sayin' that 'er could dose any man till 'e'd be deaf and dumb and blind for a month of Sundays, and Lord, 'er 'ud skin a flea for its 'ide and taller. Not that there's anythin' against 'er for bein' savin'." "She's still a deep, designing woman," repeated Mr. Civil fiercely. "Well, let 'er be deep and the other thing. I think me and you's 'er match, don't you?" inquired Boshy jocularly. Mr. Civil did not appear so sanguine, but with the coming of Boshy, Mrs. Stein stayed her hand. At first it seemed sufficient for Boshy to be near his Lovey, but gradually he began to probe for her accomplishments. Chiefest to him was her music, and in this of all she shone least. The Greek proprieties in connection with her aunt's death helped Ursula to stave Boshy's knowledge of this inefficiency, but though she clambered through the Sunday school window to practice, it came. Sore was his disappointment to find that after 3, to quote him, "abnormous expensy 'ears", Ursie could not play nearly as well as Bella Watson. "Lord, Lovey, I thought as you'd a licked 'er into a cocked 'at in less'n no time, Lovey," gravely. "You must a been a spongin' and a slungin' of yer time, for you got more brains than any of 'em, and yer little 'ands not a stretchin' far enough is on'y an excuse." He would listen in sad silence to her slow, laboured efforts to play even a simple hymn. "Lord, the way I been a blowin' and a boastin' and a blatherin' about yer music! Oh Lord, rattle into it, Lovey, and makes believe as what you was only a gammonin' as you couldn't." "Then the notes would be wrong, Boshy," she said brokenly, for she felt his disappointment keenly. "I wouldn't know, no more would none of 'em know, if they was wrong, Lovey, if you could make a bellerin', thunderin' noise," he assured her. To console him she set her mouth, and battered from the wheezy old organ a spirited effect of discords. Christ, if they was only right, what I'd give!" was his fervent comment, but his daily request for a repetition of her improvisation filled her with a nauseating dread. Yet he met any hostile remark about her loyally with, "How can you expect 'er, wi' 'er liddle 'ands, to kick up the same row as you wi' yer lanky triantelopes? Why, look at 'er 'ands, no more'n a musketeer meal," was his offensive defence to Mina. "I never trust a woman wi' long 'ands," looking at hers, "and a liddle mouth full of teeth like a cross-cut saw. I find they're just about as warm-'earted." Daily Ursula would hear him muttering the sum total of her school cost that Cameron and he had sent. Then he took to morning rambles in the bush by himself, coming back at irregular hours, always weary, but in varying moods. "Nothin' to be got or made in this one-eyed 'ole", with a smokeless afternoon, displayed one mood. "Things isn't as good as they might be. Still", between pipe puffs, "they could be worser 'n what they is", was the other. The girl instinctively felt that he told as much as he cared to, and forebode to question. She filled in every moment of his absence with strenuous, determined efforts at the organ in the Sunday school. "Come and listen, Boshy." It was one of his self-denial afternoons. "Listen to what?" he asked sulkily, for he had long ceased to ask her for music. "Come on." Taking him by the arm coaxingly, she led him into the sitting room and gave him a time-varied rendering of one of his old favourite hymns. Then, to her own setting, "My pretty, pretty bird." "But that's not correct, out of your book," was his despondent comment. "I mean the 'ymn tunes ain't." "Yes, they are, every note of the hymn, and I made the other tune." He sat down heavily. "Oh, Lord God, but I'm thankful," he said solemnly. "Lovey, I'll 'unt no more for shank bones, nur 'orse'air, nur 'orns, nur nothin'. I've been a goin' of, and a getherin' of, and a gettin' of 'em for months past, to sen' you back to learn proper, for it's a abnormous expense, and I brought but a few pounds wi' me, a thinkin' as 'er would 'ave lef' us both somethin'. S'elp me God, Lovey, I'd rather than a £5 note that you can play proper. Ho, ho! I got the laugh of 'em now. Surely to goodness I have. Lovey of mine, you'll break out yet. I allus knowed you would. Gimme me pipe. I smoke off me shakes. Gimme me pipe. I'm all o'er a shake, see?" holding out his trembling hands. "But it's in real downright J," he explained, as she soothingly held and stroked them, and it meant as much to her that he was content. Then passed a period in the girl's life when the present held in abeyance all thought for her future. The high-flown love scenes of her precocious reading had grafted into her mind certain ideals of both sexes, fortunately lifeless in law, though still alive in literature. Comparing those about her with such highfalutin heroines, she thought the only emotion she possessed was pity. She had this even for a snake being done to death, but immeasurably for this old man who loved her only. For Boshy was daily becoming more bent and breathless, and occasionally he had vacant intervals. Always after these he ignored the years that had passed, and would startle her by wild ambitious plans for their future when she would be grown up. Then he would take her to London. "Lunnon's the only place for yer brains, Lovey. You're not a-goin' to be no pot walloper, Lovey o' mine, for none of 'em. No, no, not be long chalks, but us must wait till yer grow up. You're only a little girl yet, Lovey." He would lie back muttering his plans for her brilliant future, then doze till roused by his falling pipe. She learned to watch, and at the right moment catch it, but the dread of its setting fire to him or the surroundings, sometime in her absence, used to fill her with sickening fear. Was it this same dread, she wondered, that caused his heart to beat with such violent breathlessness when he woke from his momentary slumbers? And why did he lift his arms above his head so often? To get her breath she had to raise hers even while wondering. "Are you sick, Boshy?" "Me, Lovey? What's put that nonsense into yer liddle 'ead, yer pretty liddle 'ead? Never was better in me life, nur stronger, but for a liddle bit of coal on me chest." He paused breathlessly, and she, watching keenly and uneasily,
noted the fluttering pulsations from the hollows of his sunken throat.
"Oh Lor, Lovey, what an ole woman yer want to turn me inter wi' yer rubbin' and a rootin' and a runtin' the turpentine into me ole chest like this 'ere way. It wouldn't take much to rub them little mouses of 'ands away. And Lovey, from when you was in long clothes, you've 'ad a breath like the smell of the scenty stock flowers what used to grow in me old granny's garden at England. Some used to call 'em gillyflowers," he explained, "but sweet scenty stocks was the right name. Now, don't rub off them little 'ands." But he opposed her treatment mildly, for he loved the feel of her hands. "They's no mistake, Lovey of mine, but yer take some beatin'. Take you all round," he said, looking with fatuous eye at the glow on her face from this exertion. "None of 'em 'ere can see yer dust, Lovey, and there's no mistake. But I'm ridiculous fond of yer, and allus was, and allus will be. When I was young, with 2 eyes in me 'ead for a likely gal, first I'd look at 'er feet, then 'er 'ands, then 'er ears, and I must say, at 'ome or abroad, I never seen the ekal of yourn. Then, by 'ook or by crook, I'd manage to get a sniff of 'er breath. But," after a pause, "what's Andree say about yer?" "Nothing, Boshy." "Nothin'?" incredulously. "No." "Not even about yer 'ands?" "No." "Ugh! 'im the idjit. What's it matter? When us goes to London us'll see who you'll get. Andree," scornfully, "Andree, he's in no position to marry, whichever way it goes. One comfort, you'll want for nothin', thank Gord." He was now breathlessly angry, and lay back panting, yet vowing disgusted threats against Andree for a few days. After a short time she scarcely left him except for sleep, and even then she took on some of his conditions, and the smothered beating of her own overtaxed heart would waken her again and again through the night. Softly stealing to him, she would often find him, if awake, muttering some pleasant plans for their future, but always first they had to go back, for some obscure purpose, to the bush. Then one night she found him wandering about in terrible agitation, moist with an agony of fear, straining with eye and ear to discover someone outside with pick and shovel that he heard. For a time she could not soothe nor convince him that it was fancy. He was off that moment to protect something far away in danger. "Oh, my Gord, Lovey!" he would gasp. "If anyone finds it and snavels it, what would you do? What would become of you? It'd soon cook me, but what would become of you? No, no, you must not stop me. I must be off." "Why? Would you leave me alone?" "No," weakly, "I wouldn't leave you, Lovey. Me to part no more." He droned, diverted, tremulously clutching her, but he would not go back to bed, and again his fear returned. To convince, she led him to the window, and together they looked out on the tranquil, empty night. He thrust his head forward, listening fearfully. "Can you 'ear anyone?" he pleaded. To humour him she obeyed, and her face grew ghastly, for above the thuds of his excited heart, audibly pounding into the night stillness, she heard footsteps guardedly enter the house. "What's it, Lovey?" confidingly. How could she tell him? For answer she put her arms round him and drew him back, then spoke hopefully of Andree to him till he slept. But gradually his sleep day or night was fear haunted by a near enemy with a pick and shovel. He muttered guardedly about this dread at first, but sometimes he shrieked it in uncontrollable agony. "Lovey, what woke you? Was it the noise of someone wi' a pick and shovel?" All night she had sat outside his door, listening to him moaning or muttering or coughing. "No, Boshy, you coughed." "Certain sure it wasn't nothin' else? You wouldn't deceive me?" She was quite sure, kissing his moist brow, and she wouldn't deceive him. "No, thank God, I can trust you," he said, relieved. He was feverishly excited, but after a while he yielded, and to please her lay down. "Go you to bed, Lovey of mine. stroking her face with his shaking hands. "Go and get your beauty sleep. Lovey, go when I tell yer," imperiously, and as ever she obeyed his old command. Her rest had been broken for weeks, but now she felt no inclination to sleep. Wide awake, she was lying on her bed when distinctly she heard the front door stealthily opened. Boshy had not stirred, she knew, for his harsh cough now, though it disturbed, did not break his sleep of exhaustion. Again she heard the noise from outside, also footsteps. She sat up and listened breathlessly. Clank, clank, metallically, came from outside the wall near Boshy's bunk bed. She rushed into his room. He was sitting up, his eyes protruding and his mouth helplessly open. He raised his arms above his head, then they fell uselessly by his side. But instantly she had hers round him, and wildly, as his heart beat, her own dulled his. "Lovey," he panted. "Hush, Boshy dear, wait till you're better," she coaxed evasively. "You 'eard that time, don't deny it," he pressed, for she was silent. "You 'eard? Lovey, own up." "Yes." "What?" he gasped eagerly. "I don't know, Boshy. Perhaps it was some stray dog or cat." "No dogs or cats 'ere, Lovey." "You keep still, Boshy, and I'll look out." She opened the window. There by the wall near his head lay a pick and shovel. She instantly closed the window, and conquering her horror, said calmly, "There's nobody, Boshy, not a soul, and it's nearly morning." "Yes, there's the cocks a crowin'," he agreed, "and I'm fair winded," he panted, lying down, for the dawn seemed to reassure him. "And Lovey, us'll have some breakfast, and that'll pick us up. Soon as I pick up a bit we'll be out of this. That sort of thing's been a goin' on for some time." Again he listened for outside sounds. "Our name'll soon be Walker, won't it?" "Very soon," she soothingly assured him. "Sleep now, while I get your breakfast," she suggested, straightening his bed, and bathing his worn face that showed its unfitness to rise. When he dozed, she went into the kitchen to make tea for him, going first to where she had seen the pick and shovel, but they were gone. Later he made several brave attempts to rise and walk about, and when overcome by breathlessness, made light of the cause. He wanted no doctor's medicine. "Every dose is a nail in your coffin, and what's worse, a pound in the doctor's pocket." This view he shared in common with the ex-parson, who daily recounted instances of speedy and inexpensive recoveries without skilled aid and the reverse with it. Against both, the girl's gentle demands were powerless. Besides, the fears of the young lived easily, and Ursula knew nothing of sickness. Gradually, and not without a great fight, Boshy gave up his pipe, but he instructed her to put his tobacco carefully into his pickle bottle, with a cut potato to keep it from undue dryness. "Agin I get meself again, Lovey." Shaving that morning, he had gashed his cheek with the razor. "Somethin' bumped me elbow," he said. "Come now," reassuringly. "You look and see, Lovey. Me 'and's as steady as the Rock of Ages." He made a brave but futile effort to steady his extended hand. "It's not as steady as it might be," he sadly admitted, as she took the razor from his shaking, uncertain hand. "Drink this, it will do you good, Boshy." But his hand seemed scarcely able to hold the cup. "Not yet, I'm not thirsty, but by and by, when I steady up a bit," he promised, turning his face away, wishful to hide its trouble and his disability. "Boshy, let me feed you like you used to feed me long ago," she coaxed, understanding. He smiled with grim bravery, and thinking to humour her, gave her the spoon. When she had finished, "Serve me goodness, Lovey," kissing her hands, "but you're a poddyin' of me, and me a full tooth weaner," he bantered, adding with a flicker of his old manner, "I allus know them little lambs was well able to feed 'emselves, but they just wanted to have someone as they was fond of a foolin' round, an'," after a cough, "in that respec' I'm no better 'en them."
He was silent for a while, with an introspective aloofness on his face, which seemed grey and drawn when he spoke. "Lovey, as true as God, I've seen and known a wild dingo act the tame dog till he fooled the rest of the other dogs and me. Then all of a sudden, one night, my God, to see the way he mangled them poor unfortunate lambs. Next mornin', to see the way them poor old mother yo's looked at me, much as to say, if they'd been your own flesh and blood, you wouldn't a risked it." For from first to last they never trusted the dingo, and I know now in me 'eart I never trusted him neither. He was very excited and exhausted, and the perspiration gathered and ran on his forehead. "Lovey, I often see your mother's eyes a looking at me the same." Ursula laid her cheek on his tremulous mouth. "Oh, Boshy, my mother could not, she could not. You've been mother and father to me, both, both," she said brokenly. "I dunno, Lovey, but I ought to tell you all I know, and I will some day, please God, I will, and that afore long." This resolution soothed him, and he went to sleep. Next day, after a breakfast, which Boshy made a determined but vain effort to eat, the two were sitting silently in his room when Mr. Civil came in. His manner to Ursula of late had undergone an indeterminate change. Courtesy had almost become familiarity. His "my dear" gave her a convulsive shiver. Still, she made no spoken sign of aversion, for already she was experiencing the inequality of her struggle to alter the thing that is. But though she acknowledged the personality of his "my dear," she never looked at him. Today, when he left the room, she followed him. "Boshy is very ill," and now she looked at him steadily as she spoke. "Not worse than usual, I hope?" He didn't look at her. "Much worse. What about a doctor? I'll go across and tell him." There was a challenge in her tones. "I'll go myself. I'll go at once," he promised, and a little later she saw him leave. When she went back, Boshy was again lying down. "Lovey, you oughtn't to go a giddin' and a gaddin' about when I want yer," he complained huskily. She covered his gnarled blue hands, then wiped the tears of lonely grief from his cheeks, kissing him again and again, till in penitence he said, "Se'p me goodness, if you're out of me sight for a moment, I think you've been gone for hours and hours, and that I'll never see you again." "I'm going to stay with you all day, Boshy." "That's the talk. But git yer stitchin', Lovey, and doan be a idlin' of your time. But I forgot, you're not one of the stitchin' sort, are you, Lovey? And them dear little 'ands was never made for work. But," condolingly, "never mind, I'm content wi' yer. There's none of them wi' all their fancy stitchin' I'd a swap or change yer for. What's Andree say about 'em, Lovey? I mean the littleness of yer 'ands." "Nothing, Boshy." He grew irritable at once. "Well, 'e's got no money anyways. No, 'e's got no money." He ceased speaking, but Ursula saw that he was distressfully deep in thought. "But, Lovey, make no mistake, Andrew's got no money now, but he will 'ave it. He's old man, Cameron's cunninger than any dingo. He got off with yer daddy's papers, and no doubt all his money that time, when he come for yer. But, Lovey, wait till yer comes of age, and us'll show him as—" He lay back, panting and coughing. After a painful effort he swallowed a mouthful that she held to his lips, and despite her entreaties, began again. "What does Andree talk to you about?" "He hardly speaks to me, Boshy." "Ah, Lovey, you oughtn't to tell me what's not true. I often see him a lookin' at yer. He would if you encouraged him. You know he's not the talkin' sort." He was bitterly disappointed, but he waved her into silence when she sought to explain. "You see, I can't expect to live for yever and yever, and supposin' I were gone, what then?" Again he motioned her not to interrupt. "I'm 'ale and 'earty at present, but, Lovey of mine, I'm a good 10 years older'n what any of 'em knows.
S'pose for argument's sake anything happened to me?' Gasping mortally, he repeated, 'What then, Lovey?' For answer she bowed her head beside him so that he could not see her stricken face, then laid her head on his, but only for a moment. Even there his heart seemed to be throbbing. 'For my sake, sleep, Boshy,' she pleaded, then stroked his brow till he slept, though lightly, and with an ease that almost disarmed her, till he began, as ever, to mutter about a pick and shovel. Waking suddenly, he asked, 'Lovey, ever hear tell of Scrammy 'And?' Then irrelevantly, 'I got plenty to do up there, Lovey. Soon as I get round a bit we must be off. There's plenty for yer to know, and I'll take yer and show yer the very exact spot. What have I been tellin' yer?' he asked abruptly, with a return to his old secretiveness. 'Only about us going away.' He seemed relieved. 'Sooner or later you must know. But, Lovey, not one word out of your lips to no one. Remember, a still tongue makes a wise 'ead.' She promised. 'Didn't I tell you about Scrammy 'And, a frightenin' the old shepherd to death for his money?' 'No.' 'Well, can you recollec' a 'earin' anythin' of it up at Cameron's?' 'No, Boshy.' 'Good Gord! Then s'posin' I should some day be a cooker, you don't know nothin', nor wheer in the penny is to be found. Lord above me!' raising up his hands, 'what am I a goin' to do wi' yer if so be as I shouldn't pull roun'?' 'Don't, Boshy, don't worry. I'm all right.' 'Oh Lord, you know no more'n suckin' dove what's afore yer.' Breathless and weary, he lay back, but staggered up, and with sudden determination began preparations for their journey on the morrow. The futility of it stung her keenly, yet to humour him she made pretence of help, but he was soon exhausted. 'Oh Lord, me 'ole 'eart seems all of a skew if' he panted complainingly, lying down, but from his bed he directed her. 'Me boots, Lovey, don't forget 'em, Lovey. But' anxiously, 'what about a wearin' of them?' For days his swollen feet had worn only socks. 'Cut them and let them out, Boshy' she suggested humouringly. 'By 'eavens, them good boots!' He was indignant at her proposal. 'Leeches'll do the trick, Lovey, and take down me feet. I'd soon git sandy blight in me 'eels a wearin' and a walkin' in boots now.' He dozed, and again woke to ask the same question about Scrammy 'And. 'Recollec' all about Scrammy 'And, Lovey?' She nodded. 'An' shaking a warning finger at her, 'and that a still tongue makes a wise 'ead, and that a dog as brings a bone 'll carry one back. So listen to no yarns nor tell none.' She would be careful. 'Oh yes' querulously, 'well, I'm a nex' and a near and a nigher.' She tried to stroke the trouble from his brow, but he moved his head for her to cease. 'Nut now. You listen to what I say. I'm a goin' to tell yer.' He sat up, but she caught and held his swaying body, and gradually the effort to concentrate weakened him into forgetfulness. With half-closed eyes and open mouth, he slept for a few moments. 'What about a pick and shovel?' he asked, sitting up the moment he waked. She said she could soon get them. 'Not out there, Lovey, in the name of God! Not out there, or Civil'll drop down. 'E's a watchin'.' 'Not out there' she promised. He then kept waiting for her to unfold her alternative. 'Where else can you get them then?' 'Get what, Boshy?' 'Oh, my Lord!' he moaned. 'There you are! You forget everythin'. You won't try to recollec' a thing.' He thrust out his hands and frantically fastened his fingers in his hair. 'I've left it too late. What will she do? What will she do?' Loosening his hands and wiping away his tears, she begged him to be calm and trust her. She remembered everything he had ever told her, every word. 'Everything' she emphasized. 'Now let's see what you do know then' he said suspiciously. 'Begin with Scrammy 'And?' she stipulated anxiously. 'Right you are' he encouraged. She went on. 'Who frightened the old shepherd to death for his money?' 'Lovey, talk little' he whispered, drawing her face down to him. 'Lovey, "Think Scrammy got the old shepherd's money?" "Yes," taking her cue intuitively. "Stick to that, lovey of mine?" joyfully. "Think there was much?" eagerly. She thought so. "Ah, yes," complainingly. Then sagely, "Remember what comes over the devil's back goes under his belly, and a narrer getherin' often gets a wide scatterin'. Recollect that. Now go on." Her face was crimson and her breathing as strenuous as his own, but strive as she would, she could not, mentally even, stumble along with the desired description. "Come now, where d'yer think Scrammy," dropping his voice, "or me, I planted it? Speak little, as you used to say." "Rest now," she coaxed. "Rest? Me rest?" he repeated angrily. "Rest an' yer nut know nothin'. Come now, Lovey, don't be lazy. Where d'yer think the money was planted?" "I don't know," she wailed. "Oh, my God, what'll I do? What'll I do?" In a frenzy of purpose he stood up. Ursula, facing him, rose also. "Go back to when you was little," he commanded. "Can't yer see Nungi and Queeby and yer father afore he was buried, and the ewes and lambs and the wattle flowers, and you a chewin' and a chawin' of the wattle gum, and a getherin' of the foie corners?" "5 corners," corrected she, going back. "Go on!" he implored, suddenly breathless. "Go on, Lovey!" Her visualizing eyes were fastened on his hypnotic face. Hers grew ghastly with intensity. "I can see a little river." "Creek, Lovey." But unheeding, she went on. "I can see a little river. On the other side there's a hut with no door, and the roof nearly off." "'Twas, but not now. Someone 'as a burnt most on it," Boshy interrupted, but almost under his breath. "Over away from it," waving her hand indicatively, "there are some trees." "Them's the myalls, Lovey." "Under them I," straining her head forward, "can see 2 graves." "Yer mother's and father's, and their old shepherd's." "The palings are down and some men are there. They—" doubtfully she tiptoed. "Yes, they have picks and shovels. They—" stumblingly, but Boshy was speechless. "Yes, they are throwing up the dirt. They are opening the grave." A choking squeal from Boshy silenced her. "Christ God! Me money! They've found me In the old helpless manner he threw up his arms. She staggered, but caught his swaying body and slid with it to the ground. Then, though she loosened his neck, his laboured breath reached only halfway up his throat. As though spent, it sighed in a thwarted throttle. Aided, it rose again successively in a seething gurgle that forced his mouth apart. She caught and rested his helpless head against her shoulder, and listened, but he was still. Then she wiped the blood from his nose and mouth. Drops had fallen on her hands and wrists, but they were left. Mina, coming in later, could not distinguish the living from the dead. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Boshy's will was duly produced from an unexpected quarter, for with his usual cunning he had gone by a detour to the lawyer's private residence. Meeting there the wife, he told her much of his perplexities and anxieties for his Lovey's future. Her sympathy begot his confidence, and with her he had deposited his will, which, from beginning to end, contained but one beneficiary, Ursula Ewart, who was sole legatee to £1,784, hidden where Ursula knew, he testified. Despite her protestations, many agreed that of a surety the girl must know, and searches for Boshy's money, as thorough and as unavailing as those for the old shepherd's, raged for weeks in Boshy's room, Ursula's, all over the house, and for an unreasonable space around. Recalling his bush ramblings, the ex-parson wondered many times and oft. Aided by his walking stick, all hollow logs and stumps were explored. At length this gave place to personal espionage of Ursula's every movement. Less than Boshy's savings,
would gain the legatee the goodwill of any small town. Besides, many argued, that was merely the sum stored by Boshy. Who could tell what he had with him when he died? Sufficient only to bury him was found, but he had been notably cunning and sly, and had trained this girl, whose tragic brown eyes now seemed to hold some mystery. Was she not deep, going about pretending that she didn't know where the money was? What an actress she would have made! Still, each vied in outward kindly attention. Mina stayed almost nightly with her because, despite Mrs. Stein's importunity, Mr. Civil constituted himself the girl's guardian, giving the substance of a conversation with Boshy as his warrant. None outdid him in considerate attention. "Trust none of them, my dear," he advised, his small eyes agleam with double meaning. "They are all self-seekers, every one." He saw this heiress one day assiduously repairing her well-worn clothes. "That's right, my dear. Save your money, don't waste it on things that perish," he commended. She looked at him. She had told him so often that she had none, but she had told all who questioned her the same, yet all agreed she would have made a fine actress, and she understood them. "Do you mean my father's money? Cameron told Boshy he had sent to aunt to keep for me." "No, no, there was no money sent to your aunt, my dear. Boshy's money. Don't touch it yet, too many pull prize. By and by, you understand." One night his stealthy footfall woke her, even before his gentle tapping. She put on her dressing gown and slippers, and opening her door, candle in hand, went past him. Then she faced him, her raised candle level with his eyes. "What?" she demanded. He was fully dressed, though the hour was late, and the sleek blackness of his freshly dyed hair and brows drew out his sallow pallor. "What?" again she challenged. Twice his long hand went to his throat, but though his lips parted, his tongue only clicked with a dumb dryness. To gain time, he made a hand motion for silence, making a pretence of listening for some sounds, but his ears were not helped by his eyes. These, smouldering lasciviously under his raised, dye-clogged eyebrows, were set, as though fed by those of the girl, blazing with a tigerish hate into his. "Good time to find his money, my dear, your money," he said between breaths. He waited for her to speak, but her set mouth seemed frozen. "No, rather not, my dear. Well, another night," he said, hastily translating her speechlessness. "Say good night to me," thrusting out his face. He advanced to her, misled by her passiveness. She aimed a heavy blow at his leering face with the candlestick, but he dodged it, and, terrified of a noisy scene, he rushed to his room. As he lay fully dressed on his bed, he heard her movements for some time. Then came a stillness that he, with all his cunning, misunderstood. On the afternoon of the next day, after many long hours' wanderings, she sat by the river, concealed by some briar bushes. Andrew and Hugh Palmer were expected, and long since she had seen the dust of travelling sheep. Mina, soon after dinner, had walked to the range to meet and welcome the drovers, and Ursula saw her now walking beside Andrew, both leading his horse. Hugh Palmer was not in sight, but after Andrew and Mina and the dog-driven sheep had crossed, he came along at a brisk canter. Catching sight of the bare-headed girl who had mounted a flood-jettisoned log, and was absorbed in watching the two passing, he guided his horse to her, but when she saw him, she shrank again among the briars. "You, Ursie, what's up?" he asked, quickly dismounting. She rose. Her sun-scorched face was deathly, but she seemed calm. "Mr. Civil came to my room last night, Mr. Palmer." The orphaned look in her eyes struck the best in him. "Curse him, the dog! Never mind, Ursula, you'll be all right now we're here. No hat?" he asked divertingly, looking at her sunburnt face. She shook her head. "I came away in the night." He took a partially emptied flask from his pocket and poured some brandy into its tin shield. She took it, strangely obedient, meaning to drink it, but the smell nauseated her, though she knew he was reeking with it. "Wait," he said, "and I'll water it for you." With manly tenderness he would have placed her on his horse, but she resisted. Give me your little hand then." So hand in hand they went in the twilight to Stein's. "Was der Aunt denn der Art?" Mrs. Stein observed to watching Andrew. One afternoon a few days later, Palmer and Ursula were sitting on a stool outside, where they had spent many hours since their coming to Stein's. Palmer, with wine-begot sentiment, found a wavering pleasure in trying to probe the depth of her elusive mind. Its elusiveness fascinated and enthralled him. He knew from the papers that Cameron had taken, and Boshy so much regretted, that her origin on her father's side threw back to the Spanish invasion. There was little in Cameron's possession that had escaped his son-in-law. He took a side look at the girl beside him. No particular beauty distinguished her face, but the dainty harmony of it and her body appealed irresistibly to him. His dead wife had brought him a home, but no money, and though he knew from her father's will that Ursula some day would have money despite Cameron's intrigues, yet there would be first a tussle, and he loathed all exertion, mental or bodily. Full fed with a satisfied stomach, and no duty but inclination, which was now to sit watching her, this for the time seemed to fulfil all desire. For the ease with which he could wring bark and sap the crude tastes begot by the readings of her callow days was an unending marvel and solace to him. Ancestry, he thought gloatingly, but instinctively he kept this knowledge jealously. Quickly he realized that to meet her noonday reason a tale must be possible and logical, but he liked best when her twilight mood saw only the poetical. Then her soul shone through her face like a star, joyfully radiant or mystically shrouded. This afternoon, in accord with it and her, he began with Ulysses and Penelope. Then next, to watch how at his bidding he could radiate joy or grief from her mood-flecked face, he took Charon and his mystic river and silent freight. Then the beast in him stirred, and he, for the first time, tested her with voluptuous scenes between Anthony and Cleopatra. Vainly did he feelingly paint the perfumed love passages of the passionate pair. The Puritan strain from her mother asserted itself, and this girl beside him saw nothing but lawlessness in the lotus-loving queen's infatuation for another woman's husband, and unfaithfulness in Anthony. Impatiently Palmer got up, and, most unusual for him, walked briskly away. When some time later he returned, she was still sitting there. He noticed the spiritual aloofness of her face, and though he shifted the disinfectant clove in his mouth, he forbore to speak. It was early autumn, and like a regretful sigh, the warm mist about them was floating to the valley of the shadow below. "See," she said, sighing and pointing to the mist, "the summer's passionate essences float to a mirage ocean where Charon waits." "River, Ursula," he corrected, holding out his hand for hers, which she, absorbed, withheld. But this action dispelled her mood, and abruptly she said, "I want to work for my living. Tell me how." "So you want to work, do you?" he asked, to quell his disquiet. "Oh Lord, work!" and he grimaced in disgust, for to work even for himself was appalling. Almost earnestly for him, he wished for a few £100 a year with this girl. Then the reformation he had so often promised himself would be possible. But now how impossible and far off! Who but she cared for Latin or Greek classics, with which he had dazzled her? Hand and body work was what others wanted, and horse sense. As an object lesson to ear and eye, he turned from inward to outward contemplation. Below them, from the cultivation paddock, came the sound of Mrs. Stein's mustering incantation to the turkeys. "Quili lati turi diri dwit wom wom." "Tom tom," echoed the empty tin dish she drummed. "Coo coo coo diri," responded the gulled turkeys, flocking to her decoy. In the paddock below them, Peter Stein, Mina's uncle, bent and twisted by undue labour, staggered stiffly and unwillingly behind a jolting plough. Peter's one vice accounted for his outdoor task. He was trusted with any work but wine making or bottling. There was a saying that 2 men and a boy could not watch nor keep him sober in the wine season. Principally to avoid the labour, Mina copied his vice, and several times practised it with such success that her mother, though giving no reason, often barred her going on this duty in the wine season. but other likes or dislikes were nothing to Mrs. Stein, and Mina, though she would have shirked it, was now sand scouring the milk buckets. Gus was away on his afternoon milk delivery, but Mr. Stein was still in sight, driving the cows to their night's grazing. When he came back, if no moon, he would light the swinging lanterns in the milking yard. Then he and Peter would clean up the yard and bales for a morrow that would begin long before dawn for all in this busy household. For how much? Palmer asked himself, his eyes going from Mrs. Stein's work-worn face to the bandaged, swollen leg showing beneath her tucked-up skirts. For what purpose or pleasure is she labouring? Then aloud, "Ursula, here comes Mrs. Neal. Ha ha! Look at her trying to squeeze through the fence. I'll bet she doesn't." The fat proprietress of the Shearers' Rest could not pass, and Peter, though he saw, did little without being told, so waited for her shrill summons to come and let out another panel. Mrs. Stein, who expected her, had now, with the aid of the empty dish, deluded her brood to the drying green near Ursie and Hugh Palmer, and stood with them awaiting the bi-yearly waddling coming of her customer. It was an open and audible transaction. Volubility of the untoward influence of friendship on business was the foil of the landlady of the Shearers' Rest. Firmness and brevity was Mrs. Stein's. Mrs. Neal, according to her statement, had been besieged by poultry vendors, yet, from habit and motives of silly sentiment, had come to Mrs. Stein. But she couldn't dream of giving as much for this lot as she did for the last, every one of which died disappointingly poor. Neighbourliness was all very well, but she had a duty to herself. Besides, the bad times didn't, rightly speaking, allow for poultry on the table. Still, she took, and was exceeded, great pride and credit in and for her table, and as Mrs. Stein had reared these, and for the sake of friendship for an old neighbour and many other circumstances, well, now how much would Mrs. Stein take? "Same price," was Mrs. Stein's laconic answer. Through minding her brood she must have missed much of her customer's speech, yet when the crux "how much" came, her "same price" was readily forthcoming. Throughout the whole interview her watchful eyes found work for her hands and guidance for her tongue. "Go to sleep, Peter, chust do. You'll get a good supper that way," she bawled, and Peter, thirsty soul, who was eagerly awaiting the order to drive the feathered flock to the Shearers' Rest, grabbed the plough handles and went on, knowing this command would come later, although there seemed no prospect of a deal coming off. For Mrs. Neal apparently had abandoned all negotiations, but appeared fully compensated for her unusual exercise by the beauty of her surroundings, seemingly, from her appreciation, seen now for the first time. Bending painfully by reason of her bad leg, Mrs. Stein had industriously filled the decoy dish to overflowing with chickweed, weeded from the vegetable beds, at the same time keeping at bay her clamorous brood, and replying, when necessary, to her sentimental friend's discourse. "Come on, Peter, chook yourself about and put these turkeys to bed." Victoriously she turned away, cutting short with "Good day," Mrs. Neal's vivid praises, given even to the seedy turnips. Peter's horse, like himself, always awaited moving orders. It was safe to leave him stationary while Peter helped his sister-in-law drive the still expectant turkeys into an unaccustomed pen, a task that brought Ursula to their assistance. The chickens burst unitedly into a hungry clamour as Mrs. Stein, with a full dish in her hands, leaned over the yard to count them. They were all there. She turned away and emptied the dish into another pen. "Are you going to feed them?" Ursula anxiously asked Peter. He stopped, and looking at Mrs. Stein, inquired, "VIII? No, they are soaked." Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Good to be you two," Mina said to Ursula and Palmer. "Better to be another two, I know." Hugh Palmer's eyes held more than his words. Mina, standing on the bench, laughed, then shading her eyes, looked townward. "Seen anyone you like better than yourself?" His double meaning was keyed this time for Ursula, but Mina half understood. Yes, Ursie. Ursula for the first time noticed that Mina's eyes, looking down into hers, were the colour of green grapes, and that her little teeth were pointed like Jim's cross-cut saw. "Andrew's going to call for my dress for the party. We're going to have a little party." "For two?" chaffed Palmer. "When?" asked Ursula. "Tonight. Didn't I tell you long ago? Old Falkenmeyer's coming to play. Here's Andree." Mina went off with showy delight to meet him, and to avoid them Ursula went to her room. Standing by her bedroom window, she wondered why she stayed in a household where even Andrew, the friend of her childhood, now kept purposely out of her life, and her out of his. She wanted nothing but advice from him or anyone. Long ago Boshy had sewn a £5 note in the flap of her winter coat for a rainy day. Tomorrow she would pay Mrs. Stein for her week's keep. Then, "What are you going to wear?" Mina burst in. She never knocked. "I'm not going," said Ursula, without looking at her. "Course not. Sulk in your room and tell Andrew and Mr. Palmer I never told you. I know you," said Mina bitterly. Ursula rose. "I'm not like you, anyway." "Me? What have I done? What's wrong with me?" "Ugh!" said Ursula in strong disgust. Mina's mouth opened and her lower lip fell. She looked inquiringly at Ursula, who, watching her, thought her unduly agitated. "Oh, that's me gentleman, is it?" Then between short breaths, You, what are you? An old Boshy and old Civil and Andree, if the truth was known?" "You're mad," said Ursie, wondering at her sudden outburst. The sound from outside of the well bucket, rapidly descending, broke the hostile pause. "Shut up! There's Andree," said Mina, drawing back hastily from the window till he passed with a bucket of water. Then she went after him. The hungry discontent of the unfed turkeys distracted Ursula from herself. From her seat at the window she went into the kitchen, where all were busy preparing for the supper party. Old Mrs. Falkenmeyer had cut off the crusts of several loaves before slicing them for sandwiches. "Ach, I have 'art to work," she complained to Ursula. "Always, I have 'art to work." Ursula gave willing help, piling up huge plates of substantial sandwiches. Then into a dish she swept the loaf crusts. "Kibble crusts for de fowl," admonished the old woman. "Yes, oh yes," gladly agreed Ursula. Making a detour, she went, sheltered by the rows of decadent scarlet runners, to the turkey pen, then noiselessly scattered her gleanings among them, huddled in an unaccustomed corner. Disappointed that none attempted to eat, she crept round to them, meaning by disturbing to entice them. The sound of Mina's voice held her. "Don't be a fool, she doesn't." That was Hugh Palmer. "I tell you she does know. She—" Ursula stood straight and rattled the dish against the pen, looking into it. Palmer alone came over to her. "That you, Ursula?" "Yes," said Ursula simply, ignoring the obvious. "Mina's in a great state of agitation. She had planned a surprise tonight, and she thinks you and I know about it." "I don't, then." "No, nor—" The late moon was level with the wide, childlike eyes looking up at him. He looked away from them, for their sincerity challenged his insincerity into silence. "They'll not eat at night," he said, with abrupt irrelevance. Then he looked at her, and his eyes and mouth took a new light and shape as, placing a trembling hot hand on hers, he asked, "Ursula, will you marry me?" She was quite unembarrassed. "No, oh no! If I can't be an actress, I'm going to write a book." Her manner snapped his intensity, and he laughed. "That's right, little woman, you'll do something yet. There's stuff in you." Despite his coppery breath, she stretched out to him the hand that a moment back she had withdrawn. "Mr. Palmer, you really think so?" She seemed part of the radiant moonlight in her exaltation. "By God, I do," he said solemnly. "You have all the instincts. You want only experience. But," looking at her tenderly, "you must fall in love first." Old Falkenmeyer drew the bow along his fiddle critically. "Come on," said Palmer, "you'll be late." "I'm not going, Mr. Palmer. I'm in black for Boshy." "You needn't dance. Don't dance with any of them. They're either colts or fools. We'll sit in a corner and talk," he said, leading her inside. Now old Falkenmeyer's fiddle feelingly quavered a few notes, then sonorously heralded the preliminary bass of the first set. Daddy Stein, standing in the middle of the room, clapped his hands for attention. "Ladies and gentlemans, choose your partners for the first set of kiddos," Mrs. Stein rasped. The numerous guests surprised Ursula. All had made some brave attempt at festive finery, but she, in her present exultation, felt not of them, and would have gone back but for Palmer. "What do you care for these cattle?" And feeling that she did not, she went into an angle. Hugh Palmer brought her a seat and stood behind her, she watching the gathering, he watching her. Andree led the much bedecked Mina to the top. Then followed Jam Toohey with his selection, Pat the Jew's gorgeous daughter, and duly others, till top and bottom and both sides of the first set were formed. Talking between Ursula and Palmer was impossible, nor had either wished to speak. To the experienced man, the boorish gaucheries of these countrymen and maids, in their methods of pleasuring, but accentuated his own failure and fall. He looked down at the girl near him. It was unwise, for many reasons, to keep markedly near her, but he felt he must, if only for a time. Her face was a puzzle. It reflected neither disgust nor anger. The music had sent her mentally triumphing over a glorious future, if not conceived, then quickened by Ashton's circus. She saw neither room nor dancers, but a vast theatre filled with homage tributers, and for her, though for what rare attribute was not clear. A half-audible oath from Hugh Palmer, and her chair being drawn further into the corner, recalled her. The first set was ending in a mad gallop, its guerdon tiring each other down. All sense of pleasure had gone. Nearly all faces had exchanged the weak smirk of gratified distinction in participating in the very first set for one of giddy but grim determination to outdo and be last. Gradually the couples decreased till only 3 remained: Mina and Andrew, Sergeant Toohey's son with the fuchsia, Widow Neal's daughter, and Percy's maid, a local bank clerk. He, a captain of the volunteer regiment, to show his contempt for the company, or his knowledge of military etiquette, kept on his spurs. From various signs, Ursula could see Andrew was for ceasing, but Mina, fiercely determined, forced him on. "Mina will win. Well done, Mina. Go and Mina," shouted old Stein encouragingly. Hugh Palmer noted with an indescribable feeling of impotence, tempered by relief, that the glow had gone from Ursula's face. She was quite oblivious to him, and very silent and still, moving only when Mina's intentioned incursions right into her corner made it necessary to shrink closer to the wall. Suddenly there was a shriek as Percy's maid swished past Mina, with the best part of her muslin flounced skirt entangled on his spur-rails. Instantly the music ceased and the parties disengaged, while Mina, in unconquerable passion, blurted, "Ye beast! Ye brute beast! Ye duffer brute!" advancing to him with hands clenching and unclenching like claws. "Now den, Mina, don't lose your 'ead," said her father, holding her back so she could only claw at Snade's laughing partner, to whom, womanlike, she had shifted the blame. "How green her eyes are!" thought Ursula, and more than ever her teeth seemed saw-edged. "No good to cry about spilled milk. Put on your green," said Mrs. Stein, who had left her occupation of serving drinks to see what caused the commotion. "And young mans, if you want to dance again any more, take off your spurs." "A dastardly action," Jam Toohey remarked to Palmer, "coming into a ballroom with spurs on." Some of the girls gathered round Mina, offering pins and advice in the restorations of her skirt, but it was beyond this, and she disappeared to change. There was a meaning pause, broken by old Stein again clapping his hands. "Ladies and gentlemens, once more, the next dance will be a song."
"Good on yer, all sauerkrauts," encouraged Teddy Neal, the dissolute droving son of the proprietress of the Shearer's Rest, who had come too late for the first set, and had already sought and swallowed a pint of consolation, though Mrs. Stein said afterwards that he was "half drunk when he comes." "Now then, tune up again," he bawled, having selected his partner. "Silence!" weakly demanded Jam Toohey in his father's official manner. "Was that for me, Jam?" asked Teddy, threateningly advancing. "No, certainly not, Teddy," Jam denied, edging closer to Palmer. "Generally a sign of rain when frogs croak, ain't it, Mr. Palmer?" said Teddy, retiring to his seat beside his sweetheart, gentle, trembling Teresa, Jam's sister. "Now then, let him go, Gulliger, give it lip," he shouted. But the silence continued. "Waitin' for me, I suppose, to give you a leg up. Well, here goes for a start," he said, standing up. "The Cobar Road is a beggar of a road, for on it there's neither grass nor water. I met an old gin with her head caved in, and she wanted me to marry her daughter." "Chorus!" he bawled, but instead gave them a few minutes' brisk step dancing. Before its echoes had ceased, a stout woman, Baby Finder Thompson, rose and stood beside her husband, seated with a concertina poised on his knee. But Teddy had his plans. "Now then, Teresa, give him me old favourite, Old Mary Ann, and gie your Sergeant Daddy a tap." "Sing Janita, Teresa," advised Pat the Jew's daughter, Fuchsia, thereby currying Jam's favour. "Sing what I tell yer, Tressy," ordered Teddy. Weakly obedient to him, she, in a voice in utter variance with the theme and rollicking tune, began: "The bobbies they run after me, to catch me if they can, but there's none of them smart enough for bold Mary Ann. Fry the bobbies in the pan, fry the bobbies in the pan." As a filial protest, Jam walked outside, but though Teresa looked appealingly at her sweetheart Teddy, he insisted on its finish. Then, with much ostentation, the baby finder's husband rose and dexterously sent angling through the room some congested chords. His wife had risen before the finish of the last song. She coughed, cleared her throat, sniffed, smoothed the front of her best dress, then in a long distance range began: "The baby was sleepin', its mother was weepin', its father was ploughin' the deep ragin' sea." She sang it through, and before the weak applause had ceased, forestalled an encore by starting another. The virtue we lack is the one we covet or assume. Therefore, despite her vigorous interpretation and execution, the following song was a tribute to gentle Hannie Lyle. Wave willows, murmur waters, golden sunbeams smile, earthly music cannot waken gentle Hannie Lyle. However, at its conclusion, and apparently to test the earthly futility to rouse gentle Hannie, her spouse rose to his feet and made a daringly gymnastic musical display, producing at the same time the tune unbrokenly. Beginning at arm's length above his head, travelling an incredible distance down his spine to within jumping range from back to front, then from the front to the starting point above his head. Like his bigger half, not waiting for encouraging plaudits, with startling abruptness he began a vocal and instrumental duet. "I went to T-O-W-N," he sang, and spelled T-O-W-N, as did the concertina. "Me name was B-R-O-W-N, they took me D-O-W-N, when I went to T-O-W-N." It was a long song, independent of the instrumental repetitions, but rollicking Neddy Neal, who had again drenched his troublesome throat, soon interrupted. "Damn it now for a fair thing! Better go down and eye the School of Arts. Give someone else a show. "Tune up, old buck, and give us a poker," he ordered old Falkenmeyer, and dragged drooping Teresa into the middle of the floor. When Mina, more composed, returned, she came over to Ursula, and Palmer directly asked Mina to dance. As they turned away, she looked back at Ursula in malignant triumph. Andrew had disappeared, but Gus Stein, standing near, immediately came into Palmer's place, while Daddy Stein from the middle of the room loudly besought Ursula to "come out of your corner, sitting there like a little owner, and dance." "Come on, Ursie," begged Gus Stein, taking her by the arm. "I won't dance tonight, Gus." "That's because he didn't ask you," pointing to Palmer. "He did," she asserted. "It's got nothing to do with you who asked me." "You needn't tell me what I know," he said bitterly. He sat beside her, nervously biting his incipient fair moustache, and early as it was, she could smell the wine on his breath and felt sorry. "Gus, why do you take wine?" she asked. "Oh Lord, I like that from you, I do. You that won't look at a man unless he does." "I don't know what you mean," she said. "Well, ask Andree then. Ursula, look here now." He was boyishly eager. "Say I swear off, will you give me a show? I'm dead nuts on you." She did not answer him, for the nature of his words outdistanced his personality. "That's twice tonight I've been asked to marry," was the gratifying circumstance that held her. Certainly neither was her ideal, but later, when she had done some great thing, there would be a possibility even of her ideals. She took refuge now from Gus's importunity in the noisy, colliding movement of the dancers. Palmer had been swift to drop out. Jam Toohey too soon followed, and came to her importuning for a dance. His sister too would have been glad to stop, but her boisterous admirer was still twirling her round and round, for the poker had given place to a valse. Andrew joined Gus. "Are you not dancing?" he asked Ursula. She shook her head. Then someone called him, and he replied with such surprising jocularity and recklessness that wonderingly she looked at him. His hair was cut close, showing a white margin all round his head. His eyes blazed excitedly, and his face was flushed unduly. He was unusually confident, and seemed altogether strangely alien and changed. "Not dancing, Ursie?" he said again. As before, she shook her head. "Why?" "Oh, ask 'im," said Gus Stein, pointing to Hugh Palmer, now talking to Mina. "Ask my granddaddy, and 'e'll tell you why." He laughed discordantly. She looked up at Andrew, half expecting to see her resentment reflected in his face. For a moment his dilated eyes unmeaningly met hers. Then she turned away from their unsympathetic glitter, feeling desolately alone. "We've no show, old feller." Gus Stein brought his hand resoundingly down on Andrew's back. "No show against—" He threw his body forward and sank his neck into his upraised shoulders in forcible imitation of Hugh Palmer. "By Christ, he's like—what's he like, Andrew?" "The bull on Keen's mustard," added Andrew, applauding Gus's graphic mimicry with a loud, reckless laugh. Looking at Palmer shudderingly, Ursula saw the awful resemblance which Gus had demonstrated and Andrew had avowed. "You've hit it, Andrew, old boy, the bull on the mustard tin. After you with the mustard, please, miss," Gus said mockingly to Ursula. Then again his and Andrew's laugh rang out. "What's the joke?" asked Palmer, coming to them. "Too sultry for you," answered Gus in offensive tones. "Mr. Palmer, will you come out to the veranda?" asked Ursie, in purposeful attention. "Certainly." He bowed and gave his arm. "Hook yer mutton, Andy, for the next spin," advised Ned Neale, noisily bearing down on them with his partner, as Palmer and Ursula left. Ursula was silent. Even by the night light Palmer thought she was very pale, but he was in no mood to sympathize. Her open preference was rather disconcerting, and he was half afraid of his previous impulsiveness, though mingled with it was a subtle sense of satisfaction in this triumph over Andrew and Gus.
She was ashen, though burning with bitterness and anger against Andrew, yet coldly aquiver with an indefinable sense of loneliness, loss and resentment. Revolting to her as he was tonight, had Palmer asked her to marry him then, she would have said yes. He, as though her mood radiated to himself, felt the danger and was silent, even definitely drawing her back to the door to watch the ever-increasing frenzy of these revellers. The noise was deafening. Again and again, in obedience to their clamorous demand, old Falkenmeyer had changed tune and time, till, beaten and exhausted, he ceased. Then Neddy Neal, dragging his dazed partner, swished past where Palmer and Ursula stood. Gus Stein, with Pat the Jew's daughter, and Andrew with Mina, still kept the floor, but now to the rat-tat-tat accompaniment knuckled from the bottom of a tin dish by Dave Healy, Neal's drover mate, till, tired out, even he ceased. Then the dancing husband of the singer, importuned, momentarily disengaged his partner to grab his concertina, and with this resting on the girl's back, he kept the dancers going, till also he, though much encouraged, wearied. Dry-throated and panting, some of the wine-maddened performers tried to hoarsely bellow independent tunes, which in turn yielded to impotent yells. Vainly Daddy Stein objected, but though Mrs. Stein came from time to time to the doorway, she was grimly silent. Nor was she knitting, Ursula noted. Never before had she seen Mrs. Stein's hands idle. "God, they're crazy," muttered Palmer. Ursula's face shrank grimly, her mouth contracted into a set line. Palmer felt his remoteness from her, and consistently felt relieved and angry. "Look out for your mandooies!" yelled Ned Neal. Ursula stepped nearer Palmer, and at that moment Andrew and Mina violently collided with her, sending her reeling into Palmer's arms. She fought free of his crushing clasp, pushing him from her with open disgust for his breath and body. "She's only throwing her rubbish where she throws her love," laughed Mina, breathlessly, to Andrew, but intently watching them. Looking at Ursula's terrible little face, Hugh Palmer thought there was little to choose between the suppressed tempest of Ursie's now and Mina's unsuppressed passion earlier. Andrew had disappeared, but Mina, fanning herself, was coming towards him. "Good night, Mr. Palmer," Ursula said perfunctorily, but now even he seemed to be waiting for Mina. Sleep Ursula could not, for the noise of their maddened cries penetrated even into her little room. She was utterly powerless, she knew, to stop it, and from time to time she rose and restlessly looked into the night. The hungry are supposed to sleep soundly, but it was not so with the stupidly fasting turkeys, though now their complainings seemed a trifle that could find no place in her mind. She turned her ears from their metallic piping to sounds from the front of the house. From there she heard someone come stumbling through the back passage leading to the wine cellar. Peter, she guessed. It took some time for him to find what he sought, but at length she, listening intently, heard his glug glug. It was Peter drinking out of a bottle, too gratified and intent to hear the swift steps that meant the coming of Mrs. Stein. Crash came the bottle to the stone floor, followed by the sound of Mrs. Stein in a subdued, concentrated fury, pounding Peter and cursing, as she always did when excited, in German. Peter, already half stupefied, was dully complaining, quite impersonal in his resistance. Ursula heard him slide to the floor, and Mrs. Stein, when she went, left him there. Later, when Ursula tried to reach the heavily sighing and groaning creature, she found the door locked and the key gone. Gradually she too slept, and when she woke the spring dawn was dewily ascending, heralded by the twittered delight of bush birds and the loud arrogance of the still-perched roosters. A vivid sense of past and coming trouble gripped her, blended with a far-away but subtle feeling of familiarity. Before, somewhere and time ungraspable, blurred and beset with bewildering details, she had lain alone in bed, listening to gladsome bird voices, mingled with a sense of distressed humanity. Then came the scene she had described to Boshy, but now that stood out boldly and clearly. She could not, must not, dwell on Boshy's tragic end.
and for distraction she looked around. In the far corner stood Mina's bed, undisturbed. "They have kept it up all night," thought Ursula. Was it late, she wondered? While wondering, she could distinguish a confusion of angry voices, Mrs. Stein's, Daddy's, Palmer's. Mina was noisily crying, but in effect it seemed to Ursula to be as impersonal as Peter's moans. Many times she heard Andrew's name, but not his voice, in denunciation of some act he had done. She did not speculate as to the cause of this disturbance. Of a sudden a thought took possession of her that some time today she would go quietly away and never see Andrew nor any of them again. Those tiresome turkeys could now see and were eating the food she had found for them. So, tranquillized, she noiselessly drew down the window blind and again slept. Some hours later she was sitting outside under the group of willow trees near the well. Below her in the house paddock, Gus Stein, rounding up the horses, was bawling for Peter to come and help him. Looking around for the invisible Peter, Ursula saw Mr. Civil going along the footpath back to town. Before coming to the slip rails, she saw him turn and also look in all directions. Instinctively she felt that it was for her, and a trembling fear shook her, and cowering, she hid till this black bird of ill omen was out of sight. Then from the house came a group to her: Mrs. Stein, Daddy, Mina, Palmer and Andrew. Her mouth set frozenly. This very day she meant, with neither stinging words nor reproaches, to part for ever from Andrew. When Mrs. Stein stated her case, she waited as if in expectation of speech from Ursula. All seemed to have chosen Ursula for judge, or she arrogated that function to herself. He must marry her, was her verdict. Mr. Stein, unperceived, had slipped away while his wife made her charge against Andrew. "Yes," agreed Mina's mother, "that is right enough. And you have married her already? And what then?" Her English was not so good as usual, and her face was almost flushed. She looked at Mina disapprovingly, who had raised her drooping head to shoot a triumphant glare into Ursula's eyes, wide with horror. Andrew, Mina's husband! Ursula turned from her to him. The veins in his forehead stood out stagnantly. His blood-red eyes looked mournfully, helplessly at Ursula's, filling swiftly with maternal solicitude. His purple lips were moving, but speechlessly, and tremblingly his great hands went to and from his bare pulsating throat. Water that had been poured over his dazed head dripped from it still. "Andree, Andree!" screamed Ursula, rushing to him. "What's the matter? What have they done to you?" Again he tried to speak, but not to her, and his hands clutched his throat to free the speech stuck in it. "Have a drink, Andrew," aimlessly invited Palmer. Ursula decided, in a swift look, that he was little less composed than Andrew. Her eyes, fastened questioningly upon Palmer, visibly increased his agitation. He dropped his head and kicked at a tuft of grass. "You get him one," she demanded sternly. "Get water, no more wine. He have drink too much wine," commanded Mrs. Stein. Palmer brought out a dipper and cup, and filling the cup, handed it to Andrew without looking at him. "Sit down, Andrew," said Ursula, hoping that his unsteady hand holding the water would then reach his mouth. "Now then, drink up the water, then shuck yourself about. What's going to be done?" said Mrs. Stein. "You leave him alone. What more do you want if he has married her?" demanded Ursula fiercely. "When," Andrew cleared his throat, "did I marry her? Catch me marrying her?" he gasped huskily. "Mr. Palmer, you witness it. Listen to him talk. I tell you, sir, it was marry her or de lock up, and de jail and de hang rope." Andrew drew the back of an invoking hand across his brow. So spurred, he recalled a recent scene as one coming to, after falling from a great height, might recollect the sight of those watching the tragedy. "Were you there, Ursie?" "No," he decided before she spoke. "But you were," indicating Palmer.
and old Civil and Gus. No, not Gus. He turned his head away from Mina to her mother. You dosed me. Talk about the hang rope, if I had been in my senses before I'd marry you," pointing to Mina, with his head turned away, "I'd hang a week." Gus Stein, with face deathly, rushed to them. "Mother, Mina, poor old Peter's dead." "So is Queen Anne," said the unmoved mother, for in the light of this living tragedy the sudden death of drunken Peter lost all importance. Andrew, deaf and oblivious to Ursula's tender pleading, was battling impotently with a torrent of angry declamation. Again his virile blood seethed, purpling and distending neck and face and brow. Again his hands fought for words to denounce this plot and plotters, till Ursula caught them, calming him instantly. "Ursie, your dear little hands." His bloodshot eyes looked hopelessly into hers, aching yet ashine with sympathy. Then the tempestuous blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Palmer brought out his handkerchief. "Not yours, not yours," Andrew shouted. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The tilt hooding the spring cart was insecure. Even the jolt from the down and up curving river bend near the house had brought it down twice. This was the third start. Peter had been adept with tilts, as old Stein had said so often that morning, while he, Palmer and Gus had dubiously laboured at this elusive task. But Peter would rig no more tilts, and primitively old Stein and Gus lamented this as they missed his services. Mrs. Stein cut short all such comments by an over-vehement list of his failings. And finally it was her secure fingers that gave the requisite binding pass and firm twitch that had withstood the crucial descent and ascent of the river bank. Mrs. Stein's well-trained fingers could work without her eyes, else, though anxious, she would not have watched. Mina, forced from home by her mother, was on the way to the husband who, after recrimination and repudiation, had secretly gone to his bush home. Ursula, urged by Mrs. Stein constantly and spurred by an indefinable impulse, had consented to go also. "Well, that was what I call a clean sweep, Mina, Palmer, Ursie, and," turning to where Peter lay, "poor old Peter," said Peter's brother. He waved his hat in token of Ursie's hand seen through the back of the tilt, then followed his wife dutifully to the back of the house. In addition to his regular duties, he now had Peter's. Mrs. Stein had Mina's. When this was discussed as a difficulty by Mina's father, "Oh Lord, Mina, work!" Mina's mother said, and actually ceased pinning back and up her skirts to raise her brow and hands. "Oh Lord!" The repetition finished the sentence eloquently. Mina's father too raised his hand, and beginning at the point where Peter lay, he circuited to the now hidden travellers. "Well, anyways, it's a clean sweep," he repeated. Mrs. Stein was now swiftly but surely removing the egg trays from the incubator. In mild surprise old Stein watched her. "Goin' to stange them?" indicating the eggs. "Give a 'unt," was her reply, and together they pushed the incubator into Mina's room. "S'posin' Andrew clear out again onct more from up there, where will Mina sleep when she come back?" "She comes back 'ere's no more," she said decisively. "But s'posin' he clears out?" "Less rubbish, more room, and Mina comes back no more," she reiterated. When he, fagged by his double duties, was returning that afternoon, he saw smoke ascending from outside. "What game now she play?" he asked himself, as he distinguished his wife near one of the pig-scalding coppers. Doubt and even fear dwelt in his eyes, travelling from her tucked-up skirts down to her bare feet, but they rested without emotion on the bandages, emphasizing her swollen leg. "Christ, Peter's best dat on you's head. You lose no time," burst from him. "Well,
Will any more want it? Gus will not wear it, I say, and you can't. Will I leave it to rot?" She pressed it firmly on her head for answer. She had Mina's bed and bedding outside as a finality. He angrily looked at her, but she was engrossed in active examination of the mortised crevices of the bedposts. Stooping, he picked up the two she specified for him to carry. "Nice mother you are, I must say," he fired at her. "And you have a nice daughter, I must say," she retorted. "Mine? Christ, ain't she you's daughter do?" "No." Shortly, then challengingly. "Am I de man cat? Was I ever got about?" Most excellently she mewed. "Well, who was? Not me," he defended. "You sister? Ach, Brenda!" he breathed in relief. "Yes, and when she leave, I take down her pet, and it too was crawling." Her English suffered when she was angry. From the crevices of the last post she withdrew a chocolate speck, squirming on the point of a long pin. "This one was not born in the world yesterday, but if Mina was here she say so. Excuses, excuses, always that. Ach, she go to hell, but she comes here no more." As they jolted along in the creaking old cart, Ursie daily watched Mina for signs of uneasiness. If Mina felt any misgivings, she betrayed none on the journey. With her head on a bag of seasoning herbs given by Daddy Stein, she slept the best part of the day, waking refreshed and hungry when the cart stopped for their midday or evening meals. Ursula either walked or sat well forward, trying to escape from the nauseating smell of the herbs. Dizzy with an effort to distract her thoughts, she would try to search for Boshy's landmarks, so often described. Besides, she too had travelled along them, though to her, ages ago. Boshy had told her that he had wandered off the track last time. At dark he had camped, taking for his pillow a little rise that he thought was a deserted ant-heap. Next morning he discovered it was a grave. Maybe that little mound was it, or that beyond, for there were many. Rarely they sighted some isolated boundary rider's hut, and early one morning they passed "Gilway Nothin' All". Palmer pointed it out. Twice they had struck a wine shanty, but it was not the shearing season, consequently neither had its staple commodity, a circumstance in the first instance unimportant to Palmer, who then, with characteristic generosity, produced his well-supplied barrel. But though equally importuned, he had none to spare for the last. What would Mina do if Andree would not have her, had troubled Daddy Stein, who had secretly discussed it with Ursula, for Andrew had sworn that he would never live with Mina. Night and day now it haunted Ursula, yet there lay his wife, seemingly unthinking of the alternative, and certainly unafraid and unconcerned. And, thought the overwrought girl, she is puffing breaths of the aggressive seasoning in my face. Stop, let me get down and walk. Then she would walk for hours, and though she had often to do so, Palmer would uncomplainingly draw rein, and slacken the horse's speed to her pace. Generally such halts would waken Mina, who welcomed them only if they meant mealtime, waiting to alight until Palmer had prepared the fire, and Ursula spread the food. Mina had ears and smiles for his jokes, and understanding for many an innuendo mystic to Ursula. That Ursula should dislike the smell of the seasoning herbs in the cart, or the pungent pennyroyal at intervals surrounding them, amused her. Surreptitiously she inserted a sprig of it into Ursula's pint of steaming tea. Its violent result convulsed her with merriment. "Still, as mother 'ud say, sick after supper saves no meat." She laughed, though her merriment instantly vanished when concerned Palmer forced Ursula to swallow some brandy. "We'll sight the homestead tomorrow, Ursula," one day he encouraged, for her worn white face touched him. With that day her heart shrank, and instinctively she turned to look at Mina, but Mina was outwardly unconcerned. Pine Point. He indicated a sweeping curve of giant primeval pines, the extreme point of which had screened a semicircle of river-split plain. The cart stopped, and Ursula, overborne by a strong but trembling impulse,
steadied herself by the tilt, and stood up on the shaft. Immediately under the glare of actuality, the mist of her ever-recurring subconsciousness dissolved. Every detail that met her eyes was familiar, and always had been, dreaming or waking, of a truth she might have told Boshy that she remembered. There was the old hut. The door faced the river, but she could plainly see the gap in the broken roof. This side of the river, though dwarfed by distance, still mouldering, were the myalls, scantier maybe, but there. Beneath them she knew what, though none now laboured as in her memory. On the other side, outlined by the sentinel pines, was the home of her childhood, beside it the paddocks. From them she turned to where the well and troughs used to be. The sheep were all round both, and she could see the wim ascending and descending. Worked by whom? Breathlessly she sat down, and yoked by mutual agitation, she turned to Palmer. A purple hue had overspread his face, and the guilty grimness about his mouth quietened her different emotion. He made no reply to Mina, who, to manifest her careless freedom, talked louder and smiled continuously, but with her mouth only, Ursula noted. As they neared the well, Ursula saw the whim cease. So did Palmer, and again his face changed, but he continued to drive till they crossed the river. Without a word he handed the reins to Mina, then slid down and disappeared under the river bank. Instantly Mina ceased to smile. "Has he gone to tell Andrew?" asked Ursula. "How do I know where he's gone to?" she said, lashing the horses. But Ursula, though she watched for his appearance at the well, noticed that Mina's eyes went the other way. Involuntarily Ursula looked for the myall logs. Both, unchanged, were there. Tumbledown Jimmy was dead, she knew, for Boshy had told her how the blacks had buried him alive. In front of the house the horses stopped, but both women kept their seats, their eyes fixed on the closed door, as though waiting for it to open to welcome them. "Just you get down and open the door," said Mina, assuming authority, to cover the trepidation that her "just" betrayed. Ursula struggled down, and Mina followed. Then both stood aimlessly before the front door. "Open it! Open it!" Mina's hands worked in harmony with her command. Both women tried, but neither could open it. Overborne by a sense of familiarity, Ursula went round to the back door, slipped her hand through the opening showing, and slid back the bolt. "What will we do with the horses?" Before entering she asked. Mina nodded towards the river. "He'll see to them when he comes. Quick, let's get in. He's comin'." Hastily they both entered. Near the top of the back door was an almost unused rusty bolt, which Mina forced across. Ursula saw her spring high to reach it, and heard its harsh creak, then stood with her back against the table, despoiled of its original top, long ago, by Boshy. Her hands grasped the one replacing it. Mina sat on the sofa on the other side. The noise of galloping hoofs, the scrunch of a hasty foot sliding from the stirrup along the sand. Then an authoritative rap and shake at the front door. A sense of her deceit struck and sickened Ursula as she saw a hand thrust through the back door as hers had been. It was bolted above. He did not know, but she did, yet she was powerless to speak and say so. Above the emotional din in her ears she could hear someone demanding the door to be opened. Intently she watched how the outside force widened a crack from the bottom, till, with a splintering crash, it burst open. Through a mist, caused apparently to her by her own breath, she saw Andrew, saw him look at her, and realized that the horror and agony on his face was caused by her gasping breath. She saw him tower, then shrink, yet she could not spare him. It was fate that he should suffer, and great, God pity him. For how he must be suffering, and again he might burst a blood vessel. She groaned, and her hands went out to him, then dropped. He was Mina's husband. Oh, that terrible smell of blood! Yet she must stir it, or it would be ruined. Virtuously her hand went out, circling in a vain endeavour to keep away Mina's husband. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For Ursula's sake, there was no word spoken by Andrew of the homecoming of Mina, who gave no grateful sign. With Andrew in sight, she made pretence of performing some household duty, ceasing with it half through when he disappeared. Queeby was dead, and Nungi had taken for wife a young gin, but his merciless marital reign died with Queeby. So it was, all tasks, heavy and unpleasant, were left to Ursula, for Gin Woona closely copied Mina in eye services, the difference being Woona's were practised for Mina as Mina's were for Andrew. Andrew now slept in Boshy's old workshop, Mina in the bedroom, and Ursula on the sofa in the front room. Palmer at rare intervals called, carefully stating that his business was with Andrew and going to him whenever he was to be found. The long days were empty of all but household work. Still here, as ever, Ursula was spellbound with a compelling sense of waiting. Andrew and she scarcely spoke. If he by chance saw her carrying or lifting a heavy burden, he was swift to relieve her. But it was an unusual happening, for Mina did one thing thoroughly, and that was watch. Helpful action from her always signified to Ursula that Andrew was in sight. The whole thing must end, the girl said to herself every day, and she must get away. When and how, though, always belonged to tomorrow. "It's in my blood. What has come to me? Why have I changed? What am I doing here? Why is it always tomorrow?" she moaned. Then her mouth drew into a thin line. "I will make it today," she decided. "I must tell him." But it was night before he came home, so again she shrank from what she knew would be a shock to him. She would wait for a time when he would not look so tragically weary. Then, when she had gone to meet him with this to say, the divining wild fear in his eyes had silenced her. Mina, as ever watching, only saw her pass him without speech and go swiftly towards the river. Still, Ursula's inner consciousness comforted her that the time was only deferred. Then, consoled and sustained by such human complexity, she decided to immediately act. And looking across the sheepyards, she saw Andrew coming. It was an unusual hour, but he wanted a branding iron. She went to meet him, and when he stopped she saw the old look of fear dart into his eyes, but she was resolved, nothing must prevent her. "Andrew, I know, Ursula. Wait till I come back. It will be better, things, I mean. I'm going to Queensland in a day or two. The station there is my own. You must have money, plenty of money, then you can go where you like. Go to London, Ursie, and write your book," he said, smiling grimly. She was silent, for she knew when he had spoken that she really had never meant to go. Together they turned to the house. Mina was standing by the table. She had a hood on, and had pulled it well over her eyes, but Ursula saw how wicked her mouth was. "Andrew is going to Queensland, Mina." "You too?" asked Mina viciously. It was midnight before he went to his room that night. Then Ursula wondered, did he sleep? She did not. As he, dry-mouthed, tried to eat breakfast next morning, she saw how a few hours had changed him. All day he, with Nungi and his black boy, were busy with the sheep. Then night again found him, till the small hours, busy in his bedroom and office. "Why do you work so hard lately?" Ursula had ceased to call him by any name. He looked at her with the old boyish light of their free days. "Putting my house in order," he quoted. "Will you be long away?" burned on her tremulous lips. Certainly she might ask this, and explain that she did not wish to remain here, but as she thought it, she felt that any tangible desire was dead. A hand from Cameron's was coming to manage the place, in pleased confidence, Mina told her. Nungi and his gin were to remain as they were. Rain had replenished the river, so that the whim and the well rested. Food in abundance was everywhere, encroaching even on the trodden track to the river and the sand patch before the house. It was well with beast and bird, and the musical callings of both were good to hear. Management under such conditions would be easy. Mina said Palmer would find it so. "Palmer? Is he coming?" asked Ursula. "Part of this place belongs to him as well as to Andrew," was Mina's evasive retort. "Boshy used to say it was mine," rose to Ursula's lips. She restrained herself from taunting, not even saying, "In Queensland Eulari is Andrew's own." Mina, over eager to trip her, waited, but she was silent. All that day Ursula took refuge from herself in ceaseless work. In the dusk she saw the black boy yard some horses, then overhaul the pack saddles. So tomorrow would be the day. She knew to a moment when Mina's sleep began, and waited always for the sign. Then she felt free to think. And this night it seemed to Ursula that Mina too must be wakeful. Andrew did not make even a pretence of going to bed, for late though it might be before Mina slept, even then he had not gone to his room. Leisurely the long hours ticked into nothingness, yet there was no sound from him. Would he go in the night, as he did before from Stein's, without a word? Ursula's heart quickened agonizingly, though she lay still, tingling with the thought. Suddenly an uncontrollable impulse mastered her. She rose and, shrouded with the counterpane, passed barefooted, without sound, into the night. The moon had almost sunk to a level with the stockyard, where her eyes turned. Standing near the old myall logs, she saw Andrew. He was bareheaded, but otherwise ready for his journey. He stood motionless, though he had seen and known her first, but from his eyes came beams of light as though to guide and draw her to him. At the head of his shadow she stopped, her eyes fixed on his, and blazing as though fed by the same flame. All about her fell the dazzling moonlight, greedily enveloping her lest his shade, stretching towards her, should dull its gleaming power on her face, throat, and bare feet. Her hands were outstretched to him, his to her, yet both were motionless, for about them was a stillness, stagnant and omnipotent as death. And it was death's moment, thought and desired the girl, when suddenly, from a far point in the river, with the solemnity and clarity of Gabriel's trumpet, came that bush call which few, even of its chosen, are privileged or fated to hear. In a span of sound it floated high over them, mournfully dying as it sank towards the lagoon, miles away in the scrub. Both had followed the sound with their eyes, but the light had died in Ursula's when they again saw Andrew's, and his shadow had conquered the moonlight. She raised her fallen hand in voiceless farewell, and in the same way his went out to her. Did Mina know Andrew was gone? Though he had not come to breakfast, she had not remarked, and a new sensation kept Ursula from speaking his name. Guiltily, from time to time, she took swift inquiring looks at Mina, who was dressed more carefully and had fresh plaited her hair. Many times she went to the front, and, shading her eyes, took a steady survey of the working centres on the plain beyond. "Set for 3," she said to Ursula, who had prepared the dinner table for Mina and herself. The girl trembled violently. She must tell her Andrew was gone. "Andrew," she forced from her dry lips. "Andrew—" "Palmer," snapped Mina, "how sly you are when you know Andrew's gone. Didn't you see him off?" But though they waited till long past the usual hour, Palmer did not come, and as night did not bring him, Mina went down to Nungi's hut for news. Palmer had camped for the night at One Tree Hut, the half-caste told Mina. "Why?" she angrily demanded. Nungi, hungry and weary, had come to a fireless and supperless hut, and after fire-making was busy preparing supper for himself and Woona, she sitting calmly watching him. "Why didn't he come home?" re-asked Mina. Nungi was too hungrily cross to be respectful. "Oh, missus, ask me somethin' easy. Palmer's all right. He's got plenty tucker and blankets and dildoo to wait on him, so he won't catch cold nor go hungry to sleep. I wish to God I stayed there meself 'stead of comin' here." Going on his knees, alternately with mouth and hat, he fanned the smouldering fire into a blaze. "If I never come 'ome she'd never make no fire," he complained, indicating the unmoved Woona.
Weariness had made him reckless, but he hastily and pacifically added, "And then you'd go hungry to bed, you see, and feel all over like tomorrow, wouldn't you, Woona?" But she, tyrannical in her youth, only glared at him. "She ain't strong and don't eat much," was his loud excuse to Mina, unamiably watching both, and disappointed at Nungi's giving in. "Isn't she? Tch, she's as strong as a horse, and has had her tea up at the house long ago," enlightened Mina, as she went out. When a few paces outside she paused to listen to the virulent abuse of the now tongue-loosened Woona, there was only the distinction of sex between the well-qualified nouns that Woona impartially divided between Mina and Nungi. Nor had he any defence for himself, nor for his mistress. When Mina went in again, Woona was still squatted among the ashes. She was silent as Mina entered, but her black eyes rolled defiantly, and her lower lip fell snarlingly. "You low black brute!" stormed Mina. "I heard all you said. Nungi, get your whip and thrash her. Go on this minute." Nungi moved back from his wrathful mistress towards Woona. "She got no damn sense," he cried, in excuse of his gin. "Dunno what she's talkin' about. No more savvy 'en a suckin' dove. Queeby!" Mina picked up a stool. "Then I'll teach the black cow," raising it threateningly. "Come now, none of that, missus," almost coaxed Nungi, getting out of line of the missile's target, Woona. "You—" Mina faced him. "You take it then," hurling it at him. He ducked dexterously, and the stool crashed to its own detriment against the wall. Unnoticed, Woona had seized a stick from the fireplace. She took deliberate aim and sent it straight at Mina, striking her with staggering force across the face. In distressed horror, Nungi's eyes rolled from one woman to the other. Expecting an attack, Woona had another stick in readiness. She was muttering in her native tongue, and her whole attitude was a defiant challenge to Mina, now intently regarding her. "Better go 'ome, missus," Nungi broke the pause to advise. Mina, breathing heavily, passed her hand before her eyes to brush away the stars floating before them. Woona gave her weapon a defensive flourish. "Go 'ome, missus, or she'll 'urt you again. I can't stop her," pleaded Nungi. "No good of me tryin', on'y get it meself." "Shut up, you," said Mina. "Tell me the truth, Woona, and I won't touch you." "Huh!" sneered unafraid Woona, till Mina suggested, "Woona, who told you to hit me? Was it Ursula?" "Told meself," replied Woona promptly. Nungi had made a personal disclaimer as soon as he grasped the nature of the question. "No one tole 'er, missus. She done it 'erself. She got no more sense." "Shut up!" again commanded Mina. "Now, look here, Woona. If you'll tell me true who told you to 'it me, I'll give you something. Upon me soul and body I will." "Tell 'er you'll give 'er a bottle of rum, missus," insinuated Nungi interestedly. "Missus, if you was to cut 'ome like blazes, and clap a bit of raw meat on your eyes, they wouldn't go black in a bungy. That's what I do when she 'its me." "Will they go black?" Mina asked in alarm. "Black as 'ell," was his emphatic confirmation. On the door threshold Mina turned, and her eyes fastened on Woona in concentrated malignity. "I'll pay you out, me black strumpet, if I got to wait a year. See if I don't." There was a light from Andrew's room, and she went hastily but quietly to the side furthest from the door and peeped in. Hugh Palmer was rolling blankets and pillow into a swag. She waited, watching till he had finished, and came out carrying it. Then she, standing in the shadow, asked, "What are you doing?" He almost dropped the swag in surprise, and for a few seconds stood disconcertedly silent. "It's better for me to camp over there," jerking his head towards the plain across the river. She too was silent, but only for a moment. Then she threw out her short, thick arms impatiently. "Well, I didn't know you was such a cur." "Think what you like." And he reshouldered his swag. Without any attempt to alter her opinion, he would have passed on to his horse fastened to a tree in the scrub, but she followed him determinedly. Worn out, Ursula had gone to bed, and of the early night, beyond that Mina had gone to the hut, she knew nothing.
waking only by Mina coming to the room. Had she been crying, Ursula wondered, as she watched her bathing her eyes, and was it for Andrew? "Mina, what's the matter?" she called sympathetically. "I fell over a log," replied Mina in a voice free from tears. "Did Mr. Palmer come home, Mina?" "I dunno," she answered. "Yer see, miss," said Nungi to Ursula next day, as they met on the river track, "if the missus 'ad cut 'ome at onct and clapped on a bit of raw meat over 'er eyes, none of yous 'ud 'ave knowed she was it. But no, she must go me 'awkin' round wi' Boss Palmer till all hours. That's the worst of Woona, she always goes for a poor bee's eyes. But Lord, she's got no more sense 'en a fool. Now, Queeby—" He looked at the girl, ashen and trembling before him. "Miss, don't you be a cocktail. One thing, whoever she tackles, Woona 'ud never tetch you," he reassured. But leaving her bucket of water, Ursula sped home. "Mina!" she almost shrieked. "Mina, where are you?" Mina had hastily hidden in the chimney recess outside, from what danger she was not sure, and there Ursula, almost beside herself, found her with her back to the wall, and instinctively on the defence with hands and feet. "Don't come anigh me, Ursie. If you're bit, there's no cure for snake bite." "I will, I will!" stormed Ursula. "I will never leave you out of my sight, day and night. You are Andrew's wife, Mina. Remember, Mina, you're Andrew's wife." This was the beginning of an espionage by Ursula that bespoke the mettle of martyrdom. "You are Andrew's wife, Mina," was her only explanation to Mina's stinging taunts. Then Palmer added his veiled suggestions regarding Ursula's born capacity in filling the role of private detective, and afterwards Mina continually addressed her as Detector. "Looking for me, Detector?" or "'Ere I am, Detector." "'Oo are you doing your dirty work for?" she asked one day. "One thing, you'll never ketch me." Ursula looked into the green eyes with their baleful gleam, and a sense of sickening horror almost overcame her. "Fain't do, but I wouldn't if I was you, 'cause there's no one 'ere to pick you up," provoked Mina. "I'll leave here the first chance I get," Ursula vowed solemnly. It was a sudden resolution, but it ripened, and though Mina received it with indifference, not so Palmer, who instantly ceased tormenting. Meeting her one day as she came from the river, he noted the change from girlhood to womanhood. "The bush is ageing you," he said. "The bush?" she asked. He flinched. "Have you begun your book yet, Ursula?" "How could I, here?" "By God, no one ever had a finer chance. 2 women and 1 man, with the bush for a background." He laughed mirthlessly. "Ah, you'll have to marry first, Ursula." And he sighed. "Oh Lord, if I had met you 10 years earlier, and I were 10 years younger, and you 10 years older, things would have been different." "Not so far as I'm concerned," she answered proudly, passing him. "Wouldn't they? I've 10 times Andrew's personality," he sent after her, watching with a grim satisfaction how his shaft quickened her pace. She had written to Cameron, telling only of her wish to return to town, but Andrew's marriage had alienated his father, and the weeks dragged on. No reply came. Occasionally a dealer's cart would penetrate to their remoteness, and once, soon after they had first come, a dealer had brought his wife. If such occurred again, she would go back with them, and for this she waited. In the long empty days and lonely nights she struggled against her nature, and in the end conquered herself. It was a mental feat that kept all introspection and retrospection, if not at bay, quiescent. A quiet sadness settled on her. She scarcely spoke unless in guidance to Woona, who now was more obedient and, in a stumbling way, more thoughtful of Ursula. She was sitting one afternoon outside on the myall log, and inside Mina slept, so all was peaceful. Ursula's relaxed eyes were on the wide plain on which the domed sky rested securely, and in an assertive flash the great sweeping circle recalled Ashton's circus. Her heart bounded. "Good God, what a life here!" she groaned, and covered her eyes. Unrestrained mentally, she faced the reality, instead of world-wide fame, Mina's keeper, detector, visualizing the attitude of intense hatred of the sometimes thwarted and baffled Mina. Intolerable! Oh God, she must not think, and rising, she fixed her eyes and mind again on the plain. Pyramids of clouds now fringed its edge, and the centre had hazed into a sandy mist. From the further side, quicksilver lakes of sheep formed into momentary circles that split into streams, then dividing, trickled into a single file and made for the river. There was a brooding stillness and sadness indefinitely suggestive of town Sabbath, for the bark of the dogs, anxious to pilot the unwilling flock to the Wim instead of the river, was spent in the distance. From habit the sheep would head for the river, but though it was early spring, the winter had been droughty, and the river was only a string of dangerous waterholes. The dogs, as ever, conquered, and the sheep, against their will, were driven to the troughs round the Wim. After the governed mob had passed, Ursula thought she could hear a faint call, and the crows, keener and quicker than she, were already circling in a preparatory swoop. They guided her to the dried sags at the river's edge, where she found a lamb newly dropped and deserted, maybe willy-nilly, by the ewe. As she, with the ungainly creature in her arms, was making for home, Nungi on horseback overtook her. He had strapped before him a sheep for killing, which hung in an unresisting, listless bow across the saddle, limp, it seemed to Ursula, with a foreknowledge of its doom. Her arms tightened on the lamb she was carrying. Such would not be its fate, she determined. "'Ell of a trouble to poddy, miss, them lambs, but Queeby used to poddy any Gord's quantity," remarked Nungi. Ursula watched his eyes glazing reminiscently. "Lord, Queeby used to poddy as many as 50 or 60 every lambin." "What did she do with them?" "Oh, the boss 'ud buy 'em, and I used to snavel the rhino. S'elp me Bob, I've been for a fortnight at a stretch at Tambo on the spree, and damn well never seen daylight the 'ole time." Again his eyes became regretfully reminiscent. "No chance of them times now. Ketch Woona poddy one lamb, not even get up off of 'er unkers. I got to damn well light the fire and poddy 'er myself, and not so much as thank yer for it. She give me a bit of a spree, no damn fear of Woona, but Lord, I can't expect 'er to knock herself about, for she's got no more sense than a lamb herself." "Think she'll show me how to poddy this one?" "Like rain," was Nunny's confirmation. "She'll do any morsel thing for you, miss, clean gone on you, like Queeby there, ain't she?" Nearer the house Palmer joined her. "What, have you found your treasure trove, Ursula?" he asked banteringly, but looking with envious interest at the instinctive maternity of her sheltering arms. Then, as she scornfully moved onward, he, to delay her, asked, "Did you know old Civil half guessed where Boshy's money was planted?" She said, "No." "Do you know, Ursula?" he asked earnestly. "You know I don't," she answered curtly, and moved on, anxious to find her lamb. There is no animal more devoid of affection than a sheep. Ursula was quick to see this, but the very helplessness of this small creature, and its dependence on her for its life, begot her tenderness. Besides, she welcomed anything that gave interest to her empty days. Gradually they were becoming more so, for now Mina seemed to sleep all day, and Palmer left at dawn, after a breakfast prepared and laid overnight, also eaten alone, and it was often dark when he returned. Even then, apparently, office work claimed his attention directly after his meal. Both wine and spirits had been among the waggon load of supplies that had been sent for the coming shearing. The wine was placed in a loft over the carefully locked storeroom, Mina keeping the keys. Several times Palmer had asked for them lately, and once, to Ursula's surprise, Mina had refused to give them. Uneasily Ursula watched both. Then a sudden intuition explained Mina's frequent visits to the storeroom, and her long sleeps, followed by her uncritical apathy when awake. "Give them to him, Mina. Take them, Mr. Palmer," besought Ursula frantically. He was gravely silent, but Mina laughed. "'Im," pointing to Palmer, "'im mindin' the keys, pot callin' the pan black," said Mina. That night Ursula's violently beating heart unaccountably woke her. Had Mina called? She rushed to Mina's bedroom door, but it had a barrier. She called, "Mina!" and while she waited, she heard the hide-hung window shutter strike the outside wall noisily and flap to. A footstep on the sand outside gave a dulled slide. Her pet lamb bleated in sudden agony, and someone lurched against the wall, then went hastily into Palmer's room. Ursula forced back the barring stool and entered Mina's room, which was reeking with spirits. Mina, though not snoring, was apparently sound asleep. "Mina!" she called, shaking her roughly. Again the lamb bleated. Ursula thrust her head through the window. Beneath it, with its back close to the wall and its feet stretched out stiffly, lay the lamb. Hastily she bent and lifted it, but the crushed creature instantly died in her arms. Carrying it into the front room, she laid it in the fireplace, and without her usual careful thought for the sleeper, she washed the lamb's blood from her hands, then, dressing herself, lay on her bed awaiting daylight. At dawn she began to collect and pack her possessions, and Woona, as usual, came and lighted the kitchen fire. When the breakfast hour was past and none appeared, Ursula, venturing inside for an explanation, found Mina's bedroom door again closed. Ursula wondered how, for she had left it open, and all therein ever since had been silent. Later, Nungi, wild-eyed and strangely excited, came ostensibly for the day's orders. Then Ursula found that Palmer also had kept his room, and Nungi intimated that, though he had tried, he could not waken him. With cabalistic signs, Woona accused Nungi of having done something wrong, and with the same silent subtlety, Nungi intimated that this unspoken charge should be laid against Palmer instead of him. "What's to be done, miss, about them yeos and lambs in their draftin' yard?" he asked Ursula, with a show of anxiety to be at his duty. "Better ask Mr. Palmer," she advised. "He's asleep, miss. I tell yer I been tryin' to wake 'im till I'm wore out. 'E's reg'lar blind, deaf and dumb. Wish I 'ad a drop of the same poison for these damn cramps," he added, rubbing his stomach, and bending double in a feigned distress that his expectant eyes and watering mouth contradicted. Ursula knocked at Mina's door, then turned the handle. To her surprise it was again secured, and equally so was the window. So also she found Palmer's, but Nungi, deceived as to her intentions, and because of his personal interest, invited her to look through the cracks as he had done. Across the bed, partly dressed, lay Palmer, and one of his stockinged feet hanging out of the bed was blood-spattered, the position of both bespeaking his drunken stupefaction. "Busted yer poor little lamb wi' 'is big foot," said Nungi. Then he earnestly assured her that the black bottle on the table was empty, and Woona resentfully drew her attention to a hollow reed that Nungi was standing on in an endeavour to hide it. It was long enough to reach the bottle inside, and cunningly bent to enter its neck. Tamely Nungi picked it up and broke it, volubly reaffirming that there was not a drop in the bottle, nor had there been "fust things tis mornin', and spit me death, miss, if I 'ad a toothful," he said to Ursula. "Nungi, you must go down for Mr. Cameron." "Not on Shank's pony," he said sullenly. "Ride what you like, but you must go." Woona added her command, and, thwarted, he went sullenly to "'unt up an 'orse." When Woona, hours after, returned to their hut, he was there. "Nungi knows better, wherever he learnt it, not to go down along the Camerons. Christ, let 'im," jerking his head towards Palmer, "ketch me at it, and I'd think a tree fall on me. Nungi's got enough sense to come in out of the rain long afore a thunderbolt 'its 'im." Woona took him literally. "No rain," she said. "Be Gord, no!" he agreed, "and no signs of any. An' I'll see Palmer, the boosy bee, furdermore, before I water all them yells and lambs meself. Plenty to do in 'ere, ain't there, Woona?" he remarked to conciliate her. "No good of you and me bustin' ourselves. You get none the more thanks in the long run." He hid all that day, but late in the afternoon of the next day, when Ursula was returning from burying her lamb, she surprised Nungi lying under a shelving bank. He rose up, suggesting by his simulated air of stiffness that he had accomplished a long riding journey. Boss Cameron, he told her, was out when he got there, so he had left Ursula's letter for him, and as no one there asked the way to me mouth, I turns round and comes straight back. Then, hastily, to discourage her searching gaze, he added, "Damn shame about your poor little lamb, miss." "Nungi, did you disturb old Baldy in my father's graves?" she asked accusingly. "Spit me death, miss, if I tetch 'em. Why, 'Oly Ghost," he truthfully said, "I wouldn't go within cooey of 'em for all you give me. Me rouse up the devil," and looking at his fear-charged eyes, she knew he spoke the truth. She had gone that morning to unyard the ewes and lambs, and coming back had paid her good-bye visit to the little enclosure, and found that the graves had been opened by careless hands that had left convincing proof. Inside the mouldering skeleton of the old hut she found several broken pickle bottles. Their tops, sealed by sheep basil, preserved with a tan of pitch, had been broken hastily, and lying among them were many scraps of age-discoloured paper, with Boshy's characteristically rude writing and figures. She had no time for thought, and had only hastily gathered them together and hidden them. Ursula knew that Palmer had been astir at dawn, but not to attend to his usual duties, for she pityingly had freed the thirsty, uncared-for sheep. Many of these were now bogged in the various waterholes along the river. As Ursula entered, Mina was sitting on the table, drumming on it with a vibrant knife handle. "Been for a constitution, Urs?" she remarked defiantly. It was all so hopeless that Ursula was silent, and she passed into the kitchen, where Woona, in sullen obedience to Mina's command, was resentfully busy, frying slices of salt beef in a pan of water. "She wants me to go 'untin' for bogabri down on the billabongs," she complained to Ursula. Then, as her complaint met with no response, remarked, "Been buryin' your little lamb?" Ursula nodded. "Teddy the mail boy went by just now. 'E say what 'e been gibbet letter belongin' you to Boss Palmer." "Where is he?" asked Ursula excitedly. "Boss Palmer's gone down along a river." Ursula rushed out, and though she searched up and down the river, he was not there. But later she saw him yard a horse, then come in to await supper. Ursula deferred her question and kept her eyes from his face, but she was conscious that intentionally his manner, assumed or otherwise, reeked with reckless defiance, even to a complete disregard of the watchful Mina. As he sat at the head of the table, instinctively Ursula's eyes rested on his trembling hands, till a sudden discovery that the edges of 2 shirts were showing at his wrists sent her eyes with swift inquiry to his. The effect was an influence that shattered his self-control. He replaced his cup with a noisy clatter. "What are you staring at? Do I owe you anything?" he asked, his face purpling in his futile attempt to meet her eyes fearlessly, and before she could reply, he scrunched his chair back against the wall and went out. Gratification at his hostility kept Mina gloatingly voiceless, but her sodden eyes gleamed at Ursula exultingly, and unaffected by Palmer's practically untouched plate, she went on with her meal, swallowing huge mouthfuls with noisy relish. Almost as harshly Ursula freed herself from her chair and went out by the same door, meaning to ask him had there been a letter for her. It was useless to knock. His room door was wide open, and his horse was gone from the yard. Mina had followed her, so almost together they went round to the front. This commanded a view of the roadway, along which hastily rode Palmer. Down the river bank he disappeared for some time. When he reappeared on the other side, he was leading a pack horse. A lowered lip of blood-hued haze lay along the horizon, and from the sun sinking in it a flaming tongue protruded across the plain, till it caught man and horse in a fine effect as he drew rein and looked back at the house. Seeing both women, he turned his horse to face them, and standing in his stirrups took off his hat, flourishing it in a sweeping circle that included both. With elaborate precision he singled out Ursula, and sending her a shower of kisses, he gave a farewell flourish and galloped onward. Ursula heard a dry click catch Mina in the throat. Ursula's eyes were now on her. Dismay had conquered her caution. She stood in utter abandonment, with both hands raised to shield her eyes from the sun. Ursula, leaning against the wall, pressed down her bursting heart. Into her eyes came the look of one who, spellbound, stands beneath a falling mountain. Her dilating pupils perfectly reflected the pregnant woman, still standing in the same attitude, watching the rapidly disappearing horseman. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In a night, stormy, but only with wind and dust, about a month after Palmer's departure, Ursula went for Woona. All gins are skilled midwives, and under her auspices the child was born. It was weirdly shrivelled and small, as the child of a big womb usually is. With Woona's aid, Ursula had washed and dressed it in the clothes that had done service for Mrs. Stein's family, her sole wedding endowment to her daughter. If the helplessness of the motherless lamb had appealed to Ursula, what was the lamb compared to this tiny creature, by reason of its humanity, more helpless? When Ursula handled this atom, its shrivelled hands, as if for protection, would clutch and hold her with a grim tenacity peculiar to infancy. But of infants and their ways what should Ursula know, though she speedily interpreted every movement of this one. Kissing the tendril fingers, at first because Mina, its mother, did not, but later with a rapture begot by its breath on her breast. The beat of its wee heart held against her own sent her intense maternity surging like the spring sap in a young tree. Mina's keen eyes were watchful as ever, and instinctively Ursula strenuously endeavoured to disguise her love, finding that it endangered the infant. When she woke in the night, thinking of it, she smiled. If only it were mine, she longed, then turned her face in hiding to the wall. Now it was sick, Mina said, and in swift alarm Ursula bent over it as it slept, her ear to its mouth. She turned her face the other way, for the sinister look on Mina's, watching her, broke her concentration. She laid a testing finger in the little one's palm, and though it slept, as ever its hand closed round it. It was safer for both, she knew, that Mina could not see her face. Shaking a negative head, she said it was not sick, but unconvinced, Mina moved away, and that night, for the first time, demanded the care of it. Then it seemed to Ursula that only her body slept, for the slightest sound or movement from the woman and child in the next room woke and drew her in. Then Mina began closing the door between them, so Ursula redoubled her vigilance. What was that tonight? She sat up instantly, and a sound of smothered fluttering sent her in swift alarm to the door. It was barred, and the inside was in darkness. "Mina, Mina!" she screamed, beating against it. "Let me in! Let me in!" In the waiting moment she heard the muffled fluttering increase. She rushed out, calling piercingly, "Woona, Woona!" and round to the bedroom window, and with the strength of two wrenched the shutter from its hide hinges, then, bounding through, stripped the bedclothes covering the face of the mother and child. Mina's arm was resting heavily across the little one's mouth when Ursula freed it. It was gasping feebly, and as she raised it she heard its breathless struggle and felt its stiffened body and clenched hands. "What's the matter?" asked Mina, though also panting breathlessly, making a pretence of being rudely awakened. Without replying, Ursula, holding the child, lighted Mina's lamp. A strange fear silenced Ursula, for she knew intuitively, did she but license the speech scorching and shaking her, this would license action in the unnatural, desperate woman, watching her with those terrible, inhuman eyes. Even now, uncontrollably, her powerful, hairy arms and hands were twitching murderously. "What are you doing in here?" she challenged. "In your sleep, Mina. You nearly smothered the baby." Watching her as one watches a springing snake, Ursula, with the child, backed into the next room, and took up a position where she could see but not be seen. So screened, she saw Mina's hand steal out and her fingers suddenly snuff out the lamp wick after the manner of old Daddy Stein. The lightened creak of Mina's bed was further warning, and Ursula's hold on the child tightened as she noiselessly made for the door. But even from there came the outside sound of bare feet, then a whisper. "Missy! Missy!" It was Woona's voice. Thankfully Ursula let her in. "Baby very sick, Woona," she said, loudly, shivering with relief. "Light the lamp and make big fella fire out there," pointing to the kitchen. "We'll bogey it." Bathe it. When by lamplight Woona saw the pallid terror of Ursula's face, alarmed, she asked, "Only that fella baby. You been bogey, missy?" "Only baby, Woona." "Mine think it you sick too," said Woona. Together they went into the kitchen, and from inside it Ursula made a silent sign for Woona to listen. Mina, though equally cautious, was again betrayed by the lightened spring of the creaking bed. Since she was astir, better and safer for them to be where they could watch. "Bring the water inside, Woona," said Ursula, and with it they went back. Now the bedroom door was closed, but Woona sent a suspicious survey into all likely and unlikely corners of this room. Then, radiating her relief, went briskly on with her work. Gradually the little one's breathing had become more regular. Ursula, swift to know, felt its strained body relax in composure. God was good, but never for a moment, day or night, would she leave it out of her arms or sight. Now, while she bathed it, Woona held low the lamp so that its full light fell on the infant's face. Suddenly Woona, with a native word, held it even lower, pointing excitedly to bruises on the swollen nose, and from them to the discoloured fingerprints on one cheek. Again she spoke excitedly, and again in her own tongue. Then raising her head, she faced her hut, and sent a coo-ee that echoed and re-echoed. Instantly the bedroom door opened, and Mina entered. She was whiter than Ursula, who, snatching up the infant, stood at bay facing her. Even in her agitation, the flattened space between Mina's brows struck Ursula more vividly than the green malignity of her venomous eyes. "Shut up, you black dingo!" she hissed at Woona, though her eyes were fastened on Ursula. "What are you doing to it?" Without replying, but watching her, Ursula rolled a blanket round the child. Woona was about to coo-ee again, when her keen ears heard the coming of Nungi. Instead, she called to him that the front door, where he was knocking, was unbarred. "Is it?" sneered Mina. But the back one was, and Nungi, swifter than she, had entered. Woona gave him a warm welcome, then in native language told him something that sent his eyes uneasily rolling from the infant's face to Mina's right hand, clenched in impotent frenzy, then to her distorted face. "Christ, missus, you do look snake-headed. Git your neck stretched playin' that game," pointing to the child's face, he said, friendly advice in his tones. And as Mina only panted breathlessly, he took her speechlessness as a tribute to his advice. Turning from her to Ursula, he touched the little one's discoloured cheeks. "Darn shame to 'it the poor little bee, just as it was just beginnin' to know yer too, missy." "Hush, Nungi, the baby's sleeping. She's better now. It was an accident. Go back to bed, Mina," said Ursula. "Give it to me." Mina extended her arms authoritatively. Ursula, raising her head, looked unflinchingly into Mina's shifty eyes. "It was an accident," she meaningly repeated and emphasized. "Sit down, Woona and Nungi, and you go back to bed, Mina." Mina went into the bedroom and closed the door. For hours the three sat round the fire, each in a position to watch the bedroom door, for each knew that although Mina had closed it, she only did so as a shield for her scrutiny, unequally distressful, but as barren for her as for them. When the receiving creak of her bed, and soon after her reassuring snores, told them it was over, At a sign from Ursula, Woona noiselessly rebuilt the fire. Then shortly after, her head fell affectionately on Nungi's shoulder, and she too slept. His head gradually took a reposeful lean-to against the wall. Then Ursula was the only watcher. Occasionally a convulsive sob would shake the little one, but the arms it already knew would tighten round it. Its groping, fearing fingers met Ursula's, its face nestled in her neck. So soothed and comforted, it would quiveringly sigh its reassurance and content. And every sigh that quivered to Ursula's bending ear, every breath breathed on her bare breast, quickened and nourished this resolve to shield and shelter it with her life. At dawn she aroused Woona and Nungi to duty, for before and since the birth of the child she had tried to look after everything outside and in. Palmer had been gone nearly 2 months, and though she had time and again written to Cameron, none had replaced him. By Nungi, Palmer had sent her father's will, and a note saying where she would find some money hidden. Andrew, he said, was coming soon. Tremblingly she wondered when, and went to reread Palmer's letter. But though she had hidden it with her father's unread will, both were gone. She followed Woona into the kitchen, where already beneath the ashes smouldered a pile of glowing coals, that was soon, under Woona's skill, a roaring fire. Before it Ursula held the child, while Woona heated some milk, but the little one's lips were so rigidly compressed that Ursula could scarcely coax the spoon between them, and then she saw despairingly that it could not swallow. Motioning Woona to watch for Mina's coming, she went to the back of the kitchen to think out some plan to protect this child. She would go to Mina and ask her to renounce it to her. With it she would go away, and none need ever know that it was not hers. When Andree should return, though her face flamed at the thought, she did not flinch. When Andree should return, Mina could tell him the child was hers, Ursula's, and this very day she would start for Cameron's. So resolved, she went to seek and tell Mina, and guided by Woona, she went to a familiar crack. A pair of freckled, scaly hands, groping along the beams of the bedroom, utterly unnerved her, and for a moment fear paralysed her. Then she crept closer. She saw those long fingers, that Boshy loathed, feel gropingly for something. Ah, what was it that they had found? As though she, too, was not sure, Mina brushed the dust from it and examined further by look and smell. It was what she sought. For satisfied, she placed it in her bosom and went on dressing. Woona had silently and swiftly backed away, and her ebon face, Ursula saw, had changed into leaden flabbiness with some horrible fear. There is no colour line in love, and though a quiver with ungovernable fright, for Ursula's sake black Woona went graphically through the final death contortions of the poisoned, mangy pup. Then, with the speed of a wild animal, she made for the scrub, where Nungi was supposed to be scrub cutting for the starving sheep. And despite her burden, Ursula, equally terrified, instantly followed. But though she turned the child's face across her shoulder, she found that the wind as she ran caught the little one's breath, and she felt it strain and stiffen. Stopping for a moment, and screened by a tree, she looked back at the house. At that moment she saw Mina mount the butcher's block, with intent to locate the fugitives. Then came a lusty coo-ee from Woona to Nungi, which, Mina hearing, instantly acted upon. To add to Ursula's terror, she saw that this breathing respite had not tranquillized the child, yet she dared not stand still, with its unnatural mother on her track. Again Woona coo-ee'd resoundingly, and this time another look showed Mina running from the house towards the sound. Bending low, Ursula went swiftly as she dared to where Mina might pass wide of her. Then, again hidden, she waited in breathless anxiety that was increased to distracting horror when she saw the sun blaze and reflect on and about the axe's head that Mina had snatched from the wood heap. Suppressing a horrified shriek, Ursula sped away from her, back to the house. Past this she fled across the river. Passing her father's grave, she ran along the track to Pine Point. Looking back once, she thought that she was safe, for Mina was not to be seen. Encouraged, Onward she ran to the myalls near, and stopped to examine the child, now struggling more strenuously, though only at intervals. It was ill, surely. Yet what could she do to save it? She flying with it from that terrible woman. Oh God, there Mina was. She had only been hidden by the river bank. Where were Woona and Nungi? She must get to them. With a mind to try and double back so as to find them, when she reached Pine Point, she entered that part of the trackless scrub. Stumbling through the thick undergrowth with her precious burden, she pushed onward. Fearful of her pursuer, she dared not stop even to look at the ailing one, or to listen, knowing she had only her start against this murderous woman with twice her strength, unburdened, and with that deadly weapon. Once, when the undergrowth gripped her, she drew breath and looked at the now twitching child. At the moment an internal spasm stiffened it, though no moan came from its cruelly indrawn lips. She raised her face, but heaven was hidden by the interlocking trees, so she bent her head to listen, but there seemed no following sound. Maybe Mina had passed while she had waited. Still, what would she do with this stricken child? Dread drove her back, while she thought, but not far, for paroxysm after paroxysm, each swifter and more violent, seemed to wrestle for the soul that the locked lips of this wee one refused to surrender. Fearless now of her enemy, Ursula sank for the moment, intent only on saving the child. With her own dried tongue she bent to moisten into relaxation its indrawn blue lips, and breathing on the clenched, congested hands, tried as unavailingly to lessen their terrible tension. Fiercer and fiercer grew the unequal fight, till gradually Ursula saw that all effort failed to still or soothe one quiver. Then the mighty king of terrors wrestled but with one. Where had she read that only the old die easily? Her lamb had. But this lamb, now it was over. Though its lips were still closed and its hands clenched, it was still. She laid it along her cradling body. Then she too was motionless, and as emotionless as their surroundings, for not a leaf stirred. Sun sleep was upon the scrub. So she had held Boshy, only then her back rested against the wall, now against a tree. She was thankful for one thing. There was no blood. For all of the nauseating things on earth, none was so appalling as blood to her. Mina had come when Boshy died. If only she would come now. Where was she? Rising, she called, "Mina, Mina!" Then, without waiting for a reply, with the child in her arms, she went on. But not for long, for even in this dense scrub the heat of the sun penetrated scorchingly, and surely her burden had grown heavier. She was only partially dressed. That was well, but without looking she covered the little one's head and discoloured face with her skirt. Strange that she did not want to kiss it. She would bury it beside her father, she decided, not out here. The lamb she had lain at his feet, but this dear thing in her arms. She quivered chokingly. Then, conquering her emotion, she looked at the dead child. It might even yet recover, if only she could reach Woona, and they together get hot water. This purpose possessing her, hopefully she pushed onward swiftly, fighting the dense tangle of undergrowth which caught her at every step. Had she passed through it in her first flight, she now wondered? Oh, how could she know, with so little to guide her? For looking back, the vines and leaves, as if to baffle her, had closed over even her last steps. One blessing, the sun here was less powerful, for the branches locked and entwined overhead, as did the brush of undergrowth. She let fall her skirt that was sheltering the head of the child. How calm and collected she was, fearing nothing now, free even from her haunting terror of snakes, those silent, creeping horrors. Yet how she had dreaded them up to this time, and now, looking at the child, she feared not Mina, no, not even Mina. Still, it was better not to think of her, but try to get out of this scrub. But when and how? Perhaps if she laid the little one down for a few moments and climbed, Andrew had taught her, to the top of one of these trees, she might be able to see her way out to the plain. She hesitated. Then she carefully laid the baby down, first making sure that no creeping venomous foe was near, and selecting one tree, she began its ascent, her eyes fixed on the child. Supposing Mina crouched, hiding, waiting to snatch it? Recklessly she jumped down, and with a mingled cry of love and fear caught up the child and again stumbled along. With an effort at composure she tried to delude herself by the thought that the beloved little one might not be dead. It was very strong. But once she knew definitely it was, she would bury it somewhere. Not here. Then find Mina and kill her. Yes, if the child was dead, she would kill Mina. That was just. Even the Bible said, blood for blood. Shudderingly she thought she could smell blood. Now for the present she must banish such thoughts, for the one great thing to do was to get back again. Stopping, she tried to get the bearings. If only she knew what way she had come. But she could not decide. However, she must be wrong, or by this she would see the plain. She turned another way, and by degrees many others, determinedly keeping at bay the distracting consciousness that she was bushed. About noon, exhausted and painfully thirsty, after long scrutiny, she decided the baby must be dead. For a long time she sat, and through her dry mouth tried to breathe into its nostrils. Nothing could pass through its locked lips, nor could the tip of her little finger worm its way into the sealed palms. Perhaps it would be as well to bury it for a time only, till she found Woona or Nungi. But where? Laying it down tenderly, she groped beneath the matted vines, but felt only hot shifting sand. Beside a large pine tree was a bare loose heap. Carrying the body to this spot, she laboriously scraped a hole long and deep enough. Then again, with it across her knees, and for a longer time, she went through all methods of reanimation known to or invented by her. It was dead, so she lay it in its cot of sand, with its pain-distorted face to the hidden skies, then slowly began covering it, feet upwards. Tearing a strip from her skirt, she shrouded its face, and looking away, blindly pushed over it the sand. Still without looking, she turned and walked back a few paces, but marked the spot so that she would know where to guide someone. She tore up vines and broke twigs and covered it lightly, then rested a while, stretching her stiffened arms. How weary she was, and how thirsty! But now, without her burden, she would get on quicker and get back. She must before dark. Making landmarks to guide her return, slowly she went on, not far, only a few paces, for, oh God, how could she leave it alone? Sobbing tearlessly, she rushed back, disinterred the child, then, with it for hours, distressfully stumbled onward. Australian daylight dies with short shrift, and in this mighty scrub the pall of darkness fell with startling abruptness. She knew it would be madness to seek home, so selecting a sparse spot, she shrouded the dead and laid it beside her. She sat with her aching back resting against a tree, realizing that were it light, and she for sure on the right track, her weary limbs would have gone no further. If dew fell, and it might in this clearing, it would moisten her dry tongue and mouth, and in this prayer her tongue clicked, dry and sore, against her swollen palate. This still night was not chilly, and even if it were, could not matter to the dead child, yet she covered it with her skirt. She was not hungry, though she had eaten nothing all day, but she was very, very thirsty and weary. Still, dew might fall, and now, till dawn, she must rest. To sleep would be best, but she knew she could not sleep. The little body, so still and quiet, was growing cold. So her aunt and Boshy had been. She also must be, for she was shivering. Well, better cold than heat for thirst, and in the dawn she would again go in search of home. Could she leave this little one, carefully hidden, looking at the shrouded form? But need she think of that till morning? Yet better to think of anything or anyone, if it held in check her thirsty misery. Mentally she selected many intimate past incidents, resolutely discarding the obtrusive present. Long ago, when she was little, she had strayed too far and got lost till nearly dark.
But then she had called and called Andree, and he had found her and carried her home. Andrew, for a long time in that past she forgot the present, till the bitter reality recalled her with a shock the more cruel from being suspended. Not again would she dwell on him, instead on her cruel thirst. Oh, when would the dew fall? But just this she might debate, since she was on the forbidden subject. Should she, if Andrew were to come now, claim this dead child as her own, hers and Palmer's? For that was what such a vow meant. No, she decided, there was now no need. Would she rather have the child dead than face Andrew with it as her own, the tender clasp of its fingers round hers, its breath upon her as it lay the night before in her arms, and with infant instinct groped for her breast? No, no, no! The child, even with dishonour. Taking it in her arms, she held its stiffening body to her sore heart, till a trembling agony seized her. Then, as she placed it again beside her, she determined not to touch nor even think of it till the morrow. How long would the dawn be in coming? Yet if she rose to walk about to still her mind, she must uncover the child. She tried vainly by various devices to divert her thoughts, then, drawing off her skirt, swathed the body, walking afterwards round and round it, with her dry mouth upturned for the desired dew. How slow it was in falling! Perhaps those tree tops almost shutting out the sky caught and kept it. For a moment the desire to climb to their tops and rob them possessed her, but there was the child. Some stalking wild beast might seize or molest it. She must not. Oh, but was ever night so long? Though lately there had been many that had tried her sorely, yet the night when that dear dead thing had come, and she for a time, alone and uninstructed, had been forced to minister to its unnatural mother, even that night had not seemed so long, and others since had been spent in anxious vigil. Ah, but all circumstances had been different, and the child had been nestling and warm, and she herself neither shivering nor thirsty. Still, she must keep a firm grip on herself and conquer all emotion, for her task on the long-deferred morrow would be neither easy nor, because of her dead burden, light. She would again rest and try to calmly consider some guiding feature, passed in her flight, that in retracing she might recognise and so be guided. But all that she could visualize was the path to the crossing over the river, it and the track to Pine Point. Still, now that her fear was gone and she was reasonable, outlets to any of these might be possible in the daylight. But with it the first thing she would seek would be water. When would dawn come? This awful stillness was stifling her. Oh, for any sound that would break it! Even that solemn night call that none but Andrew and she could interpret would she welcome. Why were birds and beasts so voiceless? Surely here must be their haunts and lairs. Yet she, in walking round, was careful, mindful to move softly, lest she set even the leaves whispering, which was worse, for such might be a signal to shoals of stealthy foes covertly watching her. Should she, for distraction, go through her child life? Immediately Ashton's circus sprang from the past, mocking the present intolerably. It served her need, for it took time to conquer her disquiet. Day dawn was as stealthily swift as its death. When the boom of a brooding emu heralded it, Ursula went on her knees in voiceless prayer, then, burdened by the stiffened, cold child, went towards the sound. Her rustling approach betrayed her to the watching male bird. With a sonorous warning to his hatching mate, he fled, and later Ursula saw the sitting bird rise suddenly from her nest and run swiftly, though not to join her cowardly mate, but at a discreet distance to watch, even as Miriam, thought Ursula. She found in the nest 13 eggs, warm to her cold hand. She would take one. It might moisten her parched mouth and so ease her burning throat, but a small one would do. Replacing the egg she held, she selected the smallest, yet it was smoother and more delicately tinted than the others. It might one day be a beautiful bird, and faithful like its prospective mother. She would not take that one. From so many one could make little difference, and 13 was an unlucky number. Her thirst and the terrible task before her surely justified her. Yet she hesitated. The hen bird still watched, and bravely had ventured to come nearer its nest. Ursula would take an egg right away before she broke it, and perhaps the emu might not miss it. Selecting one, she moved away. What a contrast, the deadly cold of the child to the blood warm of the egg! She believed it was making her feel sick and faint. Ah, disconsolately over, not on, its nest. Thank God, it was not too late. Hurrying back and calling her intention encouragingly to the again fleeing bird, she restored the egg. The sun-bleached bones of some animal were the next objects that she saw. Ah, why had it wandered from its fellows, and how had it perished? She wondered. Thirst, she decided. And merciful God, how dreadfully dry her own mouth and throat were! What would she do if she did not soon find water, or what would become of her? She took a critical survey of her surroundings. A cobweb, night spun, hung in an insidious circle from branch to branch, facing her. Early as it was, its first victim struggled in its gummy meshes. Fascinated, she stood shaken ungovernably by its horrible suggestiveness, while above and about her the trees shivered meaningly. Yes, here in the bush nature was frankly brutal, and meant her to know that she too was trapped hopelessly as the poor fly. In her haste to free it, one of its wings broke off. This recalled that Sunday afternoon, long ago, when she had wantonly crippled the hornet and flies. How could she upbraid nature? Sorrowing acutely for her earlier sin, she moved onward, till the necessity for some plan for her movements stopped her. Across her tangled track a tree, uprooted, as though top-heavy, rested slantwise against its fellows. Carrying the child, she crawled along it, aided by the branches and vines, hoping from its highest point to see the plain. She could not, for there was a slight rise, and trees higher shut out all but the sky. Nor was there any dew nor moisture even on their tenderest tips. Still, from this height she might take her bearings from the sky, for the brighter glow would mean the east. Their house on the plain's edge faced that way. But how distractedly her head buzzed in the effort to determine its locality. Perhaps this dizzy height was making her giddy. She descended to think better below, but even here, visualizing as strenuously as she could, and after a long struggle, no way seemed certain, for as she invoked tracks from her hot head, the tragical incidents of her flight dispelled them. Then, abruptly as the dark and light changes, came the heat. The sun, though hidden, sent piercing tongue shafts, till even the tough trailing vegetation drooped, showing the hot sand beneath. The blood seethed scorchingly in the girl's veins. Hot wave wings quivered before her strained eyes and buzzed about her ears and temples. The child alone was unaffected, as she stumbled wearily along, penalized by its dead, cold, unresponsive weight. She knew that, and was definitely thankful. Were it alive, it too must suffer, and was ever agony greater than this? Surely her head would burst. Was it swollen? Feeling it. Not much, thank God, she decided, but she must rest and again try to think of a way to water, then out to the plain. Now those emus, why had she left them? For they must be within a reasonable distance of water. Besides, if all else failed, and this awful torturing thirst continued, she would be forced to take one egg. But could she find the way back to the nest? It was just before she reached this rise. She would try, and vaguely she wandered about, but not for long. Mind and body began to claim and force rest. Would she try to find the emu's eggs first? No, go on, try to get out to the plain. But was not that the cobweb which she had wrecked? Had she without knowing turned back, or was it another web? Calmly and again undismayed, the spider was industriously respinning in repair. It was the same. Yet she thought that she had gone forward. She must mind, for never had she been good at locality. Jim used to say that she would get lost in the house paddock. Jim, Fanny, her aunt, Mr. Civil, and mentally twist and turn as she would, yes, Andrew, there they all were. But because of her strenuous repression, Andrew was multiplied. Crrr, crrr. Her hot head buzzed, and her dry mouth opened chokingly, and she called him till she was dumb, till she could neither hear nor see. Yet above all a sense of her own lawlessness was uppermost. Oh God, how hopeless and bewildering everything was! From then every moment seemed to weaken her and add to the weight she bore in her stiff arms. And her thirst, her thirst! No way seemed clear, nor which way to turn, but if she began to think of herself, she would not keep calm. Now she seemed to be ascending, and uphill was ever weary work. Rest a little she must. Was it late in the day? She wondered. She hoped, then feared it was. Another night spent like the last would, she knew, unhinge her mentally. No, such thoughts were foolish and distressing. Just now she had exaggerated the distance she had walked, till the spider and web had convinced her, and it was so with the time. It could not be late, though it was burning hot, and a long, long time since she had even tasted water, and she—oh mercy, mercy, where would she find water? Where? Where? What was the use of groping in the sand at her feet for water? She had put down the dead baby and had been talking to herself. That was a bad sign. Was she going mad? No, it was her head, her hot head. Was that swelling and buzzing from weariness, weakness and thirst? When before had she laid down the child? She could not remember doing so, but now it rested her. In future, when she rested, it would lay down beside her. But supposing she forgot? Her head was not always quite clear. Oh, snatching it up and stumbling along. She would not, could not, should not. She knew this last fear was a fancy, and she closed her eyes to shut it out. But now of a surety there was blood. Oh, thank God! No, only a streak of sunset. But this red flash had sent such a droughty blast into her open mouth. Oh, she must go on and find water. She would turn this way, it was less entangling, but after a few wearying minutes she began to think it worse, till she stumbled on, for at least she was going in a fresh direction. But was that not again the same spider and web? Of a certainty, yes. Should she kill this magnetic spider, and so end its baleful influence? Incentively the trees hissed, yes, yes. Motioning for them to be silent, she steadily watched the insidious spinner, now as if divining her purpose, merely an indrawn, inert black speck, but acutely watching her. Its attitude instantly recalled that long past Sunday. What right had she to expect mercy, and she still with the same cruel instincts? Turning away, she went onward, mindful only that she did not again go near the spider. What sound was that? "Andrew!" burst impulsively from her. She listened, but there was no reply. Yes, yes, she distinctly heard a voice say, "Israelites." Then her heart gave a suffocating bound, for God have mercy, she had mistaken her own voice, as aloud she had been praying that she might be God-guided out of this wilderness as were the Israelites. The shock nerved her, and she ran aimlessly till she fell, and for a time lay, but making a barrier of her arms that the child should not be crushed. Somewhat strengthened, she rose and moved on, but without a plan. If only Andrew— But determinedly she beat back that predominant wish, for it was worse than her insistent thirst. Worse, for it was wickeder. To get away from it she walked again, anywhere, anywhere. Now perhaps she would get out again to the plain. Was there any sign of it yet? She could see if there was, for her head was clearer. Now too she had made good progress, and the dreaded spider trap was behind her. That was well. Thankfully she moved on. Oh, the cruelty of it! She was back. There it was. There it was. Sobbing, she sank down to hide it from her despairing eyes. Was she losing her senses completely? Was it not her fancy? Let her try to think calmly and clearly as a test. The dead child that she carried, and whose face she had not seen for hours. Yes, that was right. The baby was Mina's, and Mina. Wait a moment. Was Andrew's wife? But no, she would not think of that. Oh, God forgive her, not Andrew. Yes, she was perfectly sane, but till she got out of this she had better not think of anyone. No, for her head was again bursting. How like the sound of that hornet beating against the skylight. No, the sound of the emu it was, only hers was a double beat that sprang from both temples and increased her tiredness and unendurable thirst. Oh, for just one small mouthful. Now if she had a cupful, first she would drink a little, then wet her temples. What a waste of time to sit there thinking of these things. Was it late? She closed her eyes to rest them, that they should, when open, the better determine if there was a change. But a scorching red flame flared through her closed lids, and screaming she rose and without the child ran stumblingly. Coward, coward that she was! She went back to it and waited till her heart stilled. Ah, now, indeed, she was becoming disorganized, for certainly for hours, indeed all day, she had been wandering about without a plan. At length, repassing the empty grave that she still had hollowed for her chilly burden, the cobweb, the leaning tree, and other objects, convinced her that she was walking in a circle. She might as well sit still. It was getting late, but thank God, cooler. But if night were coming, a fire would be better than the thick darkness and awful quiet of the one past. Yet no, not a fire. It would only increase her thirst. Besides, if she dozed, it might creep up and set her alight. Again she ran, till barred by fatigue. Was ever agony so great as this thirst? Why, even Christ on the cross could not endure thirst and loneliness, though he suffered all other agonies uncomplainingly. But when he said, "I thirst, I thirst," a sponge dipped in vinegar was held to his lips. Vividly the scene stood out. Why did she hold up her lips? Who was there to wet hers? One thing was certain. If instead of going on she stood there thinking about herself, she would perish, die of thirst. Die, that was the word. She had kept it at bay before, but now it was useless to try, dangerous also, for fear of death must spur her on. But she went a few paces only, then again saw the leaning tree. What a most peculiar thing that was, the leaning tree which earlier she had passed. Oh, surely long ago, days and weeks ago. And why did she pass it? Why, she wondered, and her enfeebled mind rested on this futile query. Oh, screaming, she knew why. She was lost in the bush, and, as long ago, she called, "Andree, Andree!" Now she was growing like a child. A child? Worse, for when a child she had conquered herself, and had governed her desire to scream after that Sunday, standing out even now as a force that shaped her destiny. She thought coherently about it for a few minutes. Would she now like to be Henry McGrath, dead, drowned, no thirst, no pain, no Andree? No, no, thank God, no, she was alive, and but for her aching head and burning thirst. Oh, why did she think of that? She walked rapidly. The sand here was surely deeper and hotter. Yes, for some storm long past, alas, had felled almost a pathway in this wilderness, and there were blazed trees bordering it. Who had barked them, and why? Where would it lead, she wondered. It seemed like a track, and she went along it hopefully till a new danger threatened. A snake coiled reposefully. She was very close before she saw it, for its colour scheme was a tribute to its environment. Noiselessly it raised its head, and steadily its green eyes watched this invader. And when convinced that she was a menace, a forked tongue protruded from its head, swinging to and fro pendulously. Keeping her eyes upon it, fearfully she backed away for some distance, and as it did not pursue, she turned and ran a few paces. But was she between it and its nest? If so, it would catch her, no matter how swiftly she ran. Besides, she must go back and do battle with it. One thing, she had not screamed and had felt little fear. That was well, to conquer the emotion of fear. Now she would go back and fight it, for never could she feel safe with such a fatal foe at large. She went back, or she thought so, but there was no snake. She was too late. All her life she had done this thing to everyone, to herself, even to Andree. Surely there could be no harm in thinking of him when it was in self-condemnation. How long had he been away? Could she remember? 13 months exactly, and this dead child was a month old. The fright had done her good, and now, while her head was clear, she must make her way out. While she was counting, let her reckon how long it was since she last drank. Oh, it was such a ridiculously long time that she laughed. That was best, to laugh. She would do that whenever she thought of it, laugh. But the Bible, the bitter, mirthless Bible, said tears were better than laughter. She could not cry, even though this little one she loved lay dead in her arms. She walked backwards and forwards as though to soothe her lifeless burden, till, tripped by the vines, she fell. She lay still, till suddenly she recalled the snake. Stifling a scream, she rose and rushed along heedlessly till exhausted. "Mercy, mercy! Water, water!" she called, then waited, but there was neither. Now again she would make her greatest effort to be calm, and think and plan. What she wanted to find was, visualizing giddily. Where was the dead plain split by the empty river? Ah, all the plain was trackless now, lying dead with its many sun-sucked open lips, dry as her own, turned to the relentless sky. Yet she had seen on it the green grass, undulating like a sea. How clear her mind was! The sea! Looking steadily before her. Oh, oh, for her heartbeats nearly smothered her. Nonsense! She could not see the sea nor plain, and beside, the sea was salt and the plain bare. No movement now on it, but balls of roly-poly hurled along by dusty whirlwinds. Even the noisy galahs that nested in the trees along the river bank were gone. But, trembling violently, not the snakes. Often, how often she had crept out in the night and, quivering with the brooding silence, looked across the great stretch of land, and from it turned to the sleeping house. And that night of nights when he left. Ah, that was her shame, and this her just punishment. She struck her dry mouth, hungry even now, and sobbed fiercely. Thank God! If she had wept then, it had been when the lights were out. God, was that a snake? No, only a trailing coil of sarsaparilla, but very snake-like. And why should she torture herself? Those lustrous things, regarding them earnestly, were glittering leaves and not raindrops. There was no water, nor snakes, only vines, but there was no need to stand still tempting them. She ran till her nervously throbbing heart nearly suffocated her. Now she was becoming disorganized. Running made her open her mouth, her hot mouth, dry as the plains. And the weight of this dead baby. But she ground her teeth and clenched her hands. She would carry it to the end. No fancies now. She remembered everything. She was lost or bushed. No, had just missed her way, and would find it by and by. There were no snakes but that one back there, which, looking back, she did not fear. First she must find water, even before the plain or river. Still, even that had water-holes, filthy, evil-smelling and studded with dead sheep. Yet the water, the green, slimy water-holes, swam before her temptingly. Resolutely she closed her eyes. It was only burning sand, not water. Nevertheless her hands met it. She steadied herself by a sapling. She was not mad, only light-headed and unable to think safely. The glare this way was dazzling her.
She faced another way and laid the child down. Then, with her uncertain hands, she pressed hot circlets around her hotter head. She believed it was swelling, and very soon it would burst. Now, where was the plain? To the east, where the sun rose. Well, there was the sun, but though it was past noon, she did not remember, and taking up her burden, she went westward. Again, and by degrees oftener, she fought and conquered her frenzies. She was not on fire, but her skirt nearly caught that blazing streak along that creeper. A little while back she would have thought it a snake on fire. Was it? Was it? She gathered her skirt tightly round her. No use of that. There was another burning snake, and yet another. Breathlessly she flung her skirt off, and demoralized by the blood red, she stripped off all but one to swathe and uphold the child. She stood and looked in terror at those coiling creepers. After all, they might be sleeping snakes. One thing, snakes were supposed to be deaf. Giddily and laboriously she tried to step free and not disturb them. What if her noisy boots should wake them? She drew them off. Ah, that was wise, for they had not moved nor wakened. But the burning heat of that blistering sand on her feet! Oh, she must get back to water. She shrieked, and a wild disorder mastered her. She ran, calling, "Water! Water!" Then, for a merciful interval, all faculties became suspended, and she fell and lay with her head on the child. Had she found water? Surely something cool. Feeling the cold body, then groping beyond, she hoped that when she touched the water it would not seethe and boil. She crept forward. Yes, she must crawl along the plank carefully, and not rush into it and get bogged, like those eyeless sheep. Oh, those awful crows, the crows! They were there, and had been for some time, circling round her. She shut her eyes and threw out her burdened arms, beating back those black brutes. Getting up, she ran till she fell, then lying face downwards, with one arm and hand she held the baby's closed eyes protectingly to her bosom, with the other hand preserving her own precious eyes. Water, water everywhere, and not a mouthful to drink, because she dared not open her eyes, so near were those crows cawing hoarsely. "I'll have her eyes out! I'll have her eyes out!" She would creep with their eyes so close to the ground, so close that they— again the snake, its head and tongue hidden, but betrayed by flaming flashes of crimson along its sinewy length. Down with the dead baby, till her burning hands uprooted and tore it apart. Then, regarding her victim, there was no blood either. Of course not, snakes were bloodless. How strong she was to be able to tear it to pieces, and she gloated for a while, and alone went onward. But remembering the child, she went back, guided to it by her fire victim. She strangled many tough-throated enemies afterwards, but her greatest she could not banish, the crows. Yet even they, though circling and cawing insistently, were, because of her increasing weakness, sometimes ignored. Oh, if only it would rain and fall into her parched, upraised mouth. God of heaven, no, God of earth, send rain, and let it fall on her hot head and thirsty mouth. She waited expectantly, but only the "I'll have her eyes out" of the crows answered her. Bitterly, when would God hear or answer her? When had He ever? To Him she would pray no more. What was that up there descending from that tree? Watching a goanna. The devil? Yes, surely. She could not pray to him, but might tell him of her fearful need. She began, but at the sound of her voice the reptile deftly reversed its head and tail and crawled nigher heaven. She waited till he had stopped, and with his head turned over his shoulder, looked down on her. Now, if he would listen, she would confess, since now she did not love Andrew. No, all that was past. How foolish she was! What did sin matter to the devil? For as though in disbelief and derision, his scaly majesty had thrust out its tongue at her and climbed higher. His unbelief and thrust-out tongue gave tone to her savagery. No matter how high he climbed, she would make him hear. But it was only for water, water, water that she called, till her dry throat throttled her words, and she fell, and so lay in giddy stupefaction, then suddenly became possessed of a peculiar knowledge. Ah, now she was in hell, and could see the flames of hell shooting round her. However, she felt she must put them out, but throughout her rain of dust and brambles she shouted defiance at the devil, again watching her, till speech died, and she again fell, and lay so long that the crows ceased cawing, but circled lower. Then, instantly and marvellously, the burning sand changed to water. Water, water! She had been calling and praying for water, and she in a bath, not cold certainly, but water. Gloating silently, she laved handfuls of hot sand over her, her mind alternating sanely and insanely. Not so much, or she would drown, no, smother. Now what about that dead creature? Where was it? Into this bath with it? Where was it? Feeling about. Then she again forgot it. Ah, this was tasteless, unsatisfying water, and blinded her aching eyes without cooling her hot mouth. Still, she must drink it. No, she must struggle up, staggering to her feet, for she would neither like to drown nor smother. Oh, the horrible droughty dust! The wretched sheep must be rushing the water. Back, back, you thirsty, eyeless brutes, raising such stifling clouds of dust. Back, back, or by the Lord I will grab one of you by the throat and... No, no, never, she would not drink blood. Poor frightened wretches. Come on, she must make way for them, but she must make haste and get away. What was she groping for? What had she lost? Ah, the child, the dead child. God be praised, there it was, and unhurt by the crows, perched quite close to it. She had baffled them, but she could not go far while the earth rocked so, nor could she see. Great God, what was wrong with her eyes? Feeling them. Had the crows... Haw, haw, they called mockingly as they ascended, but only a few feet. No, only the dust from those sheep had filled her eyes and mouth. Dry, dry, wiping it out, drier and hotter than the brick oven where long ago she had hidden from God, and now God was hiding from her. Huskily and hoarsely she called him, then waited, watching the sky. But there was neither sign nor sound till the crows cawed. "Corpus Christi, Corpus Christi, Body of Christ," she invoked. Yes, there on that tree, begotten of what bush mother, hung the crucified Christ, eyeless, with a tangle of wild hair and beard, his white arms extended crosswise, and his bare body glistening bloodlessly, save for the red blood that had trickled and clotted from his wounded side. Note: Christ on the cross is frequently to be found on trees in the Australian bush, a tangle of shredded bark for hair and beard surrounding an eyeless face. The white-armed boughs stretch cross-like, and even the wounded side is represented by the crimson congealed gum. End note. She laid the child between them and knelt, appeal in her upraised hands, in the strained eyes sympathetic, reverent awe, but her droughty mouth was dumb. As from emotion, the drooping spearheads of the sentinel leaves quivered, she also, but Christ kept silent and still. She lowered her eyes. Along his glittering bare skin a bulldog ant crawled intently toward the speared side. Her heart bounded indignantly. How dare it? With trembling tenderness for him, she drew it off. It stung her, no matter, but had it stung Christ? And she laid her burnt, swollen lips where its hold had been, on him, then again raised her eyes to his. But he could not see with those sightless eyes. Ah, the awful crows! They were there, hovering over her head, had not lost sight of her since she first fell. Ever and ever should she stay by him and keep them off. And the flies!
Oh, horrible, horrible, watching intently those eyeless sockets. Had she, like poor Mary, come too late? Hastily she broke off a bough to beat back those buzzing horrors. In the greatness of her work she forgot her droughty pain. Always and always she would stay beside him. None should touch him. No soldier dare gain thrust a spear in his side. Stay, his side. What flowed? Blood and water flowed. Water! Her mouth gaped. Blood and water! Water! Violently her heart beat. Stealthily she took a step nearer the wounded side, mouthing something. Back a step, then again forward. Maddeningly fierce was the struggle. No, no, dear Christ, fear not, for she would not drink his precious blood. Sobbing, she fell at his feet. She was thirsty. Dear Christ, how thirsty! And tears were salt. Feeling her dry eyelids and involuntarily placing her fingers on her tongue. How swollen it was, more swollen and painful than her stung hand. Ah, that bond between them, and she rejoiced that she had dared that for him. Now forgiveness. Never such a face as hers imploringly upturned to him. From above his head a strip of bark descended, a sword. Submissively she bowed her guilty head, but it fell clear. Still she waited, her lips voicelessly twitching. How merciful he was, and mercy ever begot her penitence. But though he knew her need, he moved no hand to hold a sponge, dipped even in vinegar, to her burnt lips. Ah, how could she forget? He also thirsted for water. I thirst, and they gave him a sponge dipped in vinegar, but he could not drink that. Dear crucified Saviour, she would bring water. But first, where was the sponge? Groping for it, because how else could she carry it? And if her own lips were only cooler, she would find water quicker. Fumblingly she groped and groped, till the burning blood gushed from her nose and mouth. Then, mercifully, her tired senses swooned, and she fell with her head resting on the tree. Her mind was clearer when she recovered, but she woke to the same holy purpose. In this tender shepherd's care she would leave this lifeless lamb till she found water. Then, in her palms, hollowing them, she would carry it to him. Exalted with this divine mission, she went downhill, her soothed senses unnaturally acute, keenest of all, sight. The blazed trees, along the track instinctively selected, held no meaning for her. No thought now for whether she were going right. Swiftly down Mount Calvary Hill slope she went. Nor had she wonder when, in the hollow beneath, she saw the lagoon. Only she turned round to cry to him that she had found it, and would return speedily. Stay, let her first be sure, lest she deceive him, for what could be worse than her past fancies? No, this was no fancy. Water, water, water! Knee-deep she went into it, clutching it greedily, then clenching her hands determinedly, for her swollen tongue kept apart her teeth. Not one drop would she drink till he first drank, then bade her. Down, down dropped her burning head, and desiring droughty mouth to it, yet resolutely she fought. Out went her hollowed palms. Full, nay, they were overflowing. Then surely she might stoop and drink the drips. Oh, shame on her, that she would cheat Christ. Listen, yes, he was calling her name. "My Christ, I come, I come," she called back. No heed how to find him, and speedily as her palms, cradling the precious water, permitted, she went on. Oh, sad that she dared not run, but she... Why had those crows so suddenly uprisen? What prey had they found to mutilate here? What great swollen creature was that lying there, blocking her way? Was it one of the Marys? No, none of the Marys had red hair. See, here on the ground lay a tuft of it, and the woman's clenched hands were full of it. She was fearful, but she must go closer. She looked intently at the distorted face. The eyes were gone, but the familiar pointed teeth were showing in the widely gaping mouth. For a second she resolutely battled to beat back her sense of recognition. Then she wrestled with her sense of duty.
This water she had so carefully carried was for the thirsty, waiting Christ, not for this woman, her enemy, whom she had hated. How cruelly bitter was this battle, bitter from uncertainty. For inasmuch as you did it unto the least of these, Mina, poor Mina, who had not been guided to the water as she had, pityingly into that open mouth trickled every drop she held. Alas, even now she had not done right. She had only wasted the water, for Mina was dead, and the deceived Christ was again calling her name. Who were these carrying the dead child, coming from him towards her? 2 soldiers? No, one was a centurion. She thought the tall one was why, even the soldier, the dark one with the dead child, was so like. But if the women of Jerusalem were dark, so must the men be. But this other, bearded, was fair, and merely burnt with the sun. Surely he was only. No, she closed her eyes. Oh, of all the bitter cruelties that her fancy had played on her, surely this was the cruelest. But she would not be deceived. They were merely the soldiers come for the body of this woman. She must not betray Mina, or they would cast her dead body to the dogs, like Jezebel's. Soldier, speaking to the dark man, then slowly turning to the other, and centurion, I will come to Christ next. This poor woman, watching intently the tears raining from the centurion's eyes, I, moving back from his outstretched arms, Ursie. A great sob broke from her. Then, Andree! End of chapter 15. Recording by Kirsty. End of Human Toll by Barbara Baynton.